Hey, Dude here. Welcome to Week in Review. Good to be here. Hope everyone had a good week. A few exciting things this week. God forbid the Wayne State Gaza Solidarity Encampment got shut down by the police. Let's talk about that. So I went to a few events. I didn't live stream any of it, but um, you'll give some commentary on that and the war in Israel. God forbid. And I saw this new paper by Shaul Magid, who I've mentioned pretty often on what he calls Judeopessimism in terms of the changing scholarship on anti-Semitism. And hopefully today we'll read this long article on rethinking giftedness. So if anyone shows up in the chat, I'll have put the link in the chat if anyone wants to talk. This is the long paper I'm going to read today from the Association for Psychological Science from 2011. And this is the paper from Shaul Magid related to critical race theory also. So hopefully it'll be an exciting show. So a few people watching, no one's in the chat yet. So let me pin the message, make sure I'm live on Twitter. And, I saw the AFPAC. I'm going to talk about it when I talk about Israel-Palestine. So the AFPAC Nicholas Fuentes big gathering is coming up also very shortly in Metro Detroit. So President Trump is doing a Turning Points USA Charlie Kirk event at Huntington Place, and opposite that will be Fuentes' AFPAC that has a lot of big names, and actually quite a few people I've streamed with are going to be in Metro Detroit. I haven't reached out to Lex. God bless. Good to see you. Thanks for tuning in. I was actually just watching Lex Friedman and his guest Roman Yampolsky on the dangers of super intelligent AI. So maybe we'll talk a little briefly about that. Church of Entropy gave me an article on Indian AI. But AFPAC is going to be here in Detroit 2 weeks from now. And I was, I guess, debating whether I would even go to it. I mean, because I don't actually support the organization. I mean, its main tendencies of Christian nationalism, white nationalism, I oppose. Although I do like some of the streamers. I think they get a bad rap in terms of they're not as bad as the mainstream press makes them out to be. A lot of them are quite intelligent, good streamers, open to dialogue, debate, conversation, and some of them focus like Arvel, like Platonic in a lot of because I like to talk about the Western canon, especially philosophy of science and Plato and Aristotle and Western philosophy. So those topics are not that popular anymore. So the matching, say European Eurocentrism, I don't agree with. However, I like the scholarship. Keith Woods, Michael Sisko are going to be coming to Detroit, so that's interesting. If there's any update on that, I'll fill you in next week. So, Lambie, God bless. So let's jump straight into the screen share. So next week at the Detroit Institute of Arts, we have a simul for just girls. So we're bringing in to Detroit this girl, Jessica Hyatt, who is almost a master chess player, 18 years old, highest rated African American female chess player in history, with a peak USCF rating of 2168 and FIDE rating of 1948. She is on her way to clinching the master title. 2019 Hyatt won the New York State Scholastics Championships and has since been invited by the USCF to represent the U.S. internationally as part of the youth team. In 2022, Hyatt received a special honoree at the Liberty Science Center Genius Gala. In 2023, she became the Pan American Youth Female Under-18 Blitz Champion, the KCF All-Girls National Champion, and represent the U.S. at the World Youth Chess Championship. Along with chess, Hyatt played ranked junior tennis and golf, and is a jazz pianist. So in Detroit at the Detroit Institute of Art is next Friday. She'll giving a lecture at 5 o'clock, and then doing the simul, I think either 25 to 30 girls at 5:45. And so if you're in the area, check that out. It's possible I'll record her speech or do like a little ramble when she starts the simul, see, but I'll ask if they want me to, or if there's a demand. And the sound quality may not be that great. If I do just on my cell phone to record her speech, it may not be that great. But good luck to Jessica. I appreciate her coming to Detroit, and should be a nice event for a lot of the students in Detroit who have been working at chess. And this, the guy worked with Coach Fight, who used to work for Detroit Public Schools and now is working with the Girl Scouts. So he's got his team of Girl Scouts. So he wanted to bring in a female player, and this chess simul is going to be all women, or all mostly girls. And most of the girls are probably girls that I've worked with. Some of them, I've even taught how to play. That came into the DIA program just this year, and you're taught how to play. So encourage them in their budding chess careers, learn to use their minds, and apply to everything they do. Okay, so Justin Sledge, back to Yahweh this week. So Justin Sledge is How Did Yahweh Become God? The Origins of Monotheism. And kind of talks mostly about the ancient history of the Babylonians, and he doesn't go too much into the metaphysics of what monotheism is, although he makes a point about monotheism being the step towards atheism. You reduce multiple gods to one god, and you're only one away from, God forbid, zero gods. But it's not so clear, even when I talked to Daniel Hikwakachu in the debate, and I acknowledged that Judeo-monotheism largely comes from Islamic monotheism. And even conceptually, to say, well, how does Yahweh, so to say, become God? So, the conception like that he lays out from the archaeological perspective, and I guess he gets a lot of pushback, hate mail, probably from mostly Christians, but maybe also Jews that reject the scholarship. So when I debated Daniel Hikwakachu, I mentioned that everything he was saying, at least about certain of these aspects of his introduction, is actually what Israeli secular scholars say. So Sledge is giving the majority opinion of secular scholars, although he went to University in Amsterdam. At this point, probably the best research on it is actually coming out of Israel, but there's a lot of research all over the place, and it all points to the same direction. So to say that there was a whole bunch of deities, and that Yahweh became the head of the pantheon, I'm not sure is how I would phrase it, and say that from archaeologically, okay, so from scholars, they obviously religious Jews, even a lot of secular Jews, people who like the the positive role, Judaism brought monotheism to the world, and you say, well, is that really accurate? Maybe Islam is, some original early Greek scholars brought the concept of monotheism to the world, and then Islam adapted and improved the Greek philosophical concept of monotheism, applied it to the Hebrew prophets, revised through Muhammad, later, through the 9th and 10th century, and I covered that in my metaphysics series with Ibn Sina and early Islamic metaphysics, but that really monotheism is first largely invented as a theoretical Greek philosophical idea, and just saying, well, it's a philosophical position, whether there was, Greek monotheist or not. Maybe there were some, but it wasn't one of the dominant schools. It was just, of the classification, logical breakdown, where the ancient Greeks delineated the philosophical possible school of monotheism. And then the first real monotheistic philosophers were probably the Arabs. And that's also like a century or two after Muhammad. And most of them are influenced by Aristotle and the Greek. And then Jewish texts like Maimonides and Sadigon, and the principles where monotheism becomes an important principle in Judaism is in response to Islam. So he doesn't get to that point. He just, really only gets to the ancient world, and maybe he'll continue the series. So I'm not even sure if it's accurate to say, say, well, what is Yahweh? Is Yahweh an ancient polytheistic deity that, because of its similarity to the Greek word, becomes the catch-all name for the ineffable, impersonal God, being the plan, the verb to be, Hoya, Hoya, Vahoya, that was, that is, that will be. So saying, well, his archaeological interpretation of the main school archaeologists and secular scholars is that Yahweh was actually a deity from the pantheon, as all the other gods like El, Baal, Adonai, Adon, Shaddai, so on and so on, the various names that God is referred to in the prayers, Eloheinu, so on and so on, that those were all different gods. And eventually Yahweh gets raised to the head of the pantheon, and then all the other gods get diminished, or at best other words that refer to the one true God, Yahweh. And if he does a part 2 or further, getting to the Islamic Golden Age philosophical era, at some point Yahweh becomes abstracted to an impersonal metaphysical conception. And you say, well, what is the unknowable name of God? That's what we refer to as Yahweh. And then there's other faculties, powers of gods that are expressed, like the Hashem Elokeinu, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad, that all of the forces in Eloheinu, in the plural, are part of the one God referred to as Yahweh, and Yahweh just the ineffable name, referring to that was, that is, that will be, the impersonal, unknowable God. So a little bit interesting, although it's more like a history of ancient Middle Eastern paganism, a little bit of the Greek stuff, not covering much of the philosophical precursors of monotheism. And I think that the actual scholarship is that, from the secular scholars, is that Judaism doesn't actually become a strictly monotheistic religion until the Rishonim, the beginning, like the late of the Goanim, starting with Sadigon, and in the Islamic Golden Age, and that Judaism becomes a monotheistic religion in response to Islam. And even like Talmudic monotheism what, like in the Talmudic era, like, okay, God is a jealous God and the other idols don't do anything and are meaningless, or even the conceptualization of God as impersonal. So that's in response, like it's taken from the Greeks, but it unlikely does not actually happen in the Greek era. It likely happens later in response to the Muslims. So there's a lot of research and scholarship on the topic, and so we'll see if he does a part 3. I was just watching this today, so Luke Ford was playing it. So Whatifallthis, and I guess his name, he has his name. Let's see, I forget his name. It's like Lynch. Rudyard Lynch. I don't even know, like Rudyard. I think is that Kipling. Kipling's name's Rudyard. I don't know if like Rudy is a shortening or Rudyard. I don't even know if I've heard that name before. I think Rudyard Kipling, the famous like British author. I sell his books sometimes. I'm not sure if he wrote like the Jungle Book or something like that. But yeah, so props to Rudyard Lynch of What If Was All This, talking to Ed Dutton, who has kind of commercialized and changed his whole show around. Became a little bit more commercial, but interesting conversation. And Rudyard Lynch talking a lot about what he sees as the inevitable decline of Western civilization. A lot of analysis. A lot of talk about like incels and economic factors, and he quotes in this one a handful of interesting books to on the subject of cycles. And you're talking about the 1,000-year cycle, the 250-year cycle, and the 80-year cycle. And so I mentioned topics like this from the Talmud and the Kabbalists, like the cycle, and also like I've read a lot of the economics, like in Matur, my library. I forget the French author with the P, the author of the Capital books and other books that talk about these cycles. I'm not sure if I'd read the main book. I can find where he mentions, but he's got like one book that mentions like the 20 factors that predict the downfall of civilization. But he doesn't go about it from the esoteric. So like when I talked with Daniel Ikwakachu, I talk about Jewish metaphysics, esotericism. Usually it's focused on sin. And even at the Wayne State Gaza encampment, I was talking about this, and the concept of sin. God is merciful, slow to anger, gives God's children, us, a long time to repent, but eventually has to come, collect the debt of punishment for our sins. And that's what creates these boom bust cycles. And the Talmud mentions in relation, he calls it the 80-year cycle, but the Talmud, says there's this Roman ritual that's so bloody that it happens only once every 70 years in order that a person could never see it more than once in their lifetime. And, so these resettings where you have your global reset and, this kind of massive bloodletting of the downfall of corruption that allows, and then he talks about the 250-year cycle and the 1,000-year cycle. So it's a pretty interesting conversation. I would actually be interested to speak to this guy, Rudyard Lynch. I like his content. He's got some interesting ideas. And, ironically, he mentions in this, the greatest thinker of our age is, God forbid, our friend Curt Doolittle, who, David spoke with on the Brundlecast, and, Gonduff from Chicago was a former disciple of Curt Doolittle, Church of Entropy. It had intersectionality, crossover with Curt Doolittle. They were both, kind of unnecessarily making fun of the guy, although, Curt Doolittle has some very impressive ideas and, great intellect and scholarship. but you'll call like personality defects. So when you listen to him, he has like these kind of like personality defects that you see prevent him from rising in the stream of spirit or power. So I mean, Curt Doolittle's still along. God forbid, maybe Duvid also. So okay, if like, I'm not sure. No one ever expected Duvid to become a big leader or important, but you're saying if Curt Doolittle, he's bigger than Duvid. He's got, key ideas and created disciples that became very big. And the reason why he himself hasn't became very big is some levels of personality defect. But some of these ideas are very profound. So props to Rudyard for laying that out. And Church of Entropy forwarded me this article about AI in India, and I was just watching Lex Friedman on Roman Yamplowski, Dangers of Superintelligent AI, and Yamplowski is taking the angle of the danger of AI, mostly related to, say AGI, of automated general intelligence, and eventually computers will have enough general intelligence that they will no longer lead human command. So if you think, well, the danger of AI may eventually come from that. So you also have like John Francis Greppi's and the revolutionary phenotype, and the dangers of eventually AI assisted genetic modification, where eventually humans will start doing genetic modification, but we ourselves won't understand what modifications we're doing. We'll turn it over to the computer because the computer will have a greater ability to beneficially modify our genetics than us ourselves, and that will create, so to say, a new species that will irreparably change the course of evolution. One of the subtheses of Jean-Francois Greppi's revolutionary phenotype. But yeah, I think a bigger danger in terms like, okay, maybe maybe Yamplowski's right about these dangers he's talking about, and eventually, AGI will be able to take over segments of society like the stock markets, the economy, law enforcement, the power grid, and humans won't be able to wrestle control back. But I think the bigger immediate danger is AI technology in the hand of man, and using AI to, God forbid, kill people, or to you get involved, mess up with elections. So this was from the Indian Express. In a first OpenAI removes influence apps targeting Indian elections, BJP. And Lambie saying, yes, this technology here was made in Israel. OpenAI said that in May, the network uses its AI models to generate large quantities of short comments that were then posted across Telegram, X, Instagram, and other sites. In a first OpenAI, the company behind ChatGPT, said it disrupted a covert influence campaign originating in Israel that used its models to generate pro-Congress and anti-BJP content and spread those online in a bid to disrupt the ongoing election process. OpenAI said that in May, this network used AI models to generate large quantities of short comments that were then posted across Telegram, X, Instagram, and other sites. As per reports leased by the company on Thursday, a commercial company in Israel called Stoic, which was generating content about the Gaza conflict, and to a lesser extent, the Hishtarut Trade Unions Organization in Israel, and the Indian elections. The company said it had nicknamed the operation as Zero Zeno. OpenAI's report, titled AI and Covert Influence Operations Latest Trends, is the first of its kind from the company and offers a glimpse into how actors in cyberspace are using artificial intelligence in their efforts to manipulate the public. It also disrupted similar operations originating from China, Russia, and Iran. The report immediately drew a reaction from the BJP, with ministers of state for electronic and IT Rajiv Chandrasekhar calling it a dangerous threat to our democracy. It's absolutely clear and obvious the BJP was and is the target of influence operations, misinformation, and foreign interference being done by and on behalf of some Indian political parties. This is a very dangerous threat to our democracy. It's a clearly vested interest in India and outside are clearly driving this and need to be deeply scrutinized, investigated, and exposed. The company said this operation targeted audiences in Canada, the US, and Israel with content in English and Hebrew. In early May, began targeting audiences in India with English language content as well. OpenAI said the company said that disrupted some of the activity focused on India's election in less than 24 hours after it began. The network began generating comments that focused on India, criticized the ruling BJP party, and praised the opposition Congress party. OpenAI's investigations, as per the company, showed that while the actors behind these operations sought to generate content or increase productivity using its models, these campaigns did not appear to have meaningfully increased their audience engagement or reach as a result of their use of our services. Many accounts have already been disabled on Meta and X, so current engagement figures may not be present. The complete picture it added. Using the breakout scale to assess the impact of IO, which rates them on a scale of 1 to 6, we would assess this as a Category 2 operation marked by posting activity on multiple platforms and websites, but no evidence of it being significantly amplified by people outside the network. The report surveys campaigns by threat actors that have used its products to further covert influence operations. The company defines such operations as deceptive attempts to manipulate public opinion or influence political outcomes without revealing the true identity or intentions of the actors behind them. While we observed these threat actors using our models for a range of influence operations, they all attempted to deceive people about who they were or what they were trying to achieve. OpenAI said in May this network uses AI models to generate large quantities of short comments that were then posted across Telegram, X, Instagram, and other sites. So actually, Putin mentioned, Vladimir Putin mentioned when he was being accused of disrupting U.S. elections for Donald Trump in 2016, that it could have been Israelis. They deflected. They said, okay, it was Russian speakers. It was Russian language people, although there's no evidence that it was actually the Russian government, and mentioned that it could have actually been Jews or Israelis. So there's the article from OpenAI. So props to Church of Entropy, Jennifer, for sharing that. Okay, so let's do the Israel war update. And they got 2 long articles to read. And, the one on gifted education is extremely long, might even take 3 hours. So, God forbid, the police raided the Gaza Solidarity Encampment in Wayne State University. David went down there last Saturday. Rabbi David Feldman from Esoterica was there. I'd mentioned that and put on my YouTube channel. And I went down to the encampment twice even. I think Tuesday and Wednesday, both nights. And, one night I was drumming. There's a Syrian guy and he was playing music, and I brought my generator and I was drumming and, talking to people. Rashida Tlaib was there. So just a quick breakdown of events. I think on Tuesday, Wayne State suspended classes to only online operations due to the security threat of the encampment. And one of the vice president's spokespeople came down to the encampment multiple times to warn them that they can't be there. They said they're trying to address their concerns, and but they can't be there, and possibility that they would arrange a meeting with the president of the university board of directors about divestment. Although the likelihood that they would have seriously, negotiated or considered divestment is quite unlikely. Although from what they said, it appears that Wayne State just has index funds, which, I mean, to some extent, the whole U.S. economy is intertwined globally and with Israeli company and the index funds. But I mean, it's unclear whether there was, so to say, direct view. Just Claire here saying, from the Hindu point of view, the philosophical definition, the Judeo-Islamic God is impersonal, meaning without form, that it doesn't exist in the material realm, is unknowable. So, like, personally, you could pray to God, God could answer your prayers. So, some sense, like the modern usage of, so from the Hindu definition of personalism and impersonalism, as long as you don't have forms or direct knowledge of the nature of God, it's considered impersonalism. So Christians, and Hare Krishna, last Australian. So Christians, when they talk about praying to God, talking to God in your own words, is considered a form of personal. Like, do you have a personal relationship with Jesus Christ? And even that, like, okay, well, Jesus Christ is an idol, and you're going to say that you have a personal relationship with Jesus Christ. Can you have a personal relationship with the impersonal God of the Jews or the Muslims? And so you say, well, I pray to God. You might be able to say you have a personal, but generally, like, I mean, the at least from the Hindu classifications. So the Western classifications don't really use this personal, impersonal God in terms of philosophical classification. So you just have colloquial Hindu terms that words that Christians and maybe Jews use. But I would say theologically, yes, Judaism, Islam are impersonal, take an impersonal view of God. Okay, so I was down there Wednesday, and there was going to be more events on Thursday. I went Thursday to the event, and it was in a different place. They had like a tribunal, basically charging the university and the police with conspiring with Israel and Zionists to take away the human rights, political freedoms of university students. But that event was supposed to be at the encampment. But Thursday morning at 5:30 in the morning, the police raided the encampment. They arrested 12 people. I think most of them were students. And they were released later in the day. I'm not sure what the charges were, if they're going to drop the charges or if there's going to be any further disciplinary action. And the encampment's gone and the school's back open. So ironically, the Jewish Voice for Peace, they have like a spirit rock. So University of Michigan, Wayne State, a lot of colleges have these like spirit rocks that you could spray paint or make artistic things on. And like, so it was painted with the Palestinian flag, Free Palestine, and it's actually been historically a point of disputes with pro-Zionists and pro-Palestinians painting over each other's graffiti on the Spirit Rock. But the Jewish Voice for Peace Friday night was going to have a Sabbath service at the Spirit Rock, and I was going to go to that, but I showed up late. Thank God I did. So it appears they got there, and the police were still heavily guarding Wayne State, and they had extra private security, and they told the Jewish students who, the pro-Palestinian Jewish students, that they had 5 minutes to leave or they would be arrested. So, this culture of police authoritarianism on college campuses, to say it's problematic. And then also the working together with Israel, that Cop City, that specifically the Wayne State Police Department, the Detroit Police Department, but specifically the Wayne State University Police Department has worked together with Jewish organization, has went to Israel, has trained in riot control. So like some of the chants the students were saying were, God forbid, 40,000 dead and you're arresting us instead. And there were a few others, but so let me read this one article and then say, I mean, generally, I've already became like an anti-war activist. I'm not, I guess not an activist, but because I don't really get involved in political activity. I just went to a few events and outspoken critic of Zionism. But I guess I'm not really an activist. But if you're looking at like Palestinian students, what could they really do? So, they could make protests, they could try to draw attention to it, and they try to draw attention to the fact that that's what's happening to their families in Israel. Gaza is happening largely due to U.S. support, and bring attention to that. And then these strong crackdowns. So if your average, person in America, like they don't like the protest, although I would definitely say the shift. So, towards the beginning of the war, where you said like, oh, these pro-Hamas, anti-Semitic protests, now almost all the papers are talking about the protest against the alleged genocide in Gaza, and are even using the word genocide. Mentioning, Eric was in my chat the other week, but it was saying even the newspapers, they're not saying quite yet, okay, the Palestinians are protesting the genocide in Gaza, but they're using the term the alleged genocide. And, they'll mention the ICC or the ICJ cases that, the possibility that Israel is led by war criminals, and Biden's prolonged support and going against his own statement. So there's definitely been a shift in the narrative from U.S. media referring to the war, President Biden, giving his statement telling Israel to take the deal, make the ceasefire, make a truce with Hamas. Israel likely to reject that deal, and we'll talk about the implications, what's likely to happen with that. But and then the protesters, like, what could you do? Because like, even if you support the cause, so it just, to some extent, it also highlights the problem. So if your average American is just like, I don't, why are you disrupting, campuses? Protests are just annoying. They're disruptive. And it's like, okay, everyone knows Israel's committing genocide, and everybody knows that the U.S. government's supporting it, but you can't change it anyways. You can't stop it. So why are you bothering my day? And so you might have some pushback, saying like, no, like, Israel has a right to defend itself, strong supporters of Israel. But I think at this point you have a strong element, especially in the blue areas where a lot of these protests in universities are happening, where maybe even like half the people, they're like, yes, I agree. Israel is committing huge atrocities, borderline genocide. I agree. The U.S. government is complicit. However, you can't do anything about it anyways. Like, that's just how it is. People in power, and these protests aren't effective, and they don't help your cause anyways. So if you look like the Detroit News or Free Press in the comments, they're basically still, like terrorists, like the Hamas terrorists and terrorist sympathizers. But that narrative is definitely changing, in most part, purely due to the action of Israel. And I mean, purely due to what Israel is doing. And we'll talk about what Israel's doing. And, people like what I've been saying, what, scholars have been saying, most specifically, like John Mersheimer, is Israel is committing a genocide. Israel does want to do an ethnic cleansing. Israel doesn't want peace. The rhetoric and the storyline, the narrative that politicians are saying is not an accurate description of what's actually happening. And so now, 8 months into the war, even President Biden serious people are now openly saying this. So, Duvid was a dissident saying that already October 8th, that, maybe not October 8th, but October 15th, the week after, when Israel retook, its territory and started the bombing campaign, and then over the next few weeks, that the plan was ethnic cleansing. And as ethnic cleansing has failed, it's moved into genocide, God forbid. And how do we get out of this? How do we stop it? At this point, it's unclear. So if you're a believer, so if you're your average American who just kind of believed what you were told, and you were supporting Israel because that's what the elites told you, there's multiple perspectives. Just like you were doing it because, okay, your own self-interest. Like, I'm sorry that it's bad, but it's not my problem. I don't care. It doesn't help me. It's more beneficial for me to side with Israel than Palestine. And I know people might be being treated unjustly, unfairly, even genocide, but it's, God forbid, not my problem. To actually people who I saw President Trump, Khabib, the big UFC event where Islam beat Dustin Poirier, and there were people in front of President Trump saying "Free Palestine." Khabib went over to President Trump during the UFC event and got in his face and was like, "You got to stop the war in Gaza." Although the rhetoric, Miriam Adelson just said she was going to give $100 million to President Trump. So let me read this article. So you see, Senate holds special meeting following encampment raid. Members of the Student Senate held a special meeting on Thursday to discuss action following the raid of the encampment. The meeting was held virtually due to campus switching to remote operations, but many senators opted to meet together in person. The pro-Palestinian encampment was raided early Thursday morning, leading to the arrest of 12 people. The Senate released a statement in response on Thursday morning, signed by President Hayden Johnson, condemning the use of violence against students and standing by the goal of the encampment. Wayne State University Police Department arrived wearing riot gear and used special force against student protesters. These actions included the forced removal of the jobs. The Student Senate condemns the administration's choice to use force against student protesters instead of holding open discourse. These actions made by campus leadership do not reflect the principles outlined in Wayne State's mission of inclusivity and collaboration. Senator Angelo Alexander said, regardless of the political ideology or stance, they never want to see the administration using police violence to silence their student body again. We did not see the violence. We did not see trash. We did not see any form of permanent damage to the campus or a threat of violence by members of the encampment against anyone within our community. Alexander said, what we saw instead was administration using police in the name of preventing violence to commit violence against our students, and that can never happen and never should be justified. Alexander said, regardless of what administrators' views are in the political ideology, they should never be a case to sic police on the students. Vice President Hassan as indeed said, while campus switched to remote operations, he felt like administration was setting up for some sort of confrontation or putting up a curtain to what was going on campus. What I think is administration sees this and they say trespassing, and we see this and we see our students being empowered by a theory that they're learning at their educational home, and they're putting it to practice in their passionate way in their community. As Dean said, when administrators call police into campus, they're putting the safety and livelihood of students into the police's hands rather than their own. Senator at Large Charlie Rugney said closing campus wasn't necessary or a last resort option, but an internal strategy planned over a long period of time. I feel like it was a very intentional strategy to deprive the protesters of access to restrooms and access to Mort Harris, like showers in particular, Rugney said, and to deprive students of witnessing, protesting, and civil discourse in action. The Senate discussed ways to move forward, including censure, acting as a bridge between students and admin, offering resources to protesters, and working with the protesters to figure out how the Senate can best help them. Senate voted to create a temporary unnamed committee chaired by the Director of Student Services, Mazin Alam, to work on solutions proposed. Members of the committee, its duties, and its name will be discussed and decided in the next general body meeting. In an email to the campus community on Friday, EPSI acknowledged receiving this Thursday statement from Johnson and the Senate. I appreciate their shared commitment to ongoing dialogue. Aiden is a member of our University Leadership Council, chaired by Provost Clabo, which is one important mechanism for mutual dialogue amongst university and student leadership. EPSI said in the email, along with the provost and other academic affairs leadership, I look forward to continuing to engage student Senate leadership on many registered student organizations and others to discuss, understand, and consider these matters. In an email to EPSI, also said the Office of Multicultural Student Engagement will host student listening sessions on June 4th, 5th, 11th, and 25th with more details to come. The expression of diverse viewpoints in the ongoing dialogue as part of our shared governance framework can be challenging, though, and the pace of resulting change can be seen as slow. EPSI said in the email, the fundamental benefit of our approach as a research university is the deliberate reflection of our collective intent. Through our processes, we reaffirm our commitment to our mission of creating and advancing knowledge, preparing a diverse student body to thrive, and positively impacting local and global communities. Senate will hold its next general body meeting on June 6th in the Student Center. Okay, so we'll see what happens with that. Arun, God bless. Let me make a few more comments on Wayne State, and then we'll look at two quick articles about the war on Gaza, and then we'll go straight to reading these articles because they're pretty long. So, God forbid, it's got a little bit of sinuses or something. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, we'll see what happens at Wayne State. And you're thinking like AFPAC, Nicholas Went is coming. And you're saying, well, the hard hand of the elites on the masses, which is regular. So you're saying Americans are like, well, of course the elites, of course the system's not fair. And if you cross the elites, they're going to crush you. And whatever reasons, minus like a JQ conspiracy, the elites favor this war in Israel. So, I feel bad for the Palestinians. I understand why the Palestinian people aren't happy and are protesting, but you can't really do anything about it. You're not going to be able to change it, and causing public disruptions just makes your opinion less popular. So people like my parents, a lot of Republicans, the old stream liberal corporate Democrats definitely think like that. There's like, okay, it's not helping your cause. And basically they're saying you can't do anything about it. Like the best you could do is saying you can't even, like, okay, like the best you could do is vote in local elections. Because on the national level, President Biden is going to support Israel no matter what. And President Trump is going to be way worse. So, like God forbid, however many people are dead right now, if President Trump gets elected, it's going to be way, way worse. So you can't even really resort to the U.S. politics to change it. Maybe in local elections, you could run someone in local elections to try to change it in November. But that's basically it. So it's basically saying, I'm sorry, you can't really do anything about it. And so you have a progressive element, which is representative of a pretty big, 25, 40% of Americans are like, no, this is a big issue. There's a plausible genocide going on. Many of these people protesting are people that's family is being killed. They can and should be protesting, and they should be doing disruptions. And that's why you have these mass protests getting bigger and bigger, the disruptions at the college, convocations and graduation ceremonies and so on and so on. So I'm going to just blow my nose. Sorry, 1 second. Sorry, my sinus is acting up. Okay, so I guess we'll just go on and we'll see what happens at Wayne State. But I was down there. I'm not sure, what to stream, who to stream it to, who my audience is. Maybe I'll go down again. We'll talk about the war, but I think, you see the disasters. I was actually speaking with Rashida Tlaib. She was there. I spoke with her, and you're saying just a small victory, like the South End article. Did they really need to shut down campus? So not only shut down campus so that people couldn't see the protesters, they called the police in. They still have a heavy police presence. Even the Jewish Voice for Peace, they said they would have us arrested, for any form of pro-Palestinian activity on campus. There might be pushback, although there might, be popular support on some level for the hard hand, or even if there isn't popular support, that currently, these people have the power, and they're just going to use that amount of power. Though the protests, the pro-Palestinian protests seem to get bigger and bigger, and the more they try to crack down on them with police. You saw the Israeli Day Parade in New York, which was basically completely blocked off. The whole parade, like Fifth Avenue for like 40 streets, was completely blocked off by police because they didn't want violence between the anti-Israel protesters. And at this point, there are thousands of people, tens of thousands of people out almost daily for these anti-Israel protests, and it'll probably just continue to grow as the slaughter and no resolution, and the incompetence of the Biden administration, the more apparent that everything that was said isn't coming to be, and in Israel's intransigence in actually doing something to end the war. So let's look at two more articles. So we'll look at two quick editorials from the Times of Israel to get a feel for what's going on in the war. What could we expect to see moving forward? And should Israel clear and hold Gaza? And you're saying the most likely on the ground, Times of Israel, this is the most likely that Israel will clear and hold Gaza. You mean to say that Israel will keep on forcing Palestinians outside of their settled territory into temporary refugee camps and keep them there for the foreseeable future, at least till the end of the year. And God forbid, like you're saying, John Mersheimer, the goal is to permanently resettle them outside of Israel, and God forbid, kill them if necessarily. But the article's not going to say directly that, but you could read between the lines. Should Israel clear and hold Gaza? A time will come when Israel must occupy the Strip, finish off Hamas, and take responsibility for the governance of its population. Since overcoming the initial shock of October 7th, Israel has prosecuted the war in Gaza through a remarkably successful series of large-scale raids. The IDF enters one region after another for some days or weeks, destroys terrorist infrastructure, and forces Hamas into very lopsided engagements. Then the IDF withdraws, only to return weeks or months later to repeat the same process. The Israeli approach is clear. clearly been successful, resulting in massive losses for Hamas, while Israeli casualties have been light and relatively few Gazan civilians have died. But American observers such as General Charles Brown and retired General David Petraeus have argued that in order to definitively win the war, Israel must shift to a strategy of clear and hold, taking firm control of the Strip and denying Hamas access to the key resources it needs to reconstitute itself, Gazan civilian population. Clear and hold requires a prolonged Israeli occupation of Gaza. During the period of occupation, the IDF would hunt down Hamas personnel who are hiding among the civilian population while starving out those sheltering in still unfound tunnels. Israel would also have to provide basic services, including healthcare, education, and law enforcement, to Gaza's civilian population and begin to lay the groundwork for the reconstruction of the Strip. Should Israel switch from raiding to clear and hold? In the short run, this isn't even a real question. Israel can ill afford to divert the number of troops required for occupation. Estimates range as high as 50,000 from other missions while it faces the prospect of a major ground war with Hezbollah. Furthermore, as long as Hamas can put up an organized military resistance, establishing a permanent and intrinsically vulnerable military and civil presence in Gaza would result in a large number of Israeli casualties. And yet another problem is that the small but vocal millennialist branch of the Zionist movement may idiotically attempt to reestablish settlements in Gaza, leading to more political acrimony in a country that already has more than its fair share of civil strife. It is only a matter of time, however, before Hamas transitions from resisting Israeli incursions to hiding and hoping to survive to fight another day. And it's just a matter of time before the confrontation in the north is resolved, either through an agreement or through war. At that point, should Israel occupy Gaza, finish off Hamas, and take responsibility for the governance of its population? The answer is yes. This war cannot and will not go on forever. Eventually, they will have to end, and the much discussed day after will begin. There are only real two options for the day after. One is to reinsert the Palestinian Authority into Gaza with its People's Security Forces bolstered by peacekeepers from friendly Arab states. The other is to build Gazan institutions of self-governance, again with the assistance from friendly Arab states and perhaps even Israel's own Arab community. I personally believe that the Gazans themselves should make the choice between these alternatives, but whatever they do or not, one of these two things is going to happen. If Hamas has survived Israel's onslaught, it will have considerable sway over how the day after plays out. Indeed, it is likely that no local solution will be possible if Hamas is still around. It will be too dangerous for anyone to step up and lead. Indeed, a leader of Gaza's influential Dogmash clan, who met with the IDF to discuss local governance, was assassinated by Hamas back in March. For a PA-led solution, once the authority and Arab peacekeepers are on the ground, Israeli military options will be extremely constrained. There will be no more big raids, but peacekeepers will not hunt down Hamas personnel, and neither will the PA's People's Security Forces. The authority will not want to take the casualties and own the optics involved, seeming to do Israel's dirty work. Indeed, the PA will inevitably seek some sort of accommodation with Hamas. Hamas will have survived to fight another day, will correctly claim that it has won the war triggered by the events of October 7th, and will be well on its way to exert influence and perhaps even control over the PA. There will be no final peace agreement, and the region will be well on its way to its next war. Now, if Israel conducts a clear and hold in Gaza, Hamas can actually be eliminated, a local solution becomes possible, and the PA-led solution becomes much more workable. It is a lot easier for the authority and Arab peacekeepers to prevent the reestablishment of Hamas than to disarm and dismantle an existing organization. An effective occupation will take a long time, but be very difficult, require the continued mobilization of large numbers of IDF reserves, and cost a lot of money. But like so many of the actions that Israel and its allies have taken since October 7th, the coming occupation of Gaza there is no alternative. So here you have somewhat like, so these really aren't even sober. This interpretation of what's going to happen in Gaza, the clear and hold, is basically ground campaign. So now 8 months into the war, you're basically saying, well, should we do a ground campaign? And saying Israel has just done the mow the lawn raid strategy. They have not actually taken and held any land, any territory. Maybe they've killed quite a few Hamas fighters. That's even unclear. We have to wait for the dust to settle to see how damaged Hamas is. So Israel could claim victory, it could claim that it's nearly destroyed Hamas. We won't know till there's an end to this. So if there's a peace settlement, negotiated end to it, and Hamas is allowed to regroup, it could be Hamas still has 20,000 fighters. We have no idea. There's no way to know as of now. So, the point about the clear and hold is the ground campaign, like originally what Israel military strategy should have done last October. Like if they had done that last October, the war in northern Gaza may have been over. Saying, well, it's going to take 50,000 troops. Originally, clear and hold, Israel should have went in with a ground campaign in northern Gaza, but it would have taken a lot of troops. There would have been a lot of losses, and Israel didn't want to do it that way. So now, 8 months later, after bombing, displacing, killing tens of thousands of people, maybe even hundreds of thousands, God forbid, they're basically say, well, maybe we should do a ground campaign. And I gotta say, I think that's pretty unlikely. Although what is going to happen if Israel doesn't do the ground campaign, it doesn't look good. So, see, Biden wants to force Israel into a peace agreement that will basically allow Hamas to retake over the Gaza Strip. And how is Israel going to get out of doing this peace agreement, allowing Hamas to retake over the Gaza Strip? Basically, as that last article is saying, well, their only other option is a permanent siege, basically genocide, ethnic cleansing, or allowing Hamas to retake over. So militarily, you say, well, conceivably, Israel could have, in last October, forced everybody into the south, went street by street in the north, and lost thousands of troops to do a ground campaign and completely demilitarize, get Hamas out of northern Gaza. However, they didn't do that. And relatively, whenever this is over, Hamas will still control all of Gaza, including northern Gaza. And they might be able to get a few more kills in, destroy a little bit more infrastructure. But when it's all over, Hamas is going to completely control Gaza. And the only way to change that is to do the ground campaign that the military experts said Israel should have done back in October. And, the unfortunate reality, because of the human rights abuses and the impending, genocide and tens of thousands of people dead, that could even become hundreds of thousands of people dead, Israel will probably just continue to do this mowing the grass, raids, trying, basically starve them out and saying, keep 2 million Gazans in refugee camps, even bombing these refugee camps occasionally, and doing tit-for-tat raids across Gaza, killing a handful of militants every once in a while. So, this disaster situation, and it's the biggest disaster because Israel's not going to win the war. Israel's not going to accomplish, like Gideon Levy was on Al Jazeera today, just saying Israel is not doing anything for its own benefit. There's nothing that's happening in Gaza right now that is beneficial to Israel. And as of now, it appears that Israel is going to force itself into the situation where it could be another endless war. It's going to be another half a year of just endless bloodshed for no benefit because Hamas is basically guaranteed to keep control of Gaza. There's never going to be the day after. Israel's never going to get to move on to Hezbollah and Iran. It's just going to be caught in this forever unwinnable war in Gaza, where the main thing that they accomplish is torturing and killing innocent civilians. AKL, God bless. Yeah, it's unclear. Like Israel, what will they do if they start? Israel might fold. Israel start getting sanctioned, and Israelis with dual citizenship might start fleeing, leaving Israel, and Israel might collapse. I mean, I could see that. I mentioned from the beginning the long-term strategy of the Axis and just the slow game. I mean, God forbid, besides the humanitarian catastrophe and all the unnecessary bloodshed and death in Gaza, that the Axis will win just by letting Israel keep on going with this unwinnable war in Gaza, and Israel will destroy itself. And that's what I see the most likely. That's what Elon Pape, a lot of John Mersheimer, a lot of the experts see as what appears to be the most likely outcome. But let's look at one more article of David Horowitz. Biden's fateful, carefully timed, and highly complex challenge to Netanyahu and Hamas. It seems the PM is being asked to choose between his own interest and Israel's, while Hamas is urged to consent to its own demise. But maybe there's a more limited U.S. game plan. U.S. President Joe Biden's speech Friday, laying out many of the details of Israel's own proposal for a hostage ceasefire deal with Hamas, has created an immensely fateful moment for Israel and a defining choice for Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Urging Hamas to take the offer, Biden attempted to call the terror group's bluff. Hamas says it wants a ceasefire. This deal is an opportunity to prove whether they really mean it. Hamas needs to take the deal and end this war that they began. But it's not so simple, of course. Hamas will only take the deal if it thinks it can survive and rebuild and resume its efforts to destroy Israel. It will only take the deal, in other words, if it believes it can avoid precisely what Biden specified would be the consequence: a better day after in Gaza without Hamas in power, and a Gaza rebuilt in a manner that does not allow Hamas to return. By urging Israel's leadership to stand behind the deal, meanwhile, Biden hinted at the challenge he was presenting to Netanyahu at what he called truly a decisive moment, a comprehensive approach that starts with this deal and brings hostages home will lead to a more secure Israel, Biden argued. Once concluded, the ceasefire and hostage deal would unlock for Israel the possibility of a great deal more progress, including calm for Israel's northern border with Lebanon, a potential historic normalization agreement with Saudi Arabia, and a regional security network to counter the threat posed by Iran. With so much potential benefit, why then would the president have felt the imperative to implore Netanyahu to stick with a proposal that the prime minister and his war cabinet colleagues, Defense Minister Yoav Gallant and Minister Benny Gantz, had themselves unanimously approved and only just conveyed to Hamas? The proposal set out by Biden is indeed a deal we agreed to, Netanyahu's advisor Ofer Falk confirmed on Saturday, in case anyone believed the U.S. president was misrepresenting that core fact. The answer is a matter of Netanyahu's personal interest, his domestic political needs, and a genuinely destiny-shaping national priorities. Netanyahu's moment of truth. Personally advancing his war cabinet's proposal gives Netanyahu the prospect of avoiding arrest on the order of International Criminal Court. It guarantees him a rapturous bipartisan welcome for his imminent joint address in Congress, an invitation confirmed not coincidentally shortly after Biden delivered his speech, and it offers him the potential to remake his entire legacy, from the prime minister who failed to prevent the catastrophe of October 7th to the leader who battled back from the disaster, and the way Biden tells it set Israel on the course of long-term security regional integration. As for his domestic political dilemma, that has already begun to play out. Biden may have timed his address from the start of Sabbath in Israel in order to give Netanyahu 24-hour breathing space during which he might begin to work out his political path ahead. And as soon as Shabbos was over, some in the government coalition indeed made clear, precisely as Biden had envisaged, that they will not agree with the plan and will call for the war to continue indefinitely. The heads of the coalition's two far-right parties, Religious Zionism's Bezalel Smotrich and Otzma Yehudit's Itamar Ben-Gvir, declared that the terms approved by the war cabinet they had themselves voted to establish were unacceptable, and they promised to bolt and thus bring down their own Netanyahu-led government. National Unity, headed by Gantz, by contrast, called for an urgent convening of the war cabinet in order to advance the process, highlighting the return of hostages as the most urgent of the war's priority. Gantz was potentially setting aside the ultimatum he delivered on May 18th to quit the coalition by June 8th if Netanyahu does not take urgent strategic decisions on the war, and Yair Lapid, the opposition leader, insisted that Israel must do this deal now before the hostages die there, and reiterated his promise to provide Netanyahu with a political safety net to ensure that the government does not fall over this issue. Netanyahu's political and indeed personal problem is that Ben-Gvir and Smotrich have 14 seats between them, and his coalition will not long survive without them. Gantz is a rival, not an ally, whose party has just 8 Knesset seats, and the people take down that safety net as soon as any hostage ceasefire deal is completed. If and when the two far-right parties go, Netanyahu's dependable majority goes with them, which brings us to the next fateful decision for Israel that Biden is pushing Netanyahu to face. Hamas destroyed. The president did not only spell out the extraordinary benefits Israel stands to gain if the deal goes through and the dramatic long-term improvement it could enable for Israel's fundamental, even existential, regional and global reality, he also assured the people of Israel that they can make this offer without any further risk to their own security because they've devastated Hamas forces over the past 8 months. At this point, Hamas is no longer capable of carrying out another October 7th, one of the Israelis' main objectives in this war, and quite frankly, a righteous one. We can't lose this moment, the president further said. Indefinite war is a pursuit of an unidentified notion of total victory will only bog down Israel and Gaza, draining the economic, military, and human resources, and furthering Israel's isolation in the world. Hamas has been markedly reduced as a fighting force, and it could probably not have carried out another October 7th for very soon after October 7th, once the IDF had belatedly mobilized, had Hezbollah chosen to join in full force. In the early days of the war, however, there's no knowing what the two terrorist armies could have achieved in simultaneous conflict fought on two fronts. But as recently as last week, the U.S.'s own intel was reportedly assessing that only 30 to 35% of Hamas's gunmen have been killed, and that some 65% of the terror group's tunnels are still intact. It is simply not clear from the details of the Israeli proposal that Biden disclosed quite how Hamas is to be further dismantled, if at all. And by extension, therefore, it is also not clear at this stage how Netanyahu could have squared approving the Israeli proposal complete with what Biden specified as his provisions for a permanent end to the hostilities. In the second phase of the deal with the English language statement on Saturday afternoon, in which the prime minister insisted Israel's condition for ending the war had not changed, the destruction of Hamas's military and governing capabilities, the freeing of all hostages, and ensuring that Gaza no longer poses a threat to Israel. Israel, Netanyahu further stressed in the statement, will continue to insist these conditions are met before a permanent ceasefire is put in place. The notion that Israel will agree to a permanent ceasefire before these conditions are fulfilled is a non-starter. When, how, and how much more is Hamas to be destroyed if Israel's hostage ceasefire offer provides for a permanent end to hostilities? Biden provided a partial potential answer by saying if Hamas fails to fulfill its commitments under the deal, Israel can resume military operations. Yet he rather undermined this reassurance when adding in the very next sentence, but Egypt and Qatar have assured me, and they are continuing to work to ensure that Hamas doesn't do that. That would seem to imply that Hamas would still be capable of posing a substantive threat should it choose to do so. Biden's detailed exposition of the Israeli proposal, 3 phases, also did not include specific references to Hamas's demand for the release of all security prisoners recaptured since the 2011 Chile prisoner exchange, or to Hamas's insistence that it would choose which life-term murderous terrorists go free in the early deal in exchange for female hostage Israeli soldiers, or to Hamas's rejection of Israel's demand for a veto on major terrorists being released into the West Bank, a combination of Hamas demands that are plainly calculated to spark escalated targets against Israeli targets in and from the West Bank. The missing details. The U.S. president have indicated that the Israeli proposal is a highly detailed 4.5-page document that presumably addresses all these life and death aspects of potential accord with a barbaric terrorist organization that was wreaked unthinkable harm on Israel and fully intends to do so again if it can. There will be differences on the specific details that need to be worked out. Biden acknowledges that's natural, but he stressed if Hamas comes to negotiate ready to deal, then Israel's negotiators must be given a mandate, the necessary flexibility to close that deal. Indeed, they must. First, Netanyahu has to decide whether he's prepared to jettison the would-be Gaza occupying extremists he brought into the heart of his government and stand behind the proposal that he approved in the long-term vital interest of the nation. Then he has to ensure Israel's negotiators have the mandate to finalize a hostage ceasefire accord that does in fact bring home all the hostages and ensure that Hamas is dismantled. But even that may not be enough because Israel's proposal, as specified by Netanyahu and partly unveiled by Biden on Saturday night, requires Hamas to consent to its own effective demise. And why, one must ask, would it agree to do that? A more limited goal. All of the above brings us to the possibility, I stress the possibility, that Biden himself and his team do not actually envisage the Israeli proposal playing out as specified and are in fact seeking more immediate goals with only a vaguer hope of long-term fateful change. The Israel-Hamas conflict is a zero-sum game. Israel wants to destroy Hamas. Hamas wants to survive and get back to destroying Israel. Neither side will agree to terms that definitely thwart its core goals. By extension, therefore, complete clarity from Biden would have doomed the deal he is more realistically trying to achieve, which may be for the implementation of the first phase, but perhaps only the first phase of a hostage truce agreement. That way, at least many of the living hostages get to come home from Hamas captivity. That way, just possibly too, a modicum of calm is restored at Israel's northern border. That way, more humanitarian aid enters Gaza. Global hostility to Israel recedes at least a little. Smotrich and Ben-Gvir leave the coalition and Gantz stays. All good news for the Biden administration's point of view, and it believes from Israel's too. Even this more limited process does not obviate the dangers of Hamas securing the release early in phase one of extremely dangerous terror chiefs into the West Bank, a marked escalation of terror from that front, and Hamas terminating the deal early with very few hostages released. But let's get phase one moving. Could conceivably be the U.S. game plan, with the additional hope that the start of the process could itself yield further benefits. Sounds like a long shot. Maybe that's all the American administration feels it has right now. Okay, so apologies, might blow my nose again, and I'll make some final comments on the war, and then we'll go into these articles. And basically, like President Trump told Khabib, he's going to bring the war to an end. The U.S. is likely to be forced to pull the plug very soon. Israel could continue after the plug is pulled, and you basically do the siege and raids and the continued humanitarian catastrophe. And unfortunately, that seems the most likely option. Yeah, I don't think I'm sick. I just got a runny nose. I think it's sinuses, something. I saw the New York Times, like sinuses are getting worse. Like spring flowers. I was gardening. I'm not sure, but no, I don't think I'm sick at all. I think I have a runny nose. Yeah, but Israel's taking more risk recently. So, like John's saying, like Israel at this point is, getting clear, like either they have to accept a ceasefire, allow Hamas to retake control of Gaza, or they have to do a ground invasion. And so they stepped up the ground invasion a little bit, but really just a little bit. And it's still like, even at this point, 8 months of the siege, bombing, Israel would still probably lose over 10,000 soldiers if it did a ground campaign. And the likelihood of Israel doing that is extremely small. There would be mutiny in Israel. Hundreds of thousands of Israelis would leave. Israel could completely fall. However, Israel can probably for another year, maybe more, withstand international condemnation and continue the siege and bombing. So, like, if the U.S. cuts off the military aid to Israel, they've probably already given Israel enough weapons that it can continue basically doing what it's doing for another year. So, personally, I think that's the most likely option. I mean, you can't predict the future. You say there's probabilities, there's possibilities. But say the most likely is Israel will not do a ground invasion. They will not reach a ceasefire, and we'll just have a continuation of this humanitarian catastrophe. And maybe eventually Western nations or Egypt will be forced to take hundreds of thousands of Palestinian refugees. So that's the most likely option. And you're saying, well, Israel's just going to keep at it. You look like Wayne State, the protests, they arrested the protesters, they shut us down. They're going to go on with the genocide. And eventually, Western nations are like, oh, we can't stand up to Israel. We can't stop them from doing that. And there might be a mass Gazan refugee crisis where hundreds of thousands of Gazans are taken into the West. And there might be another renewed push for refugees into Egypt. I mean, so RT was making, had some article about a new like global banking new loan agreement that they're trying to include a deal to take Gazan refugees. So, like John Mersheimer is basically saying, Israel wants to keep the pressure on the Gazans for as long as possible with the hopes of getting them to leave and never come back. And you have a term like Hamas just hopes to survive. He's saying, well, the Gazans just hope to survive, to not be killed or forced to leave. And, could Israel continue this type situation for another year or two? Likely. So even if the U.S. completely cut off Israel, you start having almost unanimous international condemnation of Israel. ICC declares, not only Israel, like Netanyahu and Gallant, war criminals, but starts declaring hundreds, thousands of Israelis war criminals. Start bringing war criminal cases against thousands of Israelis that have been, killed people or active part of the war. Israel could still probably carry on its strategy for another year. And unfortunately, that looks like the most likely options. And the most likely option is that people are just going to continue to keep on doing what they're doing. So, Israel could still do a ground campaign. God forbid they could move to genocide, just start, killing civilians en masse. Israel can't really do an ethnic cleansing. The ethnic cleansing, God forbid Israel could do a genocide. It can't do an ethnic cleansing. The ethnic cleansing is dependent on other nations allowing the Palestinians to come in. So Israel could try to militarily take the Sinai Peninsula, take over Rafah on the Egyptian side, and force the Palestinians into the Sinai Peninsula. And I say that's unlikely, but that's also possible. Or, at some point, Israel just gives Gaza back to Hamas, makes a peace deal, and Hamas rebuilds up. They might try to continue the siege. Maybe there's enough international pressure that they can't continue the siege. So if there's enough international pressure they can't continue the siege, can Hamas rearm to pose a serious military threat to Israel even in the next few years? Like if there's a ceasefire and then Israel wants to continue the siege on Gaza, but the forced negotiations, the ceasefire don't allow that to happen. So there's, a lot of unknowns and, God forbid, disaster. So, pray for better things. But, kind of like the Gazan students, I wanted to support the local Palestinian students here and saying the best thing, protest, have your voices heard, but really the best thing you could do is get ahead, get an education, um, the will to power, continue your path to power, and the protests are having some effect, but doing good in school, getting educated, will probably have a bigger effect. And it's an unfortunate situation to say there's nothing you can do about it. The genocide is going to continue. You could complain, make your voice heard, be a dissident, but there's really nothing you could do about it. That's a hard reality to accept. You pray to God. So I'll keep covering it. So talk about it. I might go to some local events, but God forbid. So let's continue with the research. So Shaul Magid became a very important scholar, and I've read through his work in the past, and okay, so it needs this long access code. This might be temporary access, so you got this long oh no, I'm sorry. Here's the shortest version of this link I could get. Okay, so Shaul Magid, prolific author, Balchuva, Hasidic Balchuva, served in the IDF, wrote books on Meir Kahana, on Hasidus, a whole bunch of topics. Most recent book on Zionism, and now he's calling a new term, Judeopessimism. Judeopessimism, anti-Semitism, history, and critical race theory. Judeopessimism, anti-Semitism, history, and critical race theory. This essay coins the term Judeopessimism, engaging questions of some of the contemporary writings on anti-Semitism, and it's claimed to be historical in nature through the lens of critical race theory, specifically Afro-pessimism and its offshoots, which makes claims of anti-blackness as political ontology. And some of this writing on anti-Semitism really making theological or political ontological claims of eternal anti-Semitism refracted in less volatile historical narrative? How can critical race theory and its understanding of anti-blackness help refine, clarify, and push the discussion of anti-Semitism to be more forthright about its underlying claims? I explore some of the examples of ontological anti-Semitisms in the writing of Meir Kahana and Naftali Tzvi Berlin, who each in different ways offer ahistorical and even ontological views of anti-Semitism that are mostly shunned by contemporary writing on the subject, and suggest that Afro-pessimism offers a helpful way to see beyond the historical veil of how anti-Semitism is understood today. So, Duvid, the quote, James Baldwin, we must tell the truth till we can no longer bear it. So, Duvid looks at it more from a theory of mind perspective and group conflict. Shaul Magid still doesn't look at the Kevin McDonald approach, nor the heavy details of theory of mind. So just say, well, hatred is a natural emotion, and from predictive processing, people perceive group differences and group conflict, and that causes hatred, of which anti-Semitism is just one form. And say, well, and to separate, well, people have the right to hate. Hate is a natural emotion, and you could stand up for laws, protections. You say, okay, well, you could hate me, you just can't commit a crime against me. And you say, well, is hating me a crime? And these questions of the use and abuse of anti-Semitism. So let's try to add a little scholarship to the issue with the new research of Shaul Magid. Introduction. When did Jews begin to think of anti-Semitism as a problem? While that may seem like an intentionally provocative question, I ask it in all seriousness. The term anti-Semitism was coined in the mid-19th century by Moritz Steinschneider and popularized soon after by Wilhelm Marr in 1881. Since then, however, Jewish discussions of anti-Semitism tend to presume it extends back to the more distant past, whether as Jew hatred or anti-Judaism or already anti-Semitism, and that in some sense it was already a problem before the 19th century and perhaps even as long as there have been Jews. If we define anti-Semitism as the hatred of the Jew qua Jew, ancient antecedents may not quite fit, but by the time we get to the Middle Ages, certainly in Christendom, Jews are certainly hated distinctly as Jews, and perhaps in terms of Judenhass is most apt, but it is not clear that Jews saw that as a problem that could be solved by either social or even political means. Most seem to have viewed that hatred either as part of an exilic punishment or as an eternal truth about non-Jews, as suggested by the rabbinic dictum rendering of Esau hates Jacob, which I will discuss below. In the fantastical 3 pericope of the Talmud Sanhedrin 111a, God said to Israel, I promise not to enable the nations to persecute you too much. More than enough. Persecution seems to be taken here as a covenantal inevitability, maybe even necessity to purify the collective Jewish soul in preparation for the final redemption. By this logic, non-Jewish hatred is simply an inevitable part of Jewish history. What celebrated Jewish historian Salo Baron called its lachrymosity. A different approach emerges among Jews during the modern era after emancipation, as many Jews now wanted to be part of European societies in which they lived. In fact, scholars such as Hannah Arendt and David Engel have argued from different perspectives, anti-Semitism as we know it today likely emerged as a byproduct of emancipation. Wilhelm Marr popularly coined the term anti-Semitism in his 1862 essay, The Way to Victory of Germanism over Judaism. In some way, anti-Semitism emerges as a concept precisely when Jews begin to see the hatred of the Jew qua Jew as a problem that needed to be solved and could be solved. That is something that requires social and political intervention in order for emancipation to be successful. And yet the older theological approaches of suffering as a constitutive part of the exile remain largely within traditional Jewish circles, but not only. My suggestion here, in fact, is that the rabbinic idea that hatred of the Jew defines the non-Jew always and everywhere still informs much of the Jewish discussion of anti-Semitism to this day. Even in discussions that seem to be historical or focused on how best to resolve or eradicate it, Hannah Arendt notes in her unfinished essay from the 1930s, Anti-Semitism. There have been numerous attempts to blur the fundamental difference and downplay the historical dissimilarities between the full scope of the medieval hatred of the Jews on the one hand and the scope of modern anti-Semitism on the other. What is thereby achieved is nothing less than abstract the Jewish question out of the historical process. Both medieval barbarism and everlasting anti-Semitism leave Jews without any hope, and talk about everlasting anti-Semitism simply goes one step further and casts us out of human history entirely. Martin Bergman, son of Israeli philosopher Shmuel Hugo Bergman, concurs in an essay from 1939. Similarly, the historical approach does not meet the problem, because all it does is establish a chronology of occurrences. There is no warrant for the assumption that the earliest occurrence of anti-Jewish hostility is necessarily the fanzet original of a single and consistent tendency manifesting itself in all subsequent occurrences. Bergman's essay is not widely known, yet this often reflexive phenomenon continues to this day. My question here is not about the origins of anti-Semitism, nor how to solve it. Rather, I'm interested in how Jews, especially today, write about anti-Semitism, its place in the Jewish popular imagination, and its uses by Jews in our contemporary world. Part of what I want to investigate is the tension in how anti-Semitism is simultaneously viewed as a historical phenomenon, best understood contextually, as all historical phenomena are, and as an ahistorical, if not ontological principle, which is, even on some theological readings, as we will see, not only inevitable but necessary. I began this inquiry in an unlikely place, in the early writings of militant American Rabbi Meir Kahane. Kahane was the founder in 1968 of the Jewish Defense League and founder of the Israeli political party Kach in 1971. He was eventually elected to the Israeli parliament in 1984 and removed in 1986 by a racism law legislated just for him. The reason I begin here is that anti-Semitism really occupies the center of Kahana's political agenda and religious ideology, and his views are regrettably still very much operative, even as his tactics have been shunned. In his 1971 breakout book, Never Again, that sold over 100,000 copies in the first year of its publication, Kahana stresses that the most startling thing about the Holocaust was that Jews were surprised by it. For him, the Holocaust was distinctive only in its expanse, not in its program, and not in its goal. Anti-Semitism, as he sees it, is simply part of the DNA of the non-Jew. Their hatred of the Jews needs no explanation and can find no solution. It is more like a natural law. Kahana writes, I only know that those who say the Holocaust cannot happen again are fools, or blind, or both. I only know that the haters look upon the Jew as the enemy. I only know that the Jew is the first to go in any Holocaust, and the economic envy and religious hatred and irrationality of Jew baiting are here. And above all, let us understand that people in the best of times do not like Jews, and the people in America today do not like Jews. It's not a thing that is logical, and one who cannot understand it had better search his own psychological condition. For ages we have sought to diagnose the condition in the hope of finding a cure, and we have failed. In the end, we are left with the resigned words of Reb Shimon Bar Yochai, it is a natural law that Esau hates Jacob. By his logic, the historians who attempted to understand the Holocaust have failed, because anti-Semitism for Kahana is not historical or structural, it is woven into the very fabric of human civilization. It is constitutive of the non-Jew, and thus will always be part of any non-Jewish world in which Jews choose to live. For Kahana, anti-Semitism can never be eradicated, only managed, and thus he offers a way to counter its violence through the deterrent of Jewish militancy. What Ardent called eternal anti-Semitism is for Kahana, and I would add for many who would never side with Kahana's solution, woven into God's covenant with Israel, as we will see below under the Midrashic adage, Esau hates Jacob. It was when trying to understand Kahana's view of anti-Semitism that I first coined the term Judeopessimism, an analogy to the position of Afro-pessimism current in Black studies and critical race theory. Here I would like to develop this further, suggesting that the conversation with Black studies can offer a productive way towards more critical approaches to anti-Semitism and the Jewish discourse around it today. Why Black studies, or as some prefer, Black study? My aim here is not to juxtapose two constructs of navigating difference simply because it has been done, or to suggest that all forms of hatred are the same. Rather, I found that in Black studies, some of the most sophisticated theoretical thinking about difference and marginality, history and ontology, inclusion and exclusion, servitude and freedom present in today's academy. Alternatively, with some notable exceptions, even the most celebrated treatment of anti-Semitism have tended to be sorely under-theorized among scholars of Jewish studies. By contrast, recent work in Black studies has been marked by serious considerations of the consequences of the failure to theorize anti-Blackness and thus to misunderstand the nature of whiteness that is committed to keeping Blacks on the margins of society as otherly human or not human at all, not because of racism in the sense we conventionally understand it as bias or prejudice, but because anti-Blackness is particular and constitutive of human civilizations as such, showing the failure of liberal ideas or tolerance and representation to diffuse anti-Blackness. Such thinking thus moves beyond the conventional solutions found in civil rights or Black nationalism. Decoupling theory from the search for solutions, some scholars in Black studies and critical race theory more generally have embarked on a theoretical project of discovering anti-Blackness as a key to understanding difference as categorical, in some cases even ontological, rather than simply historical or circumstantial. And perhaps most importantly, they've done so in ways that resist the hegemonic white gaze. At first sight, Jewish reflection on anti-Semitism might seem quite different. Both scholarly and popular works on the topic, for instance, tend to be framed as historical surveys oriented towards present-day solutions, or at least the possibility of such solutions. Part of what I found in Meir Kahana, however, is that his views on anti-Semitism are more widespread than they might seem. Today, Kahana's positions of militancy is summarily rejected in the polite company of diaspora Jews who live with the post-emancipatory belief that Jews can successfully integrate into the societies in which they live. This arguably serves as the very raison d'etre of American Jewry. In general, American Jews reject Kahana's militancy as illiberal and immoral, but if anti-Semitism can only be managed and never resolved, as Kahana maintained, the project of modernity will ultimately fail the Jews. Kahana said precisely this, but many Jews today in America would not agree. But the current discussion of anti-Semitism both claims to say this, and not to say this, anti-Semitism is treated as historical, but also implied to be inevitable or eternal. The term Hannah Arendt evokes and then rejects in her Origins of Totalitarianism, all without explaining how both can be true at the same time. And this fissure is most ubiquitous in popular books on the topic written largely by Jews, perhaps for Jews. To cite a few recent examples, Dara Horn's People Love Dead Jews, Reports from a Haunted Present, Deborah Lipstadt's Antisemitism, Here and Now, Barry Weiss, How to Fight Antisemitism, and David Baddiel's Jews Don't Count. Each in a different way seems to address historical context while implying, or certainly gesturing towards, the eternalist argument that remains unsaid. This is even more the case with more scholarly works such as Robert Wistrick's A Lethal Obsession, Anti-Semitism from Antiquity to the Global Jihad. On the need for an eternalist claim, Arendt opines quite provocatively, Jews concerned with the survival of their people would, in a curious, desperate misinterpretation, hit on the consoling idea that anti-Semitism, after all, might be an excellent means for keeping the people together, so that the assumption of eternal anti-Semitism would even imply an eternal guarantee of Jewish existence. The implication, as I understand Arendt, is that the disappearance of anti-Semitism would be a threat to Jewish existence. My claim to this essay is that through the lens of critical race theory more generally and Afro-pessimism in general, we can expose and begin to investigate an under-theorized fissure in the contemporary Jewish discussion of anti-Semitism. My concern is not to understand anti-Semitism itself, but to first understand the nature of the Jewish discourse about it and the cultural work that it does for Jews today. My claim is not that anti-Semitism and anti-Blackness are parallel, nor is it my intention to compare them. Rather, I suggest that critical study of anti-Blackness enables us to grapple with the unspoken tension in contemporary Jewish discussions of anti-Semitism that treat it simultaneously as a historically contingent and ahistorically inevitable phenomenon. Or in other words, what makes some contemporary writing on anti-Semitism sound more like Kahana than its authors would like to admit. Reading Kahana as a Jewish theorist of anti-Semitism, and I would suggest a Judeopessimist in the sense we are first taken back to those rabbinic teachings that most shaped the views in the Middle Ages. As I've noted, this Jewish view of non-Jewish hatred of Jews does not consider it as a problem in search of this worldly solution, certainly not the way moderns do, but rather as a matter of conventional consequences. Of course, rabbinic teaching itself is not univocal on this or any matter, but two examples were especially influential. First is a perennialist understanding of anti-Semitism as coterminous with divine election. In some rabbinic sources, the fact that the non-Jewish world holds animus towards the Jew is taken as a sign of divine favor, even a condition of divine election. We find this most overtly and startlingly in a medieval midrash on Exodus chapter 3, playing on the etymological similitude between three words, Shneh, bush as in burning bush, Sinai, Mount Sinai, the place of revelation, and Zina, the Hebrew word for hatred. This midrash comments on God appearing to Moses in the burning bush, or Sneh. Why in the bush? Because Israel will be ensnared in the thorns of servitude in the future. Why bush Sneh? Because in the future Israel will receive the Torah at Sinai. This is the language of Sinai, hatred. This is the hatred of the Gentile. The Midrash uses the standard form of idolater will descend upon Israel because of Sinai. Significantly, Shlomo ben Yitzchak, better known as Rashi, in a gloss on the related passage in the Talmud, Shabbos 89a, suggests that the hatred towards the Jew is the result of the non-Jew not receiving the Torah. That is, it is an exercise in jealousy. Other medieval thinkers suggest that this gesture towards non-Jewish hatred of the Jew as a result of Jews sinning in the future. In any event, the Midrash suggests that the hatred of the Jews, qua Jews, what we now reflexively call anti-Semitism, emerged with the moment of divine election at Sinai. In fact, by this logic, anti-Semitism confirms Israel's election, hatred of the non-elect being the inevitable consequence of election, a point Spinoza made in a slightly different, more psychological register. Spinoza posited the claims of election will naturally evoke enmity. The Midrash in Pesikta Zutarta offers a more theological rendering, claiming that such enmity is produced by the very fact of Sinai. The second rabbinic example is the maxim Esau hates Jacob, cited by Kahana, which I will suggest is especially important for understanding the covert ontology of anti-Semitism that survives the advent of modernity. In traditional Jewish circles, the phrase Esau hates Jacob is often deployed as a theological maxim to define anti-Semitism. The phrase itself is not biblical, but comes from an early midrashic text, Sifrei to the Book of Numbers. The content is a comment on Genesis 33:4. Esau ran to meet Jacob. He embraced him, falling on his neck. He kissed him, and they wept. The verse has an unusual series of dots above the word, and he kissed him. And this extra punctuation prompts questioning of whether Esau's kiss was sincere. Rabbinic sage Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai is credited with the response that it is a well-known halacha that Esau hates Jacob. Nevertheless, at that instance, Esau becomes merciful and kissed him sincerely. In subsequent Jewish thinking, Esau hates Jacob was treated as a theological maxim, including into modernity. For example, one of the leading halakhic authorities in the second half of the 20th century, Moshe Feinstein, notes in a respondum, why is the word halakha relevant here in the Midrash? It is because just as halakha never changes, so also Esau's hatred of Jacob never changes. More recently, contemporary Orthodox Rabbi Emanuel Feldman pushes the point even further. It is a universal law. Esau hates Jacob. This is one halakha that Esau maintains religiously, especially in Feldman's interpretation of halakha as universal law. This dictum comes close to an ontological claim about anti-Semitism as constituent of the non-Jew. But was this always the case? In his 1967 essay, Esau as a symbol of early medieval thought, Gershon Cohn shows how Esau Edom, well, it may have simply meant Rome in the rabbinic iteration, eventually comes to represent medieval Christendom, which is still an imperial rather than theological claim, but one now tied to Christianity as Israel's main adversary. When did Esau become a symbol for all non-Jews, such that the claim of hatred could be taken beyond any specific religious, historical, political, or territorial context as a universal law about the non-Jew? In a sweeping 2019 study, Jacob and Esau, a Jewish-European story between nation and empire, Malachi Cohen argues that it is the late 19th century in Yiddish and nationalistic Jewish literature when Esau solidifies as the goy, that is, the undifferentiated non-Jew. Esau returned as a major literary tapos in Jewish national literature. He cast divergent figures in their Yiddish works. Russian and Polish acculturated Jewish writers adopted popular conceptions of Esau for the rabbinic idiom and turned them into ethnic ones. Esau emerged as the goy, the non-Jew, the quintessential other. Zionist writer Chaim Nachman Bialik provided the equivalent in Hebrew, as did other authors. At first sight, the modern Jewish discussion on anti-Semitism might seem to mark a departure from these views. It tends, for instance, to discuss its history and context rather than outlining ahistorical or theological truths. To focus on history is to assume that non-Jews are different from one another and mostly tolerant in modern liberal societies, such that any sort of bias and hatred is an aberration or exceptional in need of explanation and contextualization. But I suggest that we find these same ahistorical ideals underlying much contemporary Jewish writing about anti-Semitism. Such as admission is rarely voiced, as it does not adhere to modern sensibilities of Jewish identity and difference. Yet much of the medieval view still remains serendipitously operative, even as modern Jews began to articulate anti-Semitism as a problem to be solved. Okay, yeah, Oswald, always a pleasure. It could be. You have to look into that for a different time. But props to Shaul Magid for this great article. So it's got a minion here, so let's keep it going. Anti-Semitism. Jews today are mostly confused about anti-Semitism. In fact, it is arguably this confusion that generates endless writing about it. As I see it, the confusion is founded on the following assumption. Historically, anti-Semitism seems to be everywhere and always, in places where Jews reside, in many places where they do not, in places where they're excluded from society, and in places where they're integrated into society. Many Jewish thinkers explore in painful detail the instances, trends, and disastrous impact of anti-Semitism through history, but the problem of the trans-historical, everywhere and always veiled in the historical, is rarely analyzed or theorized. This arguably serves as an impetus for David Nuremberg's study, Anti-Judaism of the Western Tradition. On the one hand, this is understandable. Such claims do not cohere with modern Jewish goals of integration and normalization, and historians in general are mostly uncomfortable with trans-historical, decontextualized claims. On the other hand, what many of these studies show is that anti-Semitism seems to resist any single explanation. Historians have shown how Jews exercising different sometimes produces anti-Semitism, but so do Jews in assimilation, Jews being nationalists, and Jews being universalists, capitalists, and communists. All these seem to have sparked anti-Semitism. Are these all the same end? If so, from a historical perspective, what does it mean for determining the why of anti-Semitism? I reconsider the historical study of anti-Semitism in conversation with trans-historical understandings of anti-blackness and critical race theory, looking to Afro-pessimism theorists who see whiteness and blackness in political ontological terms. On this, Jared Sexton notes that Afro-pessimism moves from the empirical to the structural, or more precisely, from the experiential to the political ontology, especially insofar as the question of differential racialization or complexity of racial hierarchy makes recourse to the comparative history and social science. I'm neither advocating nor rejecting these claims with respect to race. What I'm suggesting is that these theories offer a useful point of conversation, a potentially productive juxtaposition with Jewish approaches to anti-Semitism. Afro-pessimism, in particular, takes the problem of trans-historical nature of anti-blackness head-on, offering one model of how to theorize outside of history and theology about hatreds that transcend specific times and places, and that can even structure entire identities and cultures. As I've stated at the outset, my concern here is not with what anti-Semitism is, but rather how it's perceived and presented by Jews today. And part of my suggestion is that the discussion both by Jews and within Jewish studies is distinct, for instance, from the parallel Christian discussion, which is guided by other concerns. For the Jewish discussion, I suggest that one can distinguish three approaches: the first historical, the second structural, and the third ontological. And I would say, as Scott Urry suggests, one cannot overestimate the extent to which Zionism, often unmentioned, drives much of the current writing on anti-Semitism. The first understands instances of anti-Semitism as product of historical circumstances that produce attitudes of animus or hatred towards Jews or cultivate notions of Jewish otherness. The second claim that these antagonisms run deeper than historical circumstances and are embedded in the very structure of how society is constructed, thus accounting for their recurrent character. Historical instantiations thus reflect a structural flaw in society, sometimes driven by religious, sometimes by culture, sometimes by racialization. The third, the ontological, is the most ambiguous, but also the most devastating. It suggests there is something in the very nature of social reality that produces such hatred. This can sometimes be explained metaphysically, as we find in pre-modernity, but more often regarding anti-Semitism is viewed theologically. In addition, one physical, even medical, example can be found in the writings of Leo Pinsker. In his widely read essay, Auto-Emancipation, he writes that Judeophobia, anti-Semitism was not yet a widely used term, is not only a psychic aberration, but an incurable hereditary social disease. What is striking in my view is the degree to which the ontological and even psychic physical explanation often lurks beneath the first two. One important recent exception is the Jewish historian David Engel, who suggested in his essay Away from the Definition of Anti-Semitism that the study of anti-Semitism as a historical phenomenon must remain delimited to its terminological genesis in 19th century Germany in response to the resistance some German intellectuals had to Jewish emancipation. Hannah Arendt makes a similar argument in her essay Anti-Semitism cited above. Notwithstanding these interventions, however, it remains common to conflate them all into a singular anti-Semitism. Erasing these distinctions, that would make examples each contingent on specific circumstance or cultural context. Engel posits the problem as a lack of historical rigor. My question is, what if the ahistorical erasure of such distinction is not haphazard, but rather intentional and calculated? Before a deeper analysis of this problem, I offer a brief introduction to Afro-pessimism in this context. Afro-pessimism. In trying to explore this question, I found it useful to look at Afro-pessimist theorists like Frank Wilderson, Gerard Sexton, Saidiya Hartman, and others who are quite explicit in embracing claims about ahistorical patterns, or what George Weddington calls political ontology. Wilderson, for instance, is in part reading cultural theorist Sylvia Waitner, posits that the civilization position of anti-blackness or anti-black solidarity that permeates the construction of whiteness as a purportedly neutral state of being human. His claim is on the level of political ontology in this sense, since, as Weddington put it, Afro-pessimism describes blackness not as solely a question of difference, but a political positionality that exists outside of, but also essential to, the construction of humanity. And this comes close to Derek Bell's notion of racial realism from a legal perspective, that racism is a permanent structural feature of the United States law. This is not to say that whites are by definition anti-black. It is rather to claim that whiteness is at least in part produced by anti-blackness, and the structural antagonism is constitutive of civilization, at least in its modern Western expressions, and especially in the United States. I will argue below that much of the Jewish discussion of anti-Semitism is marked by parallel assumptions that are pervasive but remain largely unspoken. The dominant public discourse on anti-blackness in the United States was long dominated by white liberal models of approaching all forms of minority inequality as easily surmountable barriers to inevitable progress, thus focusing on solutions through rights, access, and representation. But more than half a century after the civil rights movement, the focus on white tolerance and black representation has not solved inequality. Afro-pessimists are among the most prominent thinkers to focus instead on black theorizing of blackness and anti-blackness. As Jared Sexton stresses, Afro-pessimism is thus a claim but also a positionality that is more about seeing the world from a position that does not assume that whiteness speaks neutrally or universally to what is human. By asserting white supremacy doesn't quite get to the claim of Afro-pessimists like Wilderson who go beyond historical discussions about slavery as well as structural claims about economics and incarceration laws in American society. For them, the focus is anti-blackness rather than white supremacy. The former is constitutive of the latter. By this measure, anti-blackness is viewed as categorically distinct from other forms of racism and bias, certainly in America, but also uniquely constitutive. This is not a distinguishing factor between Afro-pessimism and other forms of critical race theory. Sexton, regarding reading Du Bois, writes, the color line, as it were, operates here as the division of the world into regions of blackness and non-blackness, or slavery contrasted to forms of freedom, including the possessive investment in whiteness rather than whiteness and non-whiteness. Wilderson echoes this sentiment when he says that the structure of the world's semantic field is sutured by anti-black solidarity, and it is this sense that their claim becomes explicitly ontological. As Huey Copeland recently put it, Afro-pessimism at once reveals and reckons with the modern world's fundamentally anti-black antagonism, which in political ontological terms structurally positions the blacks as the slave, the void, the site of non-capacity that makes possible whiteness, relationality, in a word, the world itself. The claim is minimally a structural one about the anti-blackness of America that cannot be remedied through legislation, but maximally it moves to the realm of the ahistorical. Wilderson offers a particular stark, even dark articulation of Afro-pessimism as founded on a comprehensive and iconoclastic claim that blackness is coterminous with slaveness, blackness is social death, which is to say there was never a prior meta moment of plenitude, never equilibrium, never a moment of social life. On his reading, blackness and slaveness are inextricably bound in such a way that whereas slaveness can be separated from blackness, blackness cannot exist other than slaveness. His point is that Afro-pessimism is founded on a political ontological claim of anti-blackness, which he distinguishes from racism more broadly, upon which human civilization, and not just America, is founded. There are humans and there are blacks. Wilderson writes, blacks are not human subjects, but instead structurally inert props, implements for the execution of white and non-black fantasies and sadomasochistic pleasures. For Wilderson, anti-blackness is not a social dynamic, but a requisite component of social life. And slavery is not exclusively a historical phenomenon, but a relational dynamic. It defines blackness. On this reading is not that blacks were slaves, it is that they will always be slaves because that is their civilizational role. They were created, as it were, in the West imagination as a property. That's not the consequence of slavery, but the condition of slavery. They are thus the negative opposites of the human, without which the human could not exist as it does. Blackness is the dehumanized human, which gives the human its positive status. Sylvia Wynter puts it this way: while the black man must experience himself as the defect of the white man, as must the black woman vis-a-vis the white woman, neither the white man or the woman can experience himself or herself in relation to the black man, woman in any way but as the fullness and generosity of being human, yet a generosity that must be verified by the clear evidence of the latter's lack of fullness of this generosity. Blackness is a defect or a deficiency, enables white men to exist in the fullness of themselves. There is thus a price to pay for the white man if the black becomes human. As Kimberly Crenshaw writes, whites actually have a stake in racism. Much of this political ontology is born from a specific reading of the post-colonial theorist Francis Fanon. While Afro-pessimism generally does not compare anti-blackness to anti-Semitism, Fanon often uses anti-Semitism in a comparative frame, comparing Auschwitz to the Middle Passage. Wilderson, commenting on Fanon's reading of the Holocaust, writes, Jews went into Auschwitz and came out as Jews. Africans went into the ships and came out as blacks. The former is a human Holocaust. The latter is a human and a metaphysical Holocaust. This is why it makes little sense to attempt analogy. The Jews have the dead among them. The dead have the blacks among them. The metaphysical nature of the fate of many varieties of African, as Wilderness sees it, is that those who have entered the Middle Passage all came out as black, becoming Negroes with the name the slaver gave them, suggests a new kind of being, a new creation. Franz Fanon puts it differently. The black man was the creation of the white man. This is viewed by Fanon, as Wilderson reads him, as categorically different even than the genocide of the Jews in Nazi Germany. Whatever one makes of this claim, and the Holocaust and the Middle Passage have been talked about elsewhere in comparative genocide studies, it is certainly the case that the Jew who emerges from Auschwitz is not at all the same Jew who entered its gates. For Fanon, it is arguably the metaphysical component, perhaps transformation of his point, that inspires the shift from historical and structural claims about slavery to the ontological claims of Afro-pessimism. There was a Jew before the Holocaust. There was no Negro before slavery. On this reading, the Jew may have had a past, but they have no heritage. For Fanon, blacks were victims not only of physical violence, but of metaphysical violence as well. With this brief introduction, I will now move back to the question of anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is a divine corrective. Naftali Tzvi Berlin of Volozhin. What does any of this have to do with anti-Semitism? In short, everything. The questions Wilderson, Sexton, Hartman, Fred Morton, and Weinter, among many others, wrestle with about anti-blackness are really not much different than the questions Jews wrestle with regarding anti-Semitism. What is different is that these theorists have been much more willing to think outside or even against the historicity of specific examples of racism to understand the persistence and power of the phenomenon, without simply claiming it is always and everywhere. Where does it come from? When and where does it exist? What, if anything, can be done about it? To my mind, scholarship on anti-Semitism might have something to learn from scholarship on anti-blackness, not in focusing on origins and solutions, but how such phenomenon function on social or even civilizational levels. Part of what is powerful about Wilderson's intervention, given all the caveats, is that he proposes a thought experiment that is not solutions-based or otherwise framed in terms of a white gaze that sees racism as anomalous. His ideas have sparked much debate and disagreement, of course, and they should continue to do so. But that is precisely what has been valuable about them. What is pervasive, but typically left unspoken in much Jewish discussion of anti-Semitism, might be sharpened if the terms of the debate were made more explicit as an analytical exercise and not a proof or weapon. Many scholars who work on anti-Semitism seem locked in a dilemma regarding its genealogy, thinking that tracking anti-Semitic incidents over the millennia in different contexts and for a variety of reasons will reveal its source and potential resolution, or lack thereof. On the other hand, many Jews seem bound to view it or present it historically or circumstantially, with understandable resistance to any assertion that sounds ahistorical, theological, or even ontological. On the other hand, some habitually describe examples of hatred and hostility towards Jews, large or small, as instantiations of an anti-Semitism that everybody knows is everywhere and always. This seemingly incongruity can even be seen in historical studies. Many present the phenomenon of anti-Semitism in different contexts as if different sorts of examples are all the same phenomenon. Scholars such as Amos Goldberg and Scott Urey have openly challenged the coherence of using anti-Semitism as an umbrella term to include all kinds of animus towards Jews. This sentiment was expressed much earlier and more stridently in Bergman's 1943 essay, Some Methodological Errors in the Study of Anti-Semitism. One point then is that anti-Semitism may be no more than a mere term of convenience designated to correlate for our own purposes phenomenon which are actually disparate and unconnected. Since this remains largely unstated in so much scholarship on anti-Semitism, what goes unsaid are the ontological assumptions within much of the historical research on anti-Semitism, which in large part neglects to engage the political ontological theorizing outside of historical research. Beyond the scope of this analysis, to invoke Ardent again, what do Jews get from talking about anti-Semitism? What pleasure or comfort is taken from the lachrymose depiction of their history? And are these studies in some way feeding into a sense of authentic Jewishness as linked to victimization, a sense that is hard to abandon, even in the contemporary context where Jewishness is no less linked to political sovereignty as in Israel or to successful integration into non-Jewish cultures as in America? One example of what a more explicit discussion might look like is Kahana's reflexive comment that I cited at the onset. I want to present one more modern example of openly framing anti-Semitism ahistorically or transhistorically as something that comes close to ontological, but even more strikingly inevitable or even necessary. This example pushes us even more toward the accounting of a theorizing paradigm that may be productive even if we reject its premise. This example can be found in a short treatise by Rabbi Naftali Tzvi Berlin of Volozhin, titled Shar Yisrael, the Remnant of Israel. Berlin was a leading rabbinic figure in the late 19th century, Eastern Europe, Lithuania, who remains revered in many traditional circles today. His essay was originally published in 1894 in a second edition of his work, Rina Shel Torah. It was likely written sometime in the 1860s. It is an uncommon essay from the wellsprings of traditional Eastern European Jewry, in that is dedicated to the topic of explaining anti-Semitism. In fact, it may be the first Hebrew work to use the term anti-Semitism explicitly. While it was surely written before the programs of the 1880s, rising animosity towards the Jews in Eastern Europe, even in the middle of the 19th century, coupled with widespread Jewish rejection of the tradition, could have inspired Berlin's interest. While Berlin remains wedded to the exegetical theological frame common in his world, I suggest Shar Yisrael, published in English as The Remnant of Israel, is a rare example of moving to the realm of the ontological as a way to frame anti-Semitism. The historian Arthur Hertzberg once allegedly said the only thing more dangerous to Jews than anti-Semitism is no anti-Semitism. Hertzberg meant, I assume, that the absence of anti-Semitism opened the door to mass assimilation that he believed was always the occupational hazard of Jews in modernity. Writing in the 19th century, Naftali Tzvi Berlin of Volozhin seems to have a different take on the same idea, not that anti-Semitism prevents assimilation, but that it is a corrective to it. Berlin's essay Shar Yisrael is based on much earlier principles stated by the Sadi Gaon, namely that the Jews only exist for the sake of Torah. In other words, there's nothing unique or special about the Jews per se, apart from carrying the tradition of divine revelation to the world. The Jews for Sadi are vessels for Torah, nothing more. Without stating that precept outright, Berlin uses it to explain the enmity of the non-Jew towards the Jew. He never uses the maxim Esau hates Jacob in his essay, although he does cite it elsewhere in his Torah commentary. Rather, he bases his theory on the acrimonious relationship between Jacob and Laban in Genesis, but more specifically on a verse from the genealogies in Genesis 6:21. Sons were born to Shem, ancestors of all descendants of Eber, and older brother to Japheth. The Jews are descended from Shem through Eber, hence Shemites or Semites, a term that Berlin seems to be referring to. It was very much in use in his time. While the Japhethites were the people of reason, referring, I surmise, to Europeans, the Shemites, the Jews, are certainly higher than the Japhethites, but only when they carry the inheritance of Eber through Abraham. That is, only when they carry the tradition of the Torah. When they don't, they are less than the Japhethites and will understandably be despised by them. The Jews are thus divided into two categories for Berlin. The first are Jews, those who live by the tradition of the Torah, and the second are Semites, those who abandon the Torah. Thus Berlin writes, it is debasing for us to be called Semites, for this is to be more lowly than to be identified with Japheth the Great. However, when we are called Israelites or Abrahamites, we're at a higher level than the Japhethites. For Berlin, the only way for Jews to keep themselves higher than the Japhethites and thus protected from their ire is by separating themselves from them to protect their continued fidelity to Torah. Responding to the massive assimilation of Jews in his time, Berlin suggested that by abandoning Torah, Jews move from being Israelites or Jews to being Semites, who are lower than the Japhethites and who will be understandably hated by the descendants of Japheth. He goes on even further by saying that when Jews abandon Torah, they become almost subhuman, describing them as similar to monkeys. They lose their Israelite form and become among the nations like an unwanted vessel. The nature of this matter further indicates that when Israel violates its unique form, that is its Judaism, it becomes lowly and despised in the eyes of the world. This is a general principle of nature, that every higher form that suffers the destruction of that higher form becomes much lowlier than something that does not originally have the particular higher form. For Berlin, this enmity is not simply a part of a web of natural law in the sense that rabbinic dicta Esau hates Jacob. It is anti-Semitism, and it has a divine theology all its own. Anti-Semitism is viewed here as a covenantal corrective Berlin may have been responding to the oddity of the term anti-Semitism as referring to Jew hatred, which had just come into use in the decade he was writing his essay. Thus, playing on the distinction between Jew and Semite, Berlin writes, now it is clear that the unique form of Israel is their being alone and separate from others. It is therefore understood what happens when Israel tries to break out of its aloneness and imitate others, ending in the removal of its religious tradition of Judaism. How does the Holy One return them to their structural purpose? Animosity for Israel is stirred up among the nations. They are pushed away from their lives and dwelling units. Inevitably, the uniqueness of Israel is recognized, and the work of God is established forever. One could say that Berlin's assessment is empirically false, that is, anti-Semitism exists against Torah-observant Jews as well as assimilated Jews. He responds to this with an observation about Jacob and Laban. The Passover Haggadah contains one of the most oft-cited cases for the ontology of anti-Semitism. Indeed, in every generation they rise against us to destroy us. However, the Blessed Holy One saves us from their hands. Berlin focuses on what follows. Go and learn what Laban the Aramite attempted to do to our ancestor Jacob. Berlin notes that while the context is that Laban was suspicious of Jacob, his enmity has two dimensions, the second being hostility towards Jacob's faith. What prevents Laban anti-Semites from succeeding is divine protection initiated by the Jews' fidelity to the law. Once that disappears, they become merely Semites, unwanted vessels, and the prophet Hosea prophesies, and the Japhethites rightly hate them. Berlin summarizes as follows. From this, we learn that the nations among whom we live hate the name of Judaism. However, they do not have the opportunity to actualize their enmity until the high providence wishes to punish us, and a pretext is found for an attempt to destroy us completely. The story of Laban and Jacob is a lesson to all of Jacob's descendants. For Berlin, anti-Semitism thus has two forms. The first is hatred of a lowly people, Semites, who have abandoned Torah and thus relinquished their lofty status as Abrahamites, the descendants of Shem who carry the tradition of Abraham. This hatred, he claims, is understandable and even justified, since Israel becomes, in the words of Hosea, an unwanted vessel. The second is Laban's desire to uproot the Israelite faith. In the second instance, Israel is protected by God. Berlin was living when the Jews were abandoning Jewish tradition, and at the very same time, anti-Semitism was on the rise. He was the leader of the Volozhin Yeshiva, one of the great Torah institutions in modern history, and yet around him assimilation was rampart. The fear was that the behavior of the Jewish Semites would also impact the lives of the Jewish Abarites. Thus, he calls his essay "The Remnants of Israel," a phrase taken from Isaiah 10:20. "End of the day, the remnant of Israel and the escape from the house of Jacob shall lean no more on him that beats it, but shall lean on the Lord, the Holy One of Israel." For Berlin, anti-Semitism is simply part of the fabric of human civilization, which is why I think he draws it from the genealogy of the descendants of Abram. While Berlin does not speak openly here in metaphysical or ontological terms, he certainly viewed anti-Semitism as in dehistoricized or transhistoric terms, that is, as not linked to specific historical circumstances or societal structures, but rather functioning as a fundamental and even necessary part of human civilization, activated in part by Jews becoming Semites by abandoning Torah. The Jew avoids the brunt of anti-Semitism by living under the wings of the divine protection, but if they step outside, anti-Semitism will invariably rise to destroy them. Esau's Jacob is not necessarily for Berlin because he placed anti-Semitism long before that rabbinic locution. The remnants of Israel may be salvaged, writes Berlin, but the Semites, in his view, will be justifiably erased. In short, anti-Semitism purges the Semite who have left the Torah, or alternatively, it wakes them up to return to reside under the wings of the divine protection. So, I doubt Kaufman reads this type stuff. Shaul Magid is part of like Harvard Theological School, Ivy Leaguer, so maybe, but I doubt it. I mean, he would gain from it. In a sense, Shaul Magid would gain from reading Kevin McDonald. And it's funny that Magid didn't mention the verse in Genesis that the elder shall serve the younger, and that Esau is eventually just become the name for Europeans, is a servant to Jacob, but when Jacob disobeys, has the authority to slay Jacob. So, whatever reason, Magid doesn't mention that. Okay, so let's finish it up here. Judeopessimism, the brief analysis of, and also he doesn't mention, I mean, the importance of Kevin McDonald and group conflict, and just saying, and even like Afro-pessimism, and saying, well, if you're talking about being a minority in a majority population, so say, well, why are the Jews in Europe in the first place? Or why are Africans in the West in the first place? So it's like, of course, there's going to be group conflict. And in the nature of the group conflict is different when they have the home turf. So you're saying, well, Jews in Europe as a minority, not their homeland, is a different situation. You say America is different because it's not native European land. You say Africans here. You say Afro-pessimism. But let me finish Magid's words before I get too far off track. Judeopessimism, the brief analysis of Berlin's Remnant of Israel, confronting the new term anti-Semitism and its meaning, points to some examples of what I'm calling Judeopessimism, will make claims about anti-Semitism that are akin to the political ontology of anti-blackness that we find in some Afro-pessimists, just as Afro-pessimism claim that America is a white supremacist nation, or as Afro-pessimism and some critical race theorists would have it, that the world as we know it is founded on anti-blackness. There is the human and there is the black. Some Jewish thinkers see the non-Jewish world through the lens of anti-Semitism. Hatred of the Jew is treated as constitutive of the non-Jew. A question that I think is worth asking is the degree to which Judeo-pessimism also underlies contemporary discussions of anti-Semitism more broadly. Are Jewish scholars of anti-Semitism similarly claiming that antipathy to the Jews undergirds much of human civilization? And if so, what exactly would that mean? There is an understandable discomfort for historians or modern Jews more generally to make claims of this sort of explicit terms, aside from the historian's antipathy towards transhistorical claims. To argue from an ahistorical or transhistorical persistence of anti-Semitism seems anathema to the people who have invested so much energy normalizing the world, either through successful integration, Americanism, or through nationalization, Zionism. The theological analysis of Berlin may seem creative and suggestive, but hardly a template for how contemporary Jews now see themselves in the world. And yet this transhistoricity persists. Kant offers a kind of secularized version of Berlin, simply asserting that the failure of historians to understand the why of anti-Semitism leaves us with Shimon Bar Yochai's natural law of Esau's enmity for Jacob, and Bar Yochai's comment, likely initially directed only at Rome, have become universalized by the expansion of Esau as the Goy, Gentile and modern Jewish literature, so that Jewish nationalism does not in fact place the Jews as a nation among nations, but rather as the binary model of Israel and the nations. In practice, many historians of anti-Semitism tend to describe enmity towards Jews in myriad historical and societal contexts without particularizing these contexts, disabling the proclivity towards transhistorical interpretations. Too often varied expressions of hostility towards Jews and Judaism, from Christian theological supersessionism to Islamic rebellion against Israel as colonialism to conspiratorial theories about Jewish world dominations to anti-Zionism, are simply called anti-Semitism, as if they are all essentially the same thing. In effect, even if not in intent, such scholarship is thus engaging in theological project that is arguably no less ontological in its claims than the theories of anti-blackness noted above. To imply, even if not stated openly, that anti-Semitism is everywhere and always is not a historical claim, is the theological or ontological one. Even if we leave the reason to mystery and reject Berlin's analysis of anti-Semitism and natural consequence of assimilation producing the Semite, anti-Semitism would still not be a historical claim, even if one may make the claim using historical methods. That's why Engels' essay, Away from the Definition of Anti-Semitism, is such a welcome and crucial, albeit under-examined and under-appreciation intervention in the conversation, and interestingly, why it is so critically received in Israel. It is here that I think Afro-pessimism can be used to scholars of anti-Semitism precisely because it is willing to make its ahistorical claims explicit and thus to put them up for debate. Many critical race theorists blanch at Wilder's and Stark assessment because it problematizes any solution or makes any solution inadequate. There is no solution to anti-blackness, or at least no easy solution, or no solution that would leave Western civilization intact, since it is constitutive of the construction of the human, at least in the modern West. But otherwise, anti-blackness cannot be undone without also undoing much of what we now consider to be civilization. This is a strong claim in Black studies, and one that has received much critical attention. But in some way, Berlin and Kahana's assessment and the ways that they have shaped the popular Jewish imagination also reject any solution. Yes, Jews can separate themselves and even establish their own country, which Berlin tacitly supported, and they can live by the dictates of Torah, but that will not erase anti-Semitism, as rooted for Berlin and Laban's animus towards Jacob, only minimize its potential damage. And one can respond to anti-Semitic violence through violence, following Kahana, or live under the auspices of a divine protection through fidelity to Torah Berlin, but that too will not erase anti-Semitism, only manage it or mitigate it. Anti-Semitism for them is intractable. Kahana at least openly acknowledges that Berlin does so by reframing anti-Semitism as a predictable, perhaps even necessary, reaction to the severing of Jews from Torah. For Berlin, once the protective layer of Torah is rejected, the Jew becomes a Semite, and as Semite is hated. While few historians of anti-Semitism make such dire predictions, the surreptitious transhistorical way some present their historical data seems to me to point in that same direction. The unwillingness to pose an answer to the question of the why of anti-Semitism, or the various transhistorical ways that the question is answered, is boldly and unapologetically taken up by Berlin, and in doing so, he dehistoricizes anti-Semitism and places it into an ontological, or at least theological frame. Anti-Semitism is what happens when Jews become Semites by abandoning Torah. In other words, without Torah, the natural animus of Japhethites towards Semites becomes manifest. Historians will certainly resist that explanation, even find it offensive and absurd. But aren't they, in some inchoate way, contributing to it as well? But otherwise, are many Jews not living the reflexive orbit of Judeopessimism without owning its consequences or investigating its contours? What does anti-Semitism everywhere and always mean in terms of being a Jew in the 21st century? The study of anti-Semitism, as I argue here, has not yet developed a critical theory of its subject whereby it can be analyzed in the fullness of itself outside of historical instantiations. Black studies scholars argue about the consequences or price paid by envisioning the constitutive nature of anti-Blackness, but these debates are second tier and follow the first tier layers of the investigation itself. I'm not suggesting historians of anti-Semitism have not offered theories as to the existence and nature of anti-Semitism. Many surely have. I mean, more specifically, interrogating anti-Jewishness the way Black studies scholars interrogate anti-Blackness. In short, perhaps we need to initiate a school of critical Jewish theory. Scholars of anti-Semitism understandably feel uncomfortable with older Jewish theorizing of non-Jewish hatred toward Jews, such as we have seen in the theological diagnosis of Esau hates Jacob, or Rabbi Naftali Tzvi Berlin's reading of Jewish history through the relationship between Laban and Jacob, or Kahana's politicizing anti-Semitism as a weapon to justify Jewish exceptionalism and violence in a state project that promotes abnormality precisely because anti-Semitism is constitutive of the world's attitude towards Jews. Such theories may attract popular interest in self-serving ways. Not that scholars can, and arguably should, make a different kind of contribution. In that light, scholars of anti-Semitism might benefit from a deeper engagement with the arguments undergirding Afro-pessimism specifically, and critical race theorists more generally, who are grappling with anti-Blackness and theorizing its broader implications for human civilization, not as a cause of racism, but as a way of understanding why we can't seem to get beyond it. So this essay was presented as much abbreviated form at the annual List Lecture of Jewish Studies, the Center for Study of World Religions, Harvard Divinity School, April 2023, last year. Okay, so that one was pretty long, maybe not that long. So I lost my minion, but I thought it was pretty important to read that. So that took me less than an hour to read, and I got the heavy lifting after this. I'm going to read on talent. I think they did start Gaza encampments at Cambridge and Oxford. Now there's like 26 in England. So yeah, the Gaza encampments have taken over England. So Yeah, thanks, Oswald. I thought you might enjoy this. So glad you enjoyed it. Read the article, and check out some of Shaul Magid. He has also got quite a few YouTube lectures and discussions that you could listen to, to hear it straight from him. Although I think the Kevin McDonald stuff is actually the most informative of group conflict. And then you also, say the hard problem in consciousness is that you can't understand this without a theory of mind. So, from any rationalistic investigation, in order to understand hatred, first you need a theory of mind. And there is no definitive theory of mind that could explain hatred or even group identity in the first place. So, if I continue my metaphysics series, pragmatism this week or next week, more likely, I'm going to do American pragmatists of Charles Sanders Peirce, William James, John Dewey, George Herbert Mead, and Richard Rorty. Those are the five, but there's more. But William James psychology, George Herbert Mead, and the foundation of identity theory, which is necessitates first a theory of mind. So if first you want to understand what does it mean to understand myself as an individual, myself as a part of a group, other people as part of a group, and if you have evolutionary psychology that somewhat tries to skirt the hard problem of consciousness, the problem of mind issue, and just saying, well, people act in some form of pre-trained program behavior that may or may not have anything to do with mind. And so you have evolutionary psychology where you're also positing the existence of groups. So we're saying, well, race is a construct, Judaism is a construct. So, for the deeper level, if you say, well, the whole concept of Jews is a social construct, it's not an actual reality. And then you're like, well, what does it mean to hate something that doesn't actually exist? If the category of Jews is a social construct, what does it mean to hate or be against that group? And you say, well, all groups are social constructs. Where you're saying, well, there is some reality of social constructs, how they form, how they work is a matter of quite a bit of dispute. Anyone following Week in Review, I've been covering intensely many theories of sociology and group formation, group identity, and I will continue to do so. But from the perspective, you say, well, there are groups, and groups come into conflict, and you could have individual identity, things like hatred, conflict, emotions, rules-based orders, patterns, like the predictive mind chunking, where at some point you recognize a pattern and you have predictive processing, that this person is a member of this group, and from predictive processing, this is how I operate with members of the group and a perceived level of potential threat, friend or foe, fight or flight. And that anti-Semitism, hatred, Afro-pessimism, any form, first has to do a theory of the origins of group identity to group conflict. You have to look. I mean, we need Plato's perception. I mean, I did my metaphysics series on Plato, which included a little bit on Plato's perceptions, and I'm not sure if I'll have time to return to it because I want to, over the next few months, I will return. I've done quite a bit on Neoplatonism, Plato, but in the near future series, I'm going to be covering more modern topics. Yeah, I mean, that's just the word that, Shaul Magid claims he coined the term. So he's saying that's just how he coined the term. And he's looking, to say that this ontological religious, where there's just this natural force of hatred towards Jews, which is a theological construct of the religion. He's saying when God chose the Jewish people, it caused all the other nations to hate us. Why did God give us the Torah on Mount Sinai? Because Sinai means hatred. And, these various constructs of Jewish theology, what does it mean to be the chosen people, and the double-edged sword of chosenness that necessitates hatred. And so the Afro-pessimism is not saying that there's some ontological, metaphysical, supernatural force that causes people to hate blacks, but there is a long-term social construct. Afro-pessimism has the same problem of necessitating a theory of mind. You say, well, what is a social construct? You say, well, is race a biological reality? If you're saying it's not a biological reality and it's a social construct, well, social construct necessitates a theory of mind. How is it possible for multiple minds to have a meeting? So you say, well, theoretically, we don't even know what it means to be a Jew. There's a lot of dispute. Scholars of what is, or blacks, what do these groups even mean? Is it even a fundamental reality? How clear are the borders? Where he's saying that minds came to a meeting point where people agreed with the assumption that I'm not black and that these people are black. And there's a differential in how a rules-based order of predictive processing works. That there is a rules-based order, and the rules-based order is different for people from the in-group and the out-group. And that Western civilization fundamentally has blacks and Jews as outgroups. And you say, well, if it's a pessimism where it's like always bad. So you say, well, what about Jews as a management class? Moneylenders being highly successful in Western cultures. And that's where you have kind of like the double-edged sword of chosenness, and even blacks. You're saying, well, was it all negative? Do blacks, dominate culture and entertainment in America? Physical prowess, cold winter theory versus warm winter theory, and say, well, there may not definitively be a reality of race and groups, but there are certain characteristics besides like saying skin color. There's certain characteristics where you say, well, this person's a member of a group because disproportionately members of groups have these characteristics. And these disproportionate characteristics of these groups that's largely genetic, from a race realistic perspective, leads to group conflict. Because when even if all nations were separate, there'd be group conflict. Even if every nation was isolated and by itself in different geographical region, there would still be group conflict. But let alone the enhanced group conflict in multicultural societies where you have different groups needing to work together in society, and that these differences in group characteristics and group strategies leads to group conflict. And which I say the Kevin McDonald, the evolutionary psychology approach, seems to me to be the most advanced, most important of these. So the historical, like even say, what is history? So history, you're looking at the social construct. So I say the social construct necessitates a theory of mind. And then you're say social constructs are made historically. And you're saying, well, how do you have this rules-based order? Is it genetic? And you say, well, it's not genetic. It's a product of mind. And it's a rules-based order that is not intrinsic to reality. It's only a product of minds and the meeting of different minds that impose, uphold, and enforce the rules-based order. And so if you have a multi-generational rules-based order of Western civilization that is based on anti-blackness and anti-Jewishness, and is not ingrained into whites to be anti-Jewish or black, it's a social construct, but environmentally people are brought up in a rules-based order and leads to some sort of predictive processing, chunking. But like relatively, you say, well, a person could free will or various factors. These are very complex, and that's why generally the last few weeks, months, years of research I focused on theories of mind, sociology, and the complexities of consciousness and why any understanding of this necessitates a full theory of mind. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Plato. And actually, I'd like to meet Arvel. I know, I was thinking, if I go to the AFPAC, Nicholas Fuentes, like Keith Woods, Arvel's like the main guy kind of interested to meet because he talks so much about Plato and the Greeks. And obviously I disagree with them on their politics and their nationalism and even Christianity and Jesus. Although I like the Platonic, the Aristotelian scholarship, Keith Woods and other. So yeah, I'm not an expert on Plato. I've read, I know quite relative to the average man, I know quite a bit about Plato, but time is limited and I'm not going to become a Plato scholar, just trying to do the minimum necessary for my research. And Plato's one of the key players, probably, in terms of theory of mind, Plato's probably in the top 10, like Plato, Aristotle, Leibniz, Descartes, Kant, those guys are definitely probably top 5. You might have other names, hard to say, but Plato's unquestionably top 5, top 10 most important names in theory of mind, and why a lot of people get lost on this. Even Shaul Magid, okay, he's at Harvard, he's a professor, he's written a lot of books, he's more academic and credentialed than Duvid by far. But how much Plato has he read? How much Plato does he know? As mentioned, Justin Sledge. Does Justin Sledge know more Plato than me? Maybe not. I'm not sure. I mean, he studied Greek. He's read some of it. Metaphysics in general, philosophy. So, but to put it together, you're saying one person can only do so much. And, so I guess let me say Shema, and then I'm going to go on to reading this very long article about giftedness and gifted education. You might find this interesting. Also, Oswald has a whole big overview and covers a lot of things. Let me just say my prayer. I'll be back in 1 minute. Okay. I downloaded this one, so you'll have to search the link yourself. It is I think it's freely available, but as I download this, so it's a file on my computer, and I'll search real quick and see if okay, yeah, so here's a link. And this is dense. It's like over 40 pages. Okay, so Keith Wood saying Duvid is welcome at AFPAC. I was worried that, I don't know if I didn't want to go if I was unwanted. They're going to be like, God forbid, like, we don't want your sorry, we don't want your kind there. But I mean, just to say, as someone who disagrees with many of their tenets, but likes to debate or meet some of the streamers, so we'll see. I might end up going to that. So this is like 40 pages, and it's dense, it's long. I pulled this out last summer on when I was doing my research on expertise, and I was going to move into giftedness. So I've had this article for like a year, and it's really long. I hadn't gotten into it. And if you look at my files, like articles to read, I still have a lot of chess things, but in my week in review folder, I only have a few more articles left. So I mean, I could always come up with more, but like, I'd pulled out last summer like 100 things that I had noted that I wanted to eventually read. And a lot of the ones I haven't got to are longer. So Oswald, if you're in for the long haul or anybody there, this 2-3 hours of reading, it's long. It's like 40 pages, but it has a whole gamut overview. What is it? Because last week we talked about talent. And so originally I'd been talking, I talked about chunking theory, cognitive architectures, and the main thing I want to get into for my research, outside of the multiple truth hypothesis, is theories of expertise. And most of the theories of expertise are based on models of like chunking. They don't represent this talent hereditary factor. They're looking like chunking from a cognitive architecture, reverse anthropomorphization, like chunk. If you could break a skill into components and you learn it component by component, and like Erickson and his deliberate practice. And so there's not much of a focus on talent or giftedness. Like say, well, do some people smarter than others or different than others? Do some people learn quicker than others? In terms for the theories of expertise, it doesn't matter if you're the most gifted person. You still have to go through the stages. You have to make the chunks. You have to do the deliberate practice. Although talent, intelligence are important. So like the 10,000 hour rule, if you have below a certain level of it in talent, you may never be able to master certain fields, although you could master most things. And if you have higher levels of talent, you might be able to do it in substantially less time. And so the last few weeks, I started to look at what they call the multifactorial approach, which is, saying obviously there's a whole bunch of factors that lead to talent development and expertise, and to try to model. And last week I read that long article, mathematical, that tried to like mathematize a formulation of research and study for a multifactorial approach. But this question of talent, what does it mean to be talented? What's the origin of talent? Is there even such a phenomenon as talent? And then, like Duvid, who's an alumni of the Roper School, in this article actually quotes and mentions Anna Marie Roper, the disciple of Freud, who created the Roper School that Duvid attended in high school here in Metro Detroit. Theorizers of natural God-given ability, or the genetic lottery, if some people are more smart and more talented than others, and to be gifted in that sense. And so all the experts, like I meant, last week, lean towards a multifactorial approach. Although what factors are the most important? They said the evidence would point towards there's multiple factors, and the factors change over time in importance, and things like ability, everything changes. So it becomes like, complicated series of differential equations where there's multiple factors. The importance of the factors change over time, and the effect or proclivity to an individual that the factors are different for individuals and different fields. So, last week I read that long paper to just show how complicated it was. I don't think, no, I mean, she only knew Anna Freud. So Anna Marie Roper knew Anna Freud, and she had met Freud. She was accepted to be in Freud's academy. And I think they fled Germany in 1940 or something. So they fled Germany in 1940. She was accepted into Freud's academy, and then Freud fled, and she never ended up studying under Freud. So she had some relationship with Anna Freud, and then after she left Germany, she didn't remain a disciple of Freud. So she's not really one of Freud's main disciples. She was actually the first woman besides Freud's daughter Anna that was going to be accepted into the institute that Freud was the head of in Vienna. And then it got closed down and they fled from the war. However, she did study with Anna Freud. So she probably met Bernays, some activity, but I mean she's not really a major disciple of Freud. And she would have only been 16 or 17 at the time. So she would, or maybe she was 18. She was accepted to go to you have to look up the exact details, but you say, Duvid's lineageship to Freud. Duvid went to the Roper school. Roper was a disciple of Freud, but not from the major disciples. Okay. Rethinking Giftedness and Gifted Education, a proposed direction forward based on psychological science. This is from the American Psychological Association, a joint paper, Subotnick, Kubilius, and Worrell. I've never heard of any of these people, but it's a very good, extensive overview paper on a whole bunch of things. For nearly a century, scholars have sought to understand, measure, and explain giftedness. Succeeding theories and empirical investigations have often built on earlier work, completing and sometimes clashing over conceptions of talent or contesting the mechanisms of talent development. Some have even suggested that giftedness itself is a misnomer mistaken for the result of endless practice and social advantage. In surveying the landscape of current knowledge about giftedness and gifted education, this monograph will advance a set of interrelated arguments. The ability of individuals do matter, particularly their abilities in specific talent domains. Different talent domains have different developmental trajectories that vary as to when they start, peak, and end, and opportunities provided by society are crucial at every point in the talent development process. We argue that society must strive to promote these opportunities, but that individuals with talent also have some responsibility for their own growth and development. Furthermore, the research knowledge base indicates that psychosocial variables are determining influences in the successful development of talent. Finally, outstanding achievement or eminence ought to be the chief goal of gifted education. We assert that aspiring to fulfill one's talent and abilities in the form of transcendent creative contributions will lead to high levels of personal satisfaction and self-actualization, as well as produce yet unimaginable scientific, aesthetic, and practical benefits to society. To frame our discussion, we propose a definition of giftedness that we intend to be comprehensive. Giftedness is the manifestation of performance that is clearly at the upper end of the distribution in a talent domain, even relative to other high-functioning individuals in that domain. Further, giftedness can be viewed as developmental in that in the beginning stages, potential is the key variable. In later stages, achievement is the measure of giftedness. And in fully developed talent's eminence is the basis on which this label is granted. Psychosocial variables play an essential role in the manifestation of giftedness at every developmental stage. Both cognitive and psychosocial variables are malleable and need to be deliberately cultivated. Our goal here is to provide a definition that is useful across all domains of endeavor and acknowledges several perspectives about giftedness on which there is a fairly broad scientific consensus. Giftedness reflects the values of society, is typically manifested in actual outcomes, especially in adulthood, is specific to domains of endeavor, is the result of the coalescing of biological, pedagogical, psychological, and psychosocial factors, and is relative not just to the ordinary child with exceptional ability compared to peers, but to the extraordinary, like an artist who revolutionized the field of art. In this monograph, our goal is to review and summarize what we have learned about giftedness from the literature and psychological science and suggest some directions for the field of gifted education. We begin with a discussion of how giftedness is defined. In the second section, we review the reasons why giftedness is often excluded from major conversations on educational policy, and then offer rebuttals to these arguments in spite of concerns for the future of innovation in the United States. The education, research, and policy communities have generally resistant to addressing academic giftedness in research, policy, and practice. This resistance is derived from the assumption that academically gifted children will be successful no matter what educational environment they are placed in, and because their families are believed to be more highly educated and hold above average access to human capital wealth. These arguments run counter to psychological science, indicating the need for all students to be challenged in their schoolwork and that effort and appropriate educational programming, training, and support are required to develop a student's talents and abilities. In fact, high ability students in the United States are not faring well on international comparisons. The scores of advanced students in the United States with at least one college educated parent were lower than the scores of students in 16 other developed countries, regardless of parental education level. In the third section, we summarize areas of consensus and controversy in gifted education, using the extant psychological literature to evaluate these positions. Psychological science points to several variables associated with outstanding achievement. The most important of these include general and domain-specific ability, creativity, motivation, and mindset, task commitment, passion, interest, opportunity, and chance. Consensus has not been achieved in the field, however, in four main areas. What are the most important factors that contribute to the acuities and propensities that can serve as signs of potential talent? What are the potential barriers to acquiring the gifted label? What are the expected outcomes of gifted education? And how should gifted students be educated? In the fourth section, we provide an overview of the major models of giftedness from the giftedness literature. Four models have served as the foundation for programs used in schools in the United States and other countries. Most of the research associated with these models focus on the pre-collegiate and early university years. Other talent development models described are designed to explain the evolution of talent over time, going beyond the school years into adult eminence, but these have been applied only by out-of-school programs as the basis for educating gifted students. In the fifth section, we present methodological challenges to conducted research on gifted populations, including definitions of giftedness and talent that are not standardized, test ceilings that are too low to measure progress on growth, or comparison groups that are hard to find for extraordinary individuals, and insufficient training in the use of statistical methods that can address some of these challenges. In the sixth section, we propose a comprehensive model of trajectories of gifted performance from novice to eminence using examples from several domains. This model takes into account when a domain can first be expressed meaningfully, whether in adulthood, adolescence, or adulthood. It also takes into account what we currently know about the acuities or propensities that can serve as a sign of potential talent. Budding talents are usually recognized, developed, and supported by parents, teachers, and mentors. These individuals may or may not offer guidance for the talented individuals in the psychological strength and social skills necessary to move from one stage of development to the next. We developed the model with the following principles in mind. Abilities matter. Domains of talent have varying developmental trajectories. Opportunities need to be provided to young people and taken by them as well. Psychosocial variables are determining factors in the successful development of talent, and eminence is the aspired outcome of gifted education. In the seventh section, we outlined a research agenda for the field. This agenda, presented in the form of research questions, focuses on two central variables associated with the development of talent: opportunity and motivation, and is organized according to the degree to which access to talent development is high or low, and whether an individual is highly motivated or not. Finally, in the eighth section, we summarize the implications for the field in undertaking our proposed perspectives. These include a shift towards identification of talent within domains, the creation of identification processes based on the developmental trajectories of talent domains, the provision of opportunities along with monitoring for response and commitment on the part of participants, provisions for coaching and psychosocial skills, and organization of programs around the tools needed to reach the highest possible levels of creative performance or productivity. Introduction. There have always been individuals in our midst who inspire us with awe or envy based on their speed of learning, graceful performance, or innovative ideas. The appearance of effortlessness with which these individuals make outstanding contributions in their fields or endeavors continues to intrigue, and attempts to understand, develop, and support outstanding performers, and producers are the pillar on which we propose the field of gifted education be based. For nearly a century, scholars have sought to understand, measure, and explain giftedness. Succeeding theories and empirical investigations have often built on earlier work, com- complementing or sometimes clashing over conceptions of talent or contesting the mechanisms of talent development. Some have even suggested that giftedness itself is a misnomer for the result of endless practice and or social advantage. In surveying the landscape of current knowledge about giftedness and gifted education, this monograph advances a set of interrelated arguments. Individual abilities are malleable, need to be deliberately cultivated, and do matter, particular abilities in specific talent domains. Different talent domains have different developmental trajectories, varying as to when they start, peak, and end, and opportunities provided by society are crucial at every point in the talent developmental process. Society has a responsibility to promote these opportunities, but we argue that individuals with talent also have some responsibility for their own growth and development. Furthermore, it is clear from the research knowledge base that psychosocial variables are determining influence in the successful development of talent. And finally, outstanding achievement or eminence with its attendant benefits to society and the gifted individual ought to be the chief goal of gifted education. The first systematic American effort to explain the derivation of giftedness began in 1921 with Lewis Terman's Genetic Studies of Genius. Terman's seminal research yielded many valuable insights about cognitive ability and its relationship to academic, vocational, and psychosocial outcomes. The early work provided a direction for American researchers, mental health practitioners, and educators. Since its publication, many other conceptions of giftedness have been developed. These can be categorized into several broad perspectives that currently frame how much of the field thinks about gifted children and the goals for their education. Historically, the primary and still most concentrated attention to giftedness and gifted education is directed at high intellectual abilities. From this perspective, giftedness is seen as generic innate quality of an individual that needs to be recognized and revealed through some type of cognitive assessment or IQ test. Further, gifted individuals are presumed to possess reasoning abilities that allow them to be successful across all academic domains and are presumed to remain gifted throughout their lives, whether or not they actually achieve. Contrary to this view, many contend that outstanding academic achievement requires more than intellectual ability. Yet the conception of giftedness as primarily general intelligence G factor, which prefers the general mental ability factor that is common to all tests of intelligence and ability, remains strongly entrenched in the minds of the public and educational professionals. This belief is reflected in policies and practices in individual states and districts across the United States. A second and parallel conception of giftedness is clinical in nature, associated with concerns for high IQ children's presumed unique emotional fragility resulting from their innate sensitivities. Although Terman and his colleagues found most of the participants in the longitudinal study of high IQ individuals to be superior not only in intellectual functioning, but also in volitional, emotional, and social functioning, a finding confirmed in many subsequent studies, many people nevertheless adhere to the notion that high IQ gifted children are qualitatively different beings and highly sensitive, since their vulnerabilities are viewed as inherent to their giftedness. It is thought that gifted children need special programming, ongoing social emotional support, and understanding. In 1977, Renzulli proposed a dichotomy between schoolhouse giftedness, manifest by high test scores, and creative productive giftedness, manifest in recognizing high level performance and innovative ideas. In this third conception of giftedness and gifted education, Renzulli argued that psychological characteristics such as task persistence, creativity, and motivation are as important to creative productivity as is intellectual or academic ability, and these characteristics should be sought out and cultivated in school programs. Renzulli's article ushered in a moment away from solely relying on measures of innate intellectual ability and towards recognizing contributions of psychosocial variables to the manifestation of giftedness. Renzulli's contribution represented an important conceptual alternative to existing ideas about what provision should be made to potentially gifted children during the school years, although there was no special focus on the continued development of special talent into adulthood. A fourth perspective is based on what has been learned from the study of gifted individuals in areas outside academic and beyond the school years into professional life. Gifted individuals in athletic and other competitive domains and the arts were and continue to be educated mainly outside of school with private lessons from tutors or coaches and supported by dedicated practice. Initially, most of the knowledge base for this area was anecdotal, resulting from reports of strategies promoted by coaches, teachers, and elite performers themselves. In the past 3 decades, however, a growing body of scholarship has developed in these domains. Elite sports and performing arts programs are exemplary in combining identification on the basis of demonstrated ability with the honing of talents through, for example, psychological strength training and coaching. Such training is seldom discussed in the context of programs for academically gifted children and youth, even when arts and sports programs are also implemented in the same school setting. A fifth viewpoint largely dismisses the role of ability, attributing outstanding performance instead to two environmental factors: practice and unequal access to opportunities. In Outliers, The Story of Success, Gladwell 2008 highlighted the importance of 10,000 hours of practice in the development of expertise, citing the scientific literature, historical figures, and contemporary success stories to support his theses. Promoters of this perspective also argue for the importance of special advantageous chance factors, such as being the oldest participant in an age cohort entering school or a sports activity, or being in the right place at the right time in history to capitalize on innovations and business opportunities. Using his own success in table tennis as an example, Saeed exemplifies this claim that special talent arises from unequal opportunities. We like to think that sport is meritocracy, where achievement is driven by ability and hard work, but it is nothing of the sort. Practically every man or woman who triumphs against the odds is, on closer inspection, a beneficiary of unusual circumstances. The delusion lies in focusing on the individuality of their triumph without perceiving or bothering to look for the powerful opportunities stacked in their favor. Our response to these five perspectives on giftedness, high IQ, emotional fragility, creative productive giftedness, talent development in various domains, unequal opportunities, and practice provide the context for this monograph. Drawing from scholarship in human development, expertise, creativity, motivation, optimal performance, our focus here is on giftedness as a developmental process that is domain specific and malleable. Although the path to outstanding performance may begin with demonstrated potential, giftedness must be developed and sustained by way of training and interventions in domain-specific skills. The acquisition of the psychological and social skills needed to pursue difficult new paths, and the individual's conscious decision to engage fully in a domain. The goal of the developmental process is to transform potential talent during youth into outstanding performance and innovation in adulthood. Why is a new framework for the study of giftedness needed? The answer lies in our current inability to accurately identify who is gifted in the long term. Although a substantial number of children with outstanding academic or intellectual ability are identified and some resources are expended on services for them, few of these children become eminent in adulthood. Does this reflect on our methods of identification, the quality of instruction opportunities available in gifted programs? At the same time, there are numerous examples of eminent individuals whose abilities were not necessarily recognized in childhood. Again, does this reflect on our methods of identification? Does it reflect on the fact that giftedness was less widely recognized as an educational phenomenon during the period of these people's childhoods? Or are our non-academic colleagues right when they suggest that outstanding achievement depends mainly on what opportunities individuals have to develop their talent? The disconnect between gifted performance in childhood and adult eminence leads us to argue that the current system of identification and education should be replaced with one that provides the necessary resources for children and adults with talents in specific domains to become path-breaking scholars, artists, athletes, leaders, and professionals, should they so choose. Under such a policy, services would be available to high ability individuals to help them pursue training and achievement in their domains of interest and ability. In addition, young people who may not be outstanding performers across the board, but who demonstrate domain-specific talents and achievements, would have a chance to experience an education tailored to eliciting optimal performance. Psychological science can contribute to policy and practice related to domain-specific talent development at every point from childhood when relevant to adult manifestations of the talent. This process of talent development can be conceptualized as having two stages. First is talent identification, continuous targeting of the precursors of domain-specific talent, and the formal and informal processes by which the talent is recognized and identified. Second is the talent promotion, how the person demonstrating talent is instructed, guided, and encouraged, a process too often left to chance rather than to strategic and targeted societal effort. This process also involves recognizing that domains of talent have different developmental trajectories, and that transitions from one stage to another are influenced by effort, opportunity, instructions in content, technical, and psychosocial skills. Organization of this article. In this monograph, our goal is to review and summarize what we have learned about giftedness from the literature and psychological science and suggest some directions for the field of gifted education. We begin in section 1 with a discussion of how giftedness is defined. In section 2, we review the reasons why giftedness is often excluded from major conversations on educational policy, and then offer rebuttal to these arguments. In section 3, we summarize the areas of consensus and controversy in gifted education using the extant psychological literature to evaluate these positions. In section 4, we provide an overview of the major models of giftedness for the literature on the subject. In section 5, we describe methodological challenges to conduct research on gifted populations. We follow this in section 6 with a proposed comprehensive model of the trajectories of gifted performance from novice to eminence, using examples from several domains. Section 7 outlines this research agenda in the field. And in the last part, section 8, we summarize implications for the field in following our proposed agenda. Throughout this article, we wish to emphasize the following key points. Ability matters. Abilities matter, particularly abilities associated with specific domains of talent. They are malleable and need to be cultivated. Domains of talent have developed trajectories that vary even within domains with regard to when they tend to start, peak, and end. At every stage in talent development processes, opportunities need to be provided by the community, broadly defined to include school, neighborhood, local, and regional community, society at large, and opportunities need to be taken advantage of and committed to by talented individuals. Psychosocial variables are determining factors in the successful development of talent. Eminence, which we characterize as contributing in a transcendent way to making societal life better and more beautiful, is the aspired outcome of gifted education. Section 1, defining giftedness. It is ironic that one of the most vexing questions in the field of gifted and talented education is how to define giftedness. It is often equated with IQ, which in many educational programs is the basis for classifying individuals as gifted. But the issue is far from settled. Difficulty in coming to consensus does not result from a shortage of definitions, as in some fields, but rather from a bewildering array of them. Sternberg and Davidson, 1986, edited a volume in which more than a dozen authors either put forward conceptions of giftedness or discussed different variables that they saw as important in gifted performance. In the second edition, the conception of giftedness increased in number. In addition to multiple definitions of giftedness, a number of terms are used in referring to outstanding performance: brilliant, eminent, expert, genius, precocious, prodigy, and talented, to name a few. Some of these terms help highlight the assumption of giftedness as a developmental process. For example, children are seldom described as eminent, and adults are not described as precocious. In other words, giftedness does not manifest itself in the same way in children as it does in adults, and the nature of performance that results in the label gifted differs between childhood and adulthood. At the same time, many terms that are associated with success, committed, conscientious, hardworking, persistent, are not typically used to describe gifted individuals, as though the achievement of the latter occurred without effort, practice, or psychosocial support. Rather, those terms are more often reserved for those whose performance is just below that tier. Finally, it is important to distinguish between those whose talent is expressed by way of creative performance, as exemplified by athletes, musicians, actors, and dancers, and creative producers such as playwrights, choreographers, historians, biologists, and psychological scientists. Thus, to frame our discussion, we propose a definition of giftedness that we intend to be comprehensive. Giftedness is the manifestation of performance or production that is clearly at the upper end of the distribution in the talent domain, even relative to that of other high-functioning individuals in that domain. Further, giftedness can be viewed as developmental, in that in the beginning stages, potential is the key variable, in latter stages, achievement is the measure of giftedness, and in fully developed talents, eminence is the basis on which the label is granted. Psychosocial variables play an essential role in the manifestation of giftedness at early developmental stages, but cognitive and psychosocial variables are malleable and need to be deliberately cultivated. Our goal here is to provide a definition that is useful across all domains of endeavor and acknowledge several respective perspectives about giftedness on which there is a fairly broad scientific consensus. Giftedness reflects the values of society, is typically manifested in actual outcomes, especially in adulthood, is domain-specific, is the result of the coalescing of biological, pedagogical, psychological, and psychosocial factors, and is relatively not just to the ordinary, a child with above average ability compared to peers, but to the extraordinary, who revolutionizes a field. There are several points that we wish to highlight here. First, ability is necessary for giftedness, but not sufficient for the development of special talent. Second, interest in and commitment to domain are essential to becoming a gifted achiever and ultimately to attaining eminence. Third, gifted achievement and eminence also depend on appropriate teaching or coaching of psychosocial skills that include persistence and exertion of effort. Thus, the development of talent requires a substantial investment of time. Fourth, in every domain, the percentage of eminent adults is considerably smaller than the percentage of children with gifted potential. Fifth, the developmental periods in which potential and eminence are recognized differs across domains. Sixth, the transition across stages, especially transitions through the later stages into adulthood, are largely a function of developed psychosocial skills. Seventh, the emergence of new domains creates additional opportunities for the manifestation and development of talent eminence. Disagreement in the field emerges about what the underlying cause of gifted performance are, where the line between gifted performance and performance that is not so labeled should be drawn, what is the best way to turn childhood potential into outstanding accomplishment in adulthood should be, and whether the development of eminence should even be a goal of gifted education. To address these issues, we summarize the current state of knowledge in the field and provide a model of talent development using examples from multiple domains. However, before addressing these issues, we describe the resistance to gifted education by policymakers and the public and articulate and address many of the arguments that buttress this resistance. Section 2. Why are educators, scholars, and policymakers leery of giftedness and gifted education? Practitioners and researchers in the field of gifted education recognize that the U.S. society is ambivalent at best about academic giftedness and gifted programming. The ambivalence is reflected in diametrically opposing societal attitudes and actions associated with outstanding academic achievements. Some examples of pervasive attitudes include beliefs that gifted children will make it on their own no matter what educational environment they are placed in, leading to the inconsistent funding for gifted education at the state and federal level, unlike other exceptionalities that also affect achievement, such as learning or physical disabilities. Belief that gifted programs identify children based on socioeconomical advantage, which leads to charges of elitism labeled as selective programs. School cultures that recognize and revere achievements in athletics, leadership, and performing arts while ignoring or downplaying the accomplishments of students whose talents are academic in nature, and widespread acceptance of disparaging stereotypes of academically gifted individuals, such as nerd or brainiac, in schools and popular culture. On the other hand, there are ubiquitous complaints about the relatively low standing of American students on international academic tests and about America losing its preeminence to other countries in the areas of creativity and innovation, particularly in science and engineering. In the United States, the goal of education is that all children be educated to a maximum of their potential. However, in practice, this aspiration conflicts with other profoundly held beliefs. One is that society's responsibility in the form of government support to buttress primarily the needs of the most vulnerable, those viewed as most likely to fall through the cracks, without special attention. Children with disabilities, for example, are correctly protected under federal regulations, requiring school districts to provide free, appropriate public education to them, no matter the nature or severity of the disability. When it comes to research, program funding, policy, and K-12 teacher preparation, little or no attention is focused on specifically on high-achieving students whose needs may also not be met in current classroom environments. According to Gallagher, the conflict between excellence and equality often lies in the reality that excellence becomes a long-term goal, while equality, because of its immediate crisis character, is more often a short-term goal. Gifted children, regardless of the condition under which they go to school or the economic status of their families, are not an educational priority and are assumed to be sufficiently capable of learning under most conditions, resulting in uneven distribution or services throughout the country. In fact, school-based gifted education receives very little state or federal funding, and schools serving the largest number of low social and economic status and minority students continue to receive substantially less funding than other institutions, including funding that can support gifted programming. We present here some of the arguments that need to be addressed to make research, policy, and practice related to gifted students more salient to educators, scholars, and policymakers. Gifted students will make it on their own. The belief that giftedness equates to effortless, superior performance or creative production is widespread in our culture and society. This belief does not serve gifted students well in the long run because the appearance of effortlessness masks the enormous commitment of time and dedication on the part of the gifted performer or producer. In the aftermath of Sputnik Tannenbaum 1962, conducted a large-scale survey study of male public high school students exploring variables associated with popular and high social status. His study subjects valued brilliance, athleticism, and non-studiousness most highly, and average ability, non-athleticism, and studiousness less highly in terms of popularity. These findings have been replicated with classroom teachers who prefer high-achieving but non-studious students as well. The message is be smart, but don't act like you have to work at it. Pupils who succeed in response to minimal challenge reinforce for teachers the idea that advanced learners are innately gifted and need minimal instruction and attention in order to be successful. Some members of the education and research community argue that no special services or programs are needed to serve children with academic gifts and talents. According to this view, since advanced learners require little effort or instruction to be successful, they should participate in inclusive, heterogeneous classrooms and receive differentiated instruction only when and if it seems reasonable to offer it. Starting in the late 1980s, a growing number of people in that community came to view tracking and, in some cases, ability grouping within classrooms and anti-democratic and elitist. The fact that only 6 states currently mandate services for gifted students and also fully fund those mandates suggests that there remains little commitment to these learners. In reality, top students are not doing as well as they might, particularly in mathematics. According to Hanishuk, outcomes from 30 of 56 countries participating in the most recent program for international student assessment, studies showed larger percentages of high-achieving students in mathematics that did in the United States and high-scoring countries such as Singapore. It is argued that with few natural resources, the talents of the nation's children must be developed. Even resource-rich countries such as New Zealand, Canada, and Australia have nurtured at least twice the proportion of mathematically advanced students in the United States. Hanishuk demonstrated that the dearth of high achievers in mathematics is not due to the heterogeneity of the U.S. population, as the percentage of white students scoring at the advanced level was lower than 24 other countries, regardless of those lower countries' ethnic composition. Further, the scores of advanced students in the United States with at least one college-educated parent were lower than the scores of students in the 16 other countries, regardless of the student's parental education level. Clearly, students perceived as most advantaged are not being instructed in such a way to meet their potential. The findings support the theoretical perspective that giftedness requires external support structures to flourish. High achievers were not always ignored in American education. When Sputnik took to the world by storm, the Ford Foundation was several years into an early college entrance program for talented students, including students enrolled early at historically black colleges and universities, according to the evaluation report number 2 from the Fund for the Advancement of Education. There are those who argue that it is psychologically unsound and politically undemocratic for one child to proceed faster or to have richer academic diet than another, but what is too often ignored is the greatest risk of all, the risk of adhering stubbornly to a clearly imperfect set of practices that are frustrating the development of young talent at a time in history when this nation urgently needs to develop its human resources to the fullest. A democracy, more than any other system, requires an abundant supply and wide diffusion of talent and leadership if it is to survive and prosper. Greater attention to the educational needs of the ablest students is an effective way to improve education for all young people. The typical experience of a school or college that sets out to provide better opportunities for its ablest students is to discover far more submerged ability than was suspected and to upgrade the tone and performance of the entire institution. As a result of the infusion of intention and resources to talented and motivated adolescents and young adults through the National Defense Education Act, there was a boom of innovation and scientific productivity in the United States. More recently, the National Science Board, responding to what it views as a sense of complacency about investments in future innovation, recommended that opportunities for excellence be provided for the nation's most talented students. Gifted programs exist to advantage only a segment of society. A common perception is the selection for gifted programs is relatively arbitrary. Gifted education typically enrolls a greater percentage of higher, but not the highest social economic status, European American and Asian American students. Moreover, the benefits conferred by more sophisticated and complex curriculum, motivated peers, and sometimes specially trained teachers can certainly be viewed as an accumulation of advantage, characterized as the Matthew effect by Merton in 1968, that further advances those already meeting proficiency criteria for achievement and quality of life. Although a majority of currently identified gifted students appear to come from middle-class homes, there are important subpopulations of gifted students from homes with other demographic characteristics. In a study employing the Project Talent Database, Lubinsky and Humphreys identified 2 populations, the top 1% on cognitive ability, 2.7 standard deviations above the norm, and the top 1% on measures of social economic status, 2.4 standard deviations above the norm. This categorization produced 4 groups: gifted boys, gifted girls, environmentally privileged boys, and environmentally privileged girls. Only 41 boys and 46 girls were members of both the privileged and gifted groups. Furthermore, over 1 million of the approximately 20 million children who qualify for free and reduced lunch rank in the top 25% of students based on achievement in grade 1, although only 56% of these students maintain their status as high achievers by grade 5. As addressed in later sections on barriers to developing giftedness, closing the achievement gap among demographic groups is not a simple task and is still an ongoing challenge to educators, researchers, and policymakers. The difficulty lies in ensuring equal access for all children and youth while recognizing significant achievement differences among groups applying for admission to programs and courses of study. A large proportion of gifted program participants, particularly at the secondary level, are made up of children of East Indian and Asian immigrants. These immigrant families seek to capitalize on opportunities in public education for their children. For example, according to C.C. and Williams 2010, when New York City offered special summer practice sessions for entrance examination to selective public high schools, Asian American families enrolled in greater percentages than other groups. When comparing student profiles by ethnicity before and after the institution of these summer sessions, the Asian American student population in the selective high schools increased from 40 to 60%. During the same time period, the percentage of African American students dropped from 12% to 5%. This outcome indicates a real hunger for such services in the wider community and at the same time raises the question of how to address the distribution of booster opportunities so as to increase the likelihood that they will be taken by all families for whom they were initially designed. If all children were graduating from high school prepared to lead productive lives in higher education or on the job market, the achievement gap would be smaller concern to policymakers. Yet we are far from achieving the stated goals of No Child Left Behind, all children reaching proficiency by 2014, according to CC and Paperno and Gagne 2005, when special education opportunities are made available to everybody rather than targeted to groups with a history of lower performance, achievement gaps actually widen. However, when opportunities have been designated specifically for lower performance, the latter have been less responsive to participation. In light of the conundrum, CC and Papinero argue that national policy should focus on removing impediments to individual progress rather than aiming to reduce the spread of individual differences. They argue further that it is incumbent on us to find the top 10% of the underrepresented segments of society, ensure that they get the resources that they need to develop their potential. A contributing factor to the association of elitism with gifted education, the fact that the placement of gifted children into programs at the school and district levels is made on the basis of space available rather than meeting criteria that define giftedness. Instead of establishing criteria and then providing services to all those who meet the criteria in special education, gifted programs have to reject qualified students based solely on insufficient slots. Qualified students who are not admitted are denied services and may be incorrectly viewed as not gifted by the student themselves or by their schools. If curriculum standards were universally higher for all students, like in France or Singapore, gifted programs could be established for these students who meet and surpass a very high bar of achievement. Finally, in all school systems, if all school systems were available to provide better conditions for children in local public schools, gifted programs would not be viewed by parents as the only option for a safe and high quality education. Okay, you God bless Elemento. Why is it important to integrate the study of giftedness into psychological literature? In the previous paragraphs, we have articulated many of the reasons that are used to deny support for gifted education. Now we turn our attention to why gifted education is important for society and is a topic of interest for psychological scientists. Addressing negative stereotypes, a broad conception of relevant research questions on gifted children and talent development is needed to deal with fallacies about elitism, privilege, and other stereotypes. Many people outside the field of gifted education hold incorrect negative stereotype views of gifted individuals, including that they are bookish, nerdy, socially inept, absent-minded, emotionally dense, arrogant, and unfriendly, and that they are loners. These negative stereotypes can affect the choices made by students, whether or not they pursue academic and strive for higher achievement, especially on the part of some groups in our society, most notably minority children and females. Alternatively, incorrect positive stereotypes such as that gifted children are naturals and do not need to study or practice to reach higher levels of expertise and accomplishment can result in children holding deleterious beliefs about the role of effort, which ultimately thwarts them from reaching their full potential. Some negative stereotypes are promoted by advocates of gifted education. Too often, behaviors like maladaptive perfectionism, feelings of being different, or extreme sensitivity and intensity have been put forward as defining characteristics of giftedness, whereas these behaviors may in fact be outcomes of the interaction between gifted children and their home, community, and school environments as a result of it or independent of the gifted label. Research is needed to fully understand the characteristics that are true manifestations of giftedness versus those that are often conflated with it but may result from environmental factors and could be addressed through appropriate programs. Addressing societal needs. One of the primary reasons to study giftedness and to understand how talent can be developed in societies is society's need for future innovators to create products and services that will improve our lives, for creative thinkers to generate new ideas about the solutions to major social, economic, and environmental problems plaguing the world, for young leaders to tackle national priorities, and for creative performers to entertain, exhilarate, inspire, and soothe our souls. Rather than leaving this up to chance, we can resolve to craft programs and create environments that will increase the number of individuals who develop their talents to extraordinary levels for the betterment of all mankind. History, particularly in the post-Sputnik era, teaches us that when there are pressing national priorities and we resolve to identify and educate gifted students to address them, we can accelerate the pace of innovation and technological development in needed areas. We now have tools to identify adolescents who are likely to pursue careers in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics fields at multiple times the expected rate. Yet as a society, we leave the identification and cultivation of talent to the preferences of individual schools and states and to the resources of individual families. If we believe that gifted children can be a source of our future national leaders, scientists, entrepreneurs, and innovators, we need to invest in understanding how we can deliberately cultivate their talents. Addressing inequalities and opportunities. Every student in the United States is guaranteed a free and appropriate education, but too many academically gifted students spend their days in school relearning material that they have already mastered, trapped in classes that are not challenging or too slow-paced. Those gifted children whose parents are knowledgeable about special schools and programs are savvy about negotiating the educational system and have financial resources for supplemental programs do fare better. For example, after school and summer talent search programs are self-supporting and currently have sufficient funds available to provide comprehensive access to lower social economic status families. Consequently, only a small percentage of children have experienced these opportunities and other out-of-school programs for the gifted. These limited opportunities and the success of some families in navigating the system foster the impression that gifted education reinforces social inequalities, making gifted programs in school more widely available and expanding funding from corporations and foundations for out-of-school programs could alleviate these inequalities. Understanding why some of the most talented students fail to achieve at high levels or enter specific fields can yield large benefits to society. For example, many of the most talented women fail to reach high levels in STEM fields, especially the physical sciences and engineering. Females are more likely to leave STEM career paths in part because fewer females find or are recruited by appropriate mentors. The most recent research suggests that salient reasons for differing outcomes by gender have to do with preferences for non-math vocations, perception of greater flexibility in other fields to combine careers with parenting, the fact that high-ability females tend to be equally strong in their math and verbal abilities, which affects attraction to a wider range of fields, and preferences for people-centered careers. Interventions clearly need to be tailored to psychological underpinnings of talent students' experiences and decisions. Generalizing from findings with gifted population. The study of giftedness can also contribute to our understanding of major psychological constructs and relationships between constructs that have been studied in more heterogeneous population, testing the validity of groups such as mindsets, executive function, self-regulation, resilience, and stereotyping with gifted children will not only improve our understanding of their ubiquity as psychologically constructs, but simultaneously advance our understanding of critical psychosocial components of achievement and motivation. Studying gifted individuals can also deepen our knowledge about important educational variables and challenge previously held assumptions. For example, research conducted by Lewinsky and colleagues contest the notion that higher amounts of ability do not matter in terms of creative outcomes. Other research has shown that Some curricula designed for advanced learners and instrumental strategies chosen to meet the needs of high ability students have measurable benefits in terms of achievement for students on all levels. Because what is considered exceptional performance today may not be viewed as exceptional in a few years, we need to understand the processes by which levels of performance are both determined and achieved, a goal that can only be ascertained with the study of outliers, such as exceptionally gifted children. One is only to review Olympic performance to realize that the bar for outstanding performances has been raised through the years. Take, for example, the 100-meter freestyle swim. According to Lehman, Slobodka, and Woody, Johnny Weissmuller broke the 60-second record in 1924, yet now high school or college amateurs can meet that standard, demonstrating the seemingly limitless extent of human performance possibilities. Albert, 1969, noted that the study of giftedness in American psychology began with a focus on genius. Over the years, however, research has shifted away from studying human exceptionality. Letterberg pointed out that the exploration of outliers in the world of microorganisms has been institutionalized in the International Society for Extremophiles, a community of scientists who view research on extreme cases as providing a better understanding of nature's diversity and opening up a broad range of industrial applications. Likewise, Gardner's 1983 studies of human extremes, savants, and highly gifted subjects help expand our conception of giftedness by focusing beyond the academic intellectual domains. Based on his study of child prodigies, Feldman, 1994, made the case for developmental theories taking into account outliers from the normal curve. More recently, prominent developmental psychologists have begun to consider the inclusion of gifted subjects to expand their theoretical and empirical ideas. Addressing major educational issues. The study of how talent develops within domains and over time, and what experiences promote that development can provide needed insight into solutions for major, persistent, perplexing educational issues currently facing our society. These questions include why minority children underperform compared to non-minority children at all levels of schooling, at all levels of social economic status, the achievement gap, why school does not increase opportunities nor advance upward mobility for certain segments of society, and why certain groups such as women and minorities are significantly underrepresented in some fields, notably the physical sciences. A talent development approach that emphasizes the contribution of an interplay between multiple contexts, homeschool community, and multiple variables, aptitude, interests, motivated mindset, stage of development, can help us understand why factors such as low social economic status can be either an obstacle to success or the impetus for high achievement. The perspective offered in this article is that abilities, motivation, and other psychosocial variables related to achievement are malleable and or teachable. They can be significantly and positively affected by programs and interventions that are simultaneously domain-specific and developmentally appropriate. Keeping this perspective in mind, it would be possible to offer viable and novel approaches to raising the achievement of all groups currently not served well by schools and society. Finally, a better understanding of the talent development process within different talent domains can result in the identification and successful nurturing of the abilities of more students, such as students who are gifted and learning disabled, students who are gifted and low income, and students who are gifted and minority. Insights into academic talent development from understanding performance trajectories. Research aimed at producing an understanding of the developmental trajectories of talent within various domains, the role of different kinds of educational experiences, and the importance of effort, motivation, perseverance, and commitment to high levels of achievement will do much to place academic talent on the same plane as musical or athletic ability in terms of respect, reward, and public recognition. Our schools have cabinets and hallways with athletic and cheerleading trophies, yet similar levels of academic achievement are rarely publicly acknowledged for fear of discouraging less able students. This decision may stem from the antiquated and incorrect belief that giftedness is in fact a gift genetically endowed and not earned, thereby advantaging some over others by virtue of birth and parentage. If young students understand that studying hard to get good grades and high test scores contributes to earning entrance into rigorous programs and becoming a respected physicist, historian, philosopher, linguist, or psychological scientist, they're more likely to venture out onto the arduous path of developing their talent to the fullest. Summary. This section presented the most commonly stated causes for resistance to promoting giftedness, education, and research. The next section lays out areas of agreement and disagreement in the literature that can pave the way for a new framework to address these concerns and reframe the field. Consensus and controversy. What do we know from psychological science? Like any field, the study of giftedness is fraught with controversial and polarizing issues. These exist at the most fundamental conceptual level and at the level of practice. Typically, contentiousness flows from differences in beliefs about conceptions of giftedness that may not even be explicitly recognized. However, there are areas where there is common ground and shared belief because of strong research evidence. It is important to explicate these areas of consensus as well as controversies between, because they provide the basis upon which a more coherent and psychologically oriented perspective on talented children and their development can be built. Thus, in this section, we turn our attention to issues in the extant literature on giftedness and talent about which researchers have agreed and the ones to which we have not yet achieved consensus. 4 questions are used to frame the discussion. First, what factors contribute to giftedness? Second, what are potential barriers to attaining the gifted level? Third, what are the expected outcomes of gifted education? Fourth, how should gifted students be educated? Contributions to giftedness. Several variables in the literature are associated with outstanding achievement. The most important of these include general and domain-specific ability, creativity, motivation and mindset, task commitment, passion, interest, opportunity, and chance. Each of these is discussed in general detail in this section. Our goal is not to provide a comprehensive review of these literatures, rather we provide a summary of the existing evidence and highlight areas of agreement and contention. Ability. The role of ability in giftedness is one of the most contested issues, although it is also one of the areas in which there is considerable body of evidence. The notion of giftedness as hereditary came into prominence with the work of Galton, 1869. This view is linked to the construct of intelligence, which is a traditional indicator of giftedness in the academic domains. The 2 questions that generate heated debates are, is high ability necessary for outstanding accomplishment, and is ability innate? Other important questions focus on the specific abilities associated with music, sport, dance, sport, and other performance domains, and on which of these specific abilities contribute to outstanding performance. Is high ability necessary for outstanding performance? Asking if ability is related to outstanding performance may seem simplistic, as the recognition of individual differences is one of the pillars of psychology as a discipline. There is no doubt in the research community that individual differences in ability exist in children, and that ability, especially operationalized as IQ and other standardized measures, can validly predict many important outcomes, including school achievement. There is disagreement, however, about whether initial performance in the future and whether differences in ability are innate. Books with titles such as The Myth of Ability and The Genius in All of Us highlight the views of those who see high ability as necessary for an unrelated to strong performance. We begin with a review of the correlational evidence and then turn to the question of causation and biological inheritance. For a large part of its history, the field of gifted education has been dominated by a focus on IQ or intellectual ability as the main determinant of giftedness. This is due in large part to Terman's seminal longitudinal study of high IQ children begun in the 1920s. Terman's 1925 sample of over 1,000 individuals was chosen on the basis of Stanford Binet test scores of 130 and above, representing approximately the top 2% of the IQ distribution. In the 35-year follow-up, Terman and Odin reported that the participants were on average and above average in almost all spheres. The proportion of gifted subjects rated superior to unselected children of corresponding age average 89% for 4 intellectual traits, 82% for 4 volitional traits, 67% for 3 emotional traits, 65% for 2 aesthetic traits, 64% for 4 moral traits, 51% for 2 physical traits, and 57% for 5 social traits. Terman's conclusion was that with relatively few exceptions, superior children become superior adults. Subotnick, Karp, and Morgan, 1989, sought to compare outcomes of Terman's high IQ group at midlife with a contemporary cohort, same age, same general socioeconomic status, level of family of origin, same median childhood IQ of study participant. Subotnick investigation found much overlap between the 2 groups, with one exception. High IQ women at middle age in the late 1980s had far more opportunities available to them than were available to the Terman women, who faced the inherent sexism of the period. Both the Terman and the more recent high IQ cohort evolved into highly productive professionals with relatively good mental and physical health and stable relationships. Neither group, however, produced substantial numbers of eminent individuals, that is, those who made a significant contribution to improving or enhancing the human condition. Gottfried and colleagues recruited 130 one-year-olds and their families and followed them until middle childhood. Data was collected in 6-month periods from the age of 1 to 3.5 years, and then every year beginning at the age of 5 till 8. At age 8, 20 participants were classified as gifted on the basis of IQ test scores above 130. Looking back at the data collected in advance of the classification as gifted, Gottfried reported the differences within the study sample of 130 favored the gifted group, which had higher receptive language skills at age 1 and higher performance on measures of intellectual performance at age 1.5 than non-gifted group. The gifted group attended kindergarten at an earlier age and had higher academic achievement and psychosocial functioning, curiosity, intrinsic motivation, persistence than did the non-gifted group, but the groups did not differ on measures of behavioral adjustments or social functioning. All 3 study samples came from families with above average incomes and had enriched environments. Indeed, Gottfried noted that their high IQ study samples had more enriched environments from their earliest years and long before the children were identified as gifted. So how can we disentangle environment from ability or argue that the ability has causal relationship with achievement? In science, causal relationships are inferred from the results of theoretically grounded experimental studies. Okay, Tinkle, God bless. Although intelligence, like many other variables, cannot be manipulated as an experimental setting, one can use theory to predict the role of intelligence in different circumstances, measuring intelligence in 2 groups and assigning the same novel task to those with low and high intelligence scores, and for a causal relationship based on the preponderance of evidence. In practice, schools rely on ability tests to identify children as gifted and to place them in special programs. Moreover, beyond identifying gifted students, the widespread use of ability test scores for educational and vocational selection is an indication that many view these scores as having causal relationship with outcomes. In conclusion, general ability is necessary but not sufficient to explain optimal performance or creative productivity. It remains a component of talent development along with domain-specific abilities, psychosocial skills, motivation, and opportunity. Is ability innate? The question has important biological, psychological, and public policy implications and is often framed in terms of mutually exclusive options. Does biology contribute to a fundamental psychological characteristic? Are children's future contributions determined in advance by dint of genetic inheritance? The literature shows that abilities are derived from both genetic and environmental components and are also modifiable. The nature-nurture debate is one of the oldest in psychology, and its manifestations in the literature of giftedness have also centered on the construct of IQ. The issue of ability as innate is challenged in the scholarly literature and in the popular press. For example, Ho argued that for talent or ability to be innate, it must meet 5 criteria: to be genetically transmitted, be evident in some way early in development, be useful in predicting the probability of excelling later on, be present in only a minority of the population, and be relatively domain specific. In responding to Ho and arguing for a genetic basis to ability, other researchers have put forward compelling accounts of nature-nurture interactions in the development of talent. Simonton argued that current understandings of talent as innate may be overly simplistic. He contended that talent is best understood in terms of emergenic and epigenetic inheritance, and emergenic inheritance perspective suggests that most talent domains are not contingent on the inheritance of a single trait, that different traits are related to different aspects of learning, and that the traits operate in a multiplicative rather than additive manner. Simonton also pointed out that traits related to talent domain will include physiological, cognitive, and dispositional traits that facilitate the manifestation of superior expertise. The epigenetic perspective suggests that different traits will manifest at different times over the course of development. Finally, Simonton noted that there is support for the epigenetic model of inheritance in the creativity and leadership talent domains. In sum, Simonton argues for a more complicated understanding of innateness. That's the paper I read last week. Simonton. These perspectives refute Howe's objections by highlighting how genetics can contribute to giftedness without meeting the criteria specified by Ho and the extreme environmentalist position. They also provide some insight into the Terman, Gottfried, and Sputnik outcomes. See Paperno for an explication of the range of outcomes possible when nature and nurture interact to facilitate talent development. The resolution of the nature-nurture debate is further complicated when we consider the range of domains in which outstanding talent is manifested, whether specific abilities associated with music, dance, sport, and other performance domain. Gardner, 1983, identified several categories of intelligence, including musical intelligence and bodily kinesthetics intelligence, in contrast to the global intelligence perspective. Gardner's work focused on abilities specific to domains. Specific ability is most often discussed in association with music and art, offering promising and exciting directions for future research. For example, Gagne reanalyzed data from Sloboda and Ho and concluded that musical aptitude was an important causal factor in outstanding achievement in music. How important are domain-specific abilities to outstanding performance? There's not yet general agreement on the exact nature of specific abilities, whether these can be taught, nor their importance in predicting eminence and creative accomplishment. Some experts conclude that their reviews of the literature that measure the specific abilities, such as verbal or mathematical ability, add little to the prediction of achievement beyond G or IQ, and are related to achievement only because of the general ability factor. Others argue that the literature provides support for the importance of both general cognitive and domain-specific abilities. There are some domains in which the question has been addressed extensively, and many domains in which it has not been addressed at all. For example, there is substantial literature on the contributions of phonological skills to reading achievement in the elementary grades, although reading comprehension in adolescence may be better predicted by G. Dubisky and colleagues have found that specific mathematics and verbal abilities measured around age 13 in high-achieving students are valuable for predicting important educational and occupational outcomes. Way 2005 showed that a select group of almost 2,000 students scoring within the top 1% of ability in mathematics compared to the same age peers did very well academically, and that their rank within the top 1% of ability in mathematics as measured by standardized tests predicted differential academic success. A greater percentage of participants in the highest quartile of the top 1% obtained more doctorates, earned more income, produced more patents, and were more likely to be awarded tenure at the top universities than participants in the lowest quartile of the top 1%. As with the determined group, however, only a small percentage of the elite group had outstanding accomplishments 20 to 25 years after they were identified, and these researchers have not removed the effect of G on their prediction models. The study of mathematically precocious youth, on which these results are based, also yielded more nuanced findings related to domain-specific scores. These studies have shown that verbal versus quantitative tilt in abilities predicts differences in domain of accomplishment, with verbal tilt increasing the probability of accomplishments, degrees, publications in the humanities, and quantitative tilt increasing the probability of accomplishments in STEM fields. The nature and importance of domain-specific talents may also differ by discipline. In another study of mathematical talent, Krutetsky identified mathematical cast of mind as a basic ability. Choreographer Elliot Feld, based on years of experience building dance troupes and educating novice dance stars, identified potential dancers around the age of 8. In his auditions, he seeks indicators of flexibility, bodily proportions, and physical memory. And field hockey researchers found that elite and sub-elite players had better technical and tactical skills than non-elite players, and also that elite players had better procedural skills than sub-elite players. A few domain-specific characteristics, including pitch perception and audiation, have been associated with musical performance in several studies. In response to a survey, voice teachers identified intonation, timbre, musicality, and ability to control pitch as important factors related to singing talent. Summary. General ability, or G, is derived from both genes and environment. Both are modifiable. Both general and domain-specific abilities play a role in outstanding achievement, although the importance of general ability probably varies by domain. There is also some evidence to suggest that general domain-specific ability may mediate the effects of practice, enabling individuals of higher levels of ability to profit more from guided practice and instruction. Hey, Mark, God bless. Creativity. Creativity is the ability to come up with novel and useful ideas or ways of doing things. Has a long historical association with giftedness. Amabile, 1996, argued that creativity consists of three components: domain-relevant skills and knowledge, task motivation, and creativity-relevant processes, which includes the capability to use heuristics for generating novel ideas, such as metaphorical thinking, tolerance for complexity, and flexibility in using mental sets during problem solving. Sternberg and Lubart maintained that creativity includes intellectual skills to define and represent problems in new ways, analytical skills to evaluate ideas and select the best ones, practical intelligence to sell the value of the new idea to others, and divergent thinking abilities to generate many diverse ideas. Simonton pointed out that creativity is, in fact, dependent on cognitive processes, insightful problem solving, expertise acquisition, personal characteristics, intelligence, personality, lifespan development, and the social context, interpersonal, social, cultural, and disciplinary. We consider several questions with regard to creativity. What is the relationship between creativity, general intelligence, ability, practice, and expertise? Second, how do creativity and expertise differ? Third, does creativity predict eminence? Fourth, does creativity differ between children and adults? And are those different types or stages of creativity? Creativity, ability, practice, and expertise. There are those who argue that creativity and general ability in the domain are related but distinct phenomena, and who claim that both creativity and ability are necessary for eminent levels of achievement. Some subscribe to the ability threshold creativity hypothesis, which postulates that the likelihood of producing something creative increases with intelligence up to about an IQ of 120, beyond which further increments in IQ do not significantly augment one's chances for creative accomplishment. There are several research findings that refute the ability threshold creativity hypothesis. In a series of studies, Lubinsky and colleagues showed that creative accomplishments in academic degrees obtained, vocational careers, and scientific patents arenas are predicated by differences in abilities. These researchers argue that previous studies have not found a relationship between cognitive ability and creative accomplishment for several reasons. First, measures of ability and outcome criteria did not have high enough ceilings to capture variations in the upper tail of the distribution. And second, the time frame was not long enough to detect indices of more mature talent, such as acquisition of a patent. Another debate in the field of gifted education is whether creativity is a generalized trait or domain-specific capability. The lack of agreement stems in part from the distinction between childhood creativity, which is often conceptualized as a person-centered trait, and adult creativity, which is generally thought of in terms of a process related to the particular product or domain of a specific time and place. Within the field, there is general consensus on the distinction between little c and big C creativity. Little c creativity refers to accomplishments that are unique to a classroom or office, or to the person. That is creativity that is exhibited in narrow social contexts and does not usually entail the creation of novel products or new information. Big C creativity, on the other hand, refers to groundbreaking, field and culture altering products and knowledge which occur on the broadest social context and involve eminent levels of creative productivity. Research suggests that eminent performance and producers across a variety of domains spend less time engaged in training and practice before beginning to make notable contributions. Although these findings do not disentangle the contributions of ability from creativity, they do call into question the notion that amount of sustained practice is the most important factor in attaining eminence. Two studies in sports provide some guidance here with regard to performers. In the first study, Memmert found that intellectually gifted students, IQ greater than 130, became more creative in the use of sports tactics after a 6 months training program than a group of non-gifted students who were in the same training program. A follow-up study suggested that the difference between the groups was due to the speed of automating thought processes, allowing for quicker access to relevant knowledge. In a retrospective study, Memmert, Baker, and Birch had trainers identify players on their elite professional teams who were the most and the least creative. Creativity was operationally defined for the coaches as unusualness, innovativeness, statistical rareness, and or even uniqueness of tactical solutions to a game-related task, and varying and flexible tactical solutions over different complex game situations. And the nominated players were then rated by expert trainers in the various sports who were familiar with the players. Inter-rater reliability within each sport was high, above 0.8. These players were asked to report on an array of variables. More creative players did not differ from their less creative counterparts on the age at which they started training, the number of years that they were involved in the sport, the number of other sports that they were involved in, or the number of hours of training. Differences with medium effect sizes favoring creative athletes were found in a number of total hours spent, the total number of hours of unstructured play in the sport, and the total number of hours of unstructured play before age 14. It has also been shown that substantial unstructured engagement in an activity may increase creative performance. Creativity versus expertise. Some scholars distinguish between experts and creative producers. Experts are those with a high level of discipline-specific knowledge and expertise and perform at high levels in their fields of or occupations without necessarily transforming current thinking or standards. They've mastered the existing paradigms of a discipline or domain or what others before them have discovered and developed. Creative producers, on the other hand, generate new knowledge or art forms and significantly alter a field within the work. They advance new paradigms or revolutionize existing ones. How dependent is creative productivity on expertise in a field? Do you have to be an expert in order to produce creative work in a field? Is creative productivity a stage or level beyond expertise, as some theorists suggest, or are exceptional creators in a different category? Plucker and Beghetto argue that being too deeply entrenched in the current knowledge and concepts of a field can result in being less open to outside perspectives or alternative ways of approaching problems, thereby producing functional fixedness with negative effects on creativity. Simonton distinguishes between the expertise necessary to give consistently similar outstanding technical performances and the creative necessary to generate high-quality original work. Mere repetition of previous work is necessarily disqualified as creative, even though the work may be outstanding or meet world-class standards in some fields. Alternatively, having deep expertise does not limit one to facile, stereotypical, and superficial approaches to complex problems that ultimately thwart creativity. Flexible thinking, or the ability to apply information from a different area to a new problem when needed, may be the key to creative productivity in general and to bring creative in multiple domains. It is also possible that technical precision, skill, automaticity, and large stores of knowledge are more important at certain stages of talent development than at others. Creativity and eminence. Research indicates that creativity is clearly related to outstanding performance. In 1977, Simonton postulated that eminence was a function of creative productivity, number of creative or notable compositions, which in turn was a function of creative longevity, the length of the time that one produced creative work. He tested a series of equations trying to establish the relationship between eminence and creativity in composers and found that both creative productivity and creative longevity were indeed direct predictors of eminence in that domain. Historical analysis and biographical studies show that each domain establishes traditions of taste, which can vary within a culture and historical period in response to creative contributions, thereby affecting the attribution of eminence to any given individual. Gatekeepers, like artistic directors, critics, journal editors, foundational heads who serve as the arbiters of taste in each field, distinguish contributions deemed as creative from those that are not. According to Csikszentmihalyi, it is far more difficult to recognize enhancements or original inputs to fields in which gatekeepers such as K-12 teachers are not as widely held in respect compared with the high status fields such as classical music. Creativity in childhood versus adult. Do childhood differences in openness to ideas and willingness to entertain alternative views and perspectives predict creative productivity in adulthood? In other words, do creative children or little c producers have greater likelihood of becoming big C producers as adults? Certainly, many school programs for gifted and talented students are built upon this belief or hope, but there is only limited empirical research on the issue. Studies conducted by Cramond, Matthews, Morgan, Bandelos, and Zhu, and Plucker shed some light on the continuity between childhood and adult creativity. These authors reported on multiple decade follow-up of students identified as creative within the Torrance test of creative thinking while they were in elementary school. The Torrance test of creative thinking scores from childhood, which largely measured divergent thinking, predicted the quantity and quality of publicly recognized creative accomplishments in adulthood, accounting for 23% of the variance, and according to Plucker, divergent thinking contributed 3 times more than IQ. There's some empirical support for the continuity in creative processes across disparate domains, suggesting the contribution of general rather than specific domain-specific creative ability, at least in terms of some processes or skill. Root Bernstein found a high preponderance of polymaths or individuals who were able to work creatively in several disparate fields. They refer to noted actress Hedy Lamarr, who composed composer George Antheil, who together invented frequency hopping, a mechanism used in torpedo guidance. According to Root Bernstein, Learning how to manipulate the creative processes in one discipline appears to train the mind to understand the creative process in any discipline. In other words, creative people tend to be generally creative in the sense of being able to make personal contributions to disparate fields. The question remains whether those creative roots begin in childhood and undergird adult creativity. Thus, there may be some aspects of creativity, notably creative processes as well as personality dispositions, that are domain general and begin in childhood, and other aspects, those used by gatekeepers in the field to judge the creativeness of products or contributions that are domain specific. Although it is likely that creative work in one field can catalyze work in another field, it is not known at what points in talent development explorations in another domain can be most fruitful. Motivation. Several researchers agree that motivation, drive, or grit are the center of eminent levels of achievement, and credit motivation with determining an individual's ability to garner, respond to, and capitalize on talent development opportunities. In 1985, Csikszentmihalyi wrote, "The unifying similarity among geniuses and innovators is not cognitive or affective, but motivational. What is common among them is the unwillingness or inability to strive for goals everyone else accepts, their refusal to live by a presented life theme." A decade later, Winner made a similar point, as did Ash. It is consistently recognized that the creator's most salient characteristic is persistent motivation. Some eminent creators eventually have the chance to publicize how their detractors were wrong. Nobel laureate Rosalind Yallow's result met with resistance to the point that scientific journals refused to publish her work. When Yellow was awarded the Nobel Prize, she made sure to include a key rejection letter as an exhibition in her acceptance lecture materials. There are a wide variety of achievement motivational models, including self-determination theory, ability, self-perceptions, and subjective task values, goal orientation theory, self-efficacy theory, conceptions of ability, attribution theory, self-worth theory, and intrinsic and extrinsic motivation, among others. And Matthews and Foster provided practical suggestions about how some of the literature on motivation can be incorporated into gifted education. To date, much of the research on gifted students has focused on the relationship between motivation and achievement, comparing gifted and non-gifted students on one or more motivational constructs, or looking at gender differences within gifted samples. Here we review research related to motivational constructs that have been most often linked to high levels of achievement and performance. Intrinsic and extrinsic motivation. One of the motivational constructs that is long associated with giftedness is intrinsic motivation. Intrinsic motivation refers to engaging in a task for the sake of learning, and extrinsic motivation refers to engaging in tasks for external factors like rewards or instrumentality, practical utility. Despite the generally held belief that gifted students are only intrinsically motivated, Covington and Dre showed that many high academic achievers are motivated both by valuing learning intrinsic and by proving their ability through accomplishment extrinsic. In another study, Cover and Worrell reported that a group of academically talented students had similar levels of intrinsic and extrinsic motivation, but also found that instrumentality beliefs, a concern with the future utility of grades, strongly predicted extrinsic motivation but did not predict intrinsic motivation. More research is needed to understand the interrelationship of these variables in gifted students and their contributions to outstanding performance. Achievement motivation. Dweck coined the term mindset to describe assumptions held by children and youth about intelligence and achievement that affect the way that they respond to challenge, reward, feedback, and setbacks. These assumptions, in turn, can affect goals and aspirations held by talented young people in school, in studios, and on the playing field. As an outgrowth of her work on attributions and self-theory, Dweck had demonstrated the positive impacts of viewing intelligence as malleable and subject to modification. Those who hold a fixed mindset seek validation and reinforcement from others, constantly having to prove themselves worthy of a high ability level. In contrast, holding a growth mindset frees individuals to face obstacles and recognition as part of a trajectory of growth towards higher goals. Several researchers have presented a dual-level view of motivation, which can be succinctly framed as can I and do I want to? According to this theory of achievement motivation, children and adolescents assess tasks on two levels. First, they consider whether they have the skills to complete the task. Concurrently, they gauge the task by virtue of how important doing well or poorly at it might be for them, how much they enjoy it, and what role it might play in their future goals. If the answer to both can I and do I want to is yes, then it's likely that they will engage in the task. Task commitment. In 1977, Renzulli challenged the established conceptualization of giftedness as IQ by introducing a three-factor definition of giftedness: above average but not necessarily superior ability, task commitment, and creativity. But what is task commitment? Renzulli defined task commitment as a refined, focused form of motivation, whereas motivation is usually defined in terms of general energizing processes that triggers responses in organism. Task commitment represents energy brought to bear on particular problem, task, or specific performance areas. The terms that are most frequently used to describe task commitment are perseverance, endurance, hard work, dedicated practice, self-confidence, and a belief in one's ability to carry out important work. Task commitment is best thought of as the constellation of psychosocial variables that translates ability into potential into outstanding performance. There are several studies showing that task commitment contributes to outstanding performance. In a study predicting third grade enrollment in gifted programs based on kindergarten social competence levels, Kirby, Rudisill, Rim, Kaufman, and Knold demonstrated that those kindergarten pupils most likely to be identified as gifted in the third grade exhibited not only high cognitive ability, but early task orientation as well. Benbow and Archmond used a statistical method called discriminant function analysis to identify variables that distinguish between high and low academic achievers. In mathematics, participants consisted of 356 students in the first cohort and had been identified based on their scores on the SAT taken before age 13. Students attending medical school or graduate school for mathematics or science degrees were classified as high achievers, and students who did not complete high school, did not attend college, did not complete college, or completed college with a GPA in the bottom fifth of their graduating class were classified as low achievers. The discriminant function correctly classified 83% of the high and low achievers independent of test score. The strongest predictor was the number of mathematics and science examinations the students had sat for, a variable that reflects a commitment to the discipline, and these were optimal examinations rather than requirements. Task commitment came to the fore in the research of Erickson and his colleagues with the focus on deliberate practice. Erickson conducted seminal work showing that the amount of the deliberate practice differentiated among three tiers of talented violin players. This study's findings highlight the importance of task commitment. There are two important points to make about this research. First, Erickson contended that deliberate practice is not enjoyable, but is engaged in because it is instrumental. This hypothesis suggests that those who engage in the amount of practice that results in elite performance are higher than their peers in another aspect of task commitment, self-regulation. However, given other studies on how the gifted experience their craft, flow and passion, is also probable that the mastery that comes from extended deliberate practice also has intrinsic value for elite performance. Second, it's worth noting that deliberate practice aimed at technical proficiency is more relevant to some aspects of a domain than to others. Expertise from deliberate practice is more likely to result in technically flawless performance or production, but not necessarily in original or elegant performance or creative productivity. It will therefore be important to learn how domain-specific ability interacts with deliberate practice to result in creative performance beyond mastery of high-level technique. Personality. Many prominent researchers who study talent developments also agree that personality is related to high level of achievement and creative productivity. Winner wrote, after a certain point, levels of ability play a less important role than personality and motivational factors, a claim substantiated with regard to motivation in studies mentioned in the previous subsection. Personality traits show interesting patterns of association with achievement and creative productivity. In one of the few meta-analyses looking at achievement and personality, scientists were much higher on conscientiousness than were non-scientists, and much lower on non-conscientious direct expression of needs, psychopathic deviancy, whereas artists and non-artists had an inverse pattern of these constructs. Fleiss found no difference between less creative and more creative scientists, and between scientists and non-scientists on neuroticism. Perhaps this finding speaks to the inaccuracy of some popular stereotypes about gifted individual. Artists did report higher scores than non-artists on neuroticism, as well as on sensitivity, imagination, radicalism, and self-sufficiency. However, research is not yet able to ascertain how differences in personality characteristics contribute to promoting eminence and creative productivity. In a longitudinal study, creative artists Getzels and Csikszentmihalyi speculated on the types of social skills needed to draw attention to one's work, noting the importance of such skills in achieving recognition at the highest level, yet that such skills remain tremendously understudied. Emotional trauma. Many eminent individuals experience family tragedies early in life, like death of a parent or sibling, loss of family home, or lived in dysfunctional, chaotic, and challenging family situations. It has been suggested that these environments facilitate creative productivity by engendering characteristics that help individuals meet the demands of creative careers or jobs that involve tackling ill-defined, unstructured, and complex problems. These characteristics include early psychological independence, self-sufficiency, an ability to cope with high levels of stress, resiliency, emotional strength, a tolerance for ambiguity, intellectual risk-taking, and a preference for challenge. Difficult childhood trauma, or experience of marginalization may also create compelling psychological needs that are ameliorated or compensated for through creative productivity in adulthood. It is also clear that some eminent individuals did not grow up in dysfunctional environments, and that many individuals from such environments never become eminent. We need to understand more clearly whether these environments serve as a catalyst for individuals with tremendous potential in a domain, and if so, why and how. Parents. Goertzel used the biographies of eminent 20th century politicians, reformers, musicians, and artists to explore the special role of parents in their children's long-term achievement. One consistent theme found by the Goertzels was the great importance these parents placed on intellectual or creative excellence and recognition. This drive was channeled into their children's talent development, often at the expense of their parents' own personal fulfillment. Synthesis of retrospective studies on eminent individuals' early lives by Ash and Simonton highlighted the ample encouragement and intellectual stimulation parents offered to their talented offspring. However, encouragement and stimulation were not necessarily accompanied by emotional support. Despite this, and to the extent that outstanding achievement was the goal, the parents seem to have contributed to their children's attainment of eminence. Interest. The role of interest in outstanding performance is an engaging theme in the literature on outstanding performance. In 2010, C.C. and Williams published a volume of work in which they examined the reasons for female underrepresentation in math-intensive fields. They concluded that one of the most robust findings has been that women at all levels of math aptitude do not prefer mathematical careers in anywhere near the numbers that men do. These findings are important in the context of giftedness because C.C. and Williams examined data related specifically to pursuing graduate degrees and faculty positions at research-intensive institutions in mathematics and related fields, the domain of individuals who are outstanding achievers in mathematics. C.C. and Williams' findings are supported by Sue, Rounds, and Armstrong, who conducted a meta-analysis of sex differences in interest on sample of over 500,000 individuals. They found several differences with large effect scales and concluded that interest may play a critical role in gendered occupational choices. Differences in interest play a critical role in many gifted students' options and choices, and we need to understand more deeply what sparks and enhances those interests. Individuals who show tremendous potential in athletics and other performing domains are typically encouraged to pursue those domains. Often those individuals have potential in several areas and need to make a choice about which one they're going to pursue in early to mid-adolescence. Interests also play a role in academic domains. Tai examined the impact of 8th graders' interest in science, assessed as expectation to be a science-related career by age 30, on the probability of earning a life science degree versus a non-science related degree on a physical science engineering degree versus a non-science related degree by the year 2000. According to Tai, an average math achiever with a science-related career expectation of interest has a higher probability of earning a bachelor degree in the physical science or engineering than a high mathematics achiever with a non-science career expectation, 34 versus 19%. Interests also play a crucial role in channeling students into particular domains. Although the connection between giftedness and interest is clear in talent domains such as sport and the arts, it is less clear in academic domains, and it depends on the curriculum being offered in particular subjects and when students are exposed to them. Disciplines like philosophy, astronomy, or sociology are not typically taught until after high school. Tai's findings suggest that even in gifted populations, if students have been identified based on general ability and there is no clear sense of a given child's talent domain and interest, it's probable that the child will not develop as much as he or she would were interest taken into account. The topic of interest, how they are nurtured, developed, maintained, or lost is one that should elicit further research in understanding giftedness. Passion. The notion of passion is an interesting one in gifted and talented education because it's often mentioned but seldom studied. Pirto referred to the thorn or call that drives the creatively productive person to pursue explorations in a domain. Ash claimed that a single-minded drive can lead to great intellectual or creative gains or to emotional disorders, and that many great artists, leaders, and scholars avoided pain, loneliness, and self-awareness by engaging deeply in their work. Nevertheless, we often fail to recognize that passion is directed towards a domain rather than existing as a general characterization of the person. A recent study in Gifted Child Quarterly illustrates this concern. Fredericks, Alfred, and Eccles used data from a longitudinal study to examine passion in academic and non-academic domains for a sample of high school and college students who, in childhood, had been identified as either academically gifted or gifted in sports or the arts. They reported that students in the sports and the arts were passionate about their involvement in these domains. I love the game. I want to play the game. I love to play. When I want to be alone, I play my violin. When I'm feeling depressed, I play my violin. Even when I'm feeling really happy, I play my violin, and I'm feeling happier, etc. However, this passion was not present in the academically gifted youth. Well, I don't get all excited or anything. I mean, it's schoolwork. The authors concluded that passion is more apt to be present in non-academic than academic domains. However, Frederick and colleagues interviewed athletically and artistically gifted youth about violin, baseball, or dance. Yet they asked the academically talented youth about school in general instead of specific subjects like physics or history, missing out on an opportunity to examine the relation of passion to performance in specific academic domains of interest to the students. Yeah, Tim Buck, God forbid. I talked about that earlier. You could check out earlier in the program or reach out on we talk about it a different time. Opportunity. Outstanding performance depends in large part on the opportunity to develop the talent that one has. Opportunity provides a context for talent to be nurtured, sometimes even before it is recognized. This means that talents are more often developed in households with adequate financial and other resources. This suggests the need for greater access by talented individuals to high-quality talent development programs. In discussing the concert pianist in the B.J. Bloom study, Sosniak commented, parents began to consider what other activities they could allow their child to engage in without the possibility of harming his music making. Parents began making large sacrifices of time and money to get the child to a better teacher, buy a better piano, and travel to competitions. The teachers found themselves working with students who could perhaps become fine musicians. The students found themselves working with teachers who were dedicated to music and who appreciated ability and commitment. Of course, the person to whom the opportunity is offered must choose to accept it and to commit to it. Y. Lubitsky, Benbow, and Steger examine the relationship between participation in pre-college educational activities, such as competition, academic clubs, as well as in advanced and accelerated classes, and found that students with a richer density of these, what they called a higher STEM dose, had a higher rate of notable STEM accomplishments as adults, indicating that opportunity matters. The ultimate marker of eminence in many academic domains is receiving a Nobel Prize. In 1977, Zuckerman reported on a study of 92 Americans who won a Nobel Prize in a science domain between 1901 and 1972. She based her theoretical framework on Merton's concept of accumulation of advantage. Her interviews traced the ways in which her study participants were labeled earlier in their careers as comers, able to capitalize on opportunities for outstanding education and mentorship. According to Zuckerman, more professional advantage was derived from their choice of post-secondary education than from their social origins. Over half of the laureates had studied or collaborated with previous laureates. These mentors inducted their proteges into a culture of the discipline and helped them develop a feel for important problems and elegant solutions. The mentors also mobilized resources such as access to grants, fellowships, jobs, and publications on behalf of their proteges. In some, giftedness must be nurtured appropriately and pursued vigorously. Although it is not always clear whether the nurturing will pay off, it is abundantly clear that without the appropriate environmental condition, the gift will never mature into what it could be. Chance. Not all opportunities are calculated. Serendipity also plays a role. 2004, 60 Minutes ran a piece on low-income adolescents of color from Harlem, 4 of whom were representing the United States at the Olympics in fencing that year. How did students from low-income backgrounds living in an inner-city neighborhood get involved in such an esoteric sport? As chance would have it, a former black fencing champion had retired to Harlem and began giving lessons 15 years earlier. His work provided the opportunity for many youngsters who had never held a sword in their hands to discover that they had a talent for the sport. Along with the newly discovered talent, these youngsters also exhibited the interest, passion, and commitment to pursue the gift, and of course they had a teacher to help them own the gift appropriately. Austin, 1978, classified chance into 4 types. Type 1 is associated with luck. The individual plays absolutely no role in the outcome. Type 2 chance is a function of exploratory behavior and explores willingness to take advantage of opportunities that fortunately happen to exist in one's particular circumstances. The decision of the youth in Harlem to join the fencing team is an example of this type of chance. If these individuals had not chosen to use the opportunity that chance provided, they would not have achieved as they did. According to Austin, type 3 chance only happens if one is already steeped in a domain and thus able to benefit from a random remark or article. In other words, one preparation allows for making opportune connections, as perhaps happened with the Nobel laureates in Zuckerman's study. Finally, type 4 chance results from serendipitous action unique to the individual, such as a hunter chasing his dog into an unknown cave found to have magnificent cave paintings. Chance plays an important role in providing opportunities for talent development, and successful individuals learn how to prepare themselves to capitalize on type 2 and 3 chance factors. Cultural factors affect the expression of giftedness and talent. Researchers who study talent development recognize that all achievement exists and are valued within a social cultural context. Actions or outcomes are defined as achievements depending upon cultural values. For example, Sternberg noted that in tribal culture, being exceptional at gathering food, hunting, or understanding the medicinal properties of herbs will be highly prized and may define giftedness. In societies that emphasize oral rather than written traditions, exceptional expressive storytelling may be considered as a hallmark of giftedness. In other words, domains of giftedness and definitions of talent differ across cultures. Social cultural environments affect talent development in other ways as well. Cultures that value certain fields and domains and make them more available to children via access to instruction and programs will produce more prodigies and champions in those fields. Based on perceived national needs, societies may promote and value giftedness in particular areas at particular times. For example, the current emphasis on STEM talent has been reignited in the United States. Broad ideologies also provide a framework for the purposes and goals of talent development. To honor the family in collectivist cultures, assist the state in communist societies, and maximize wealth in capitalist societies, historical events focus attention on certain problems. For example, the current need for more environmentally friendly renewable energy sources to reduce U.S. dependence on foreign oil that result in fiscal resources and other forms of support being channeled in specific kinds of creative work that capitalize on specific talents. Summary: there are those who contend that giftedness is an ability trait that separates those who are gifted from the rest of us, arguing that those who are gifted are qualitatively different from those who are not. Others contend that there's no such thing as giftedness and that outstanding achievement is merely the outcome of appropriate opportunity and sufficient practice. The data support neither of these two extreme claims. General domain-specific abilities, task commitment, and opportunity in the form of access to teaching and appropriate resources contribute to outstanding performance and to the development of eminence. Some important personality variables are common across domains of achievement, while others may be more closely associated with scientific accomplishments or more related to artistic endeavors. Creativity is also an important part of the equation, although it's not always clear if creativity is a predictor of giftedness, part of the outcome that allows us to identify giftedness, or both. If the claim is that gifted individuals are different by virtue of their combination of intensity, persistence, and ability that results in eminent productivity, we would agree. The distinguishing feature of those who are gifted is the commitment and sacrifice they are willing to make in pursuit of their creative productivity. Barriers to developing giftedness. For more than a quarter of a century, gifted education has been criticized for the underrepresentation of children of color and those from low social-economical backgrounds, with blame being cast on identification procedures and societal racism. Many of these scholars compare the percentage of low-income minority students in school districts with the percentage of students in its gifted program to determine underrepresentation. For example, based on data from the 2006 Elementary and Secondary School Civil Rights Survey, Ford, Grantham, and Whiting noted that African American students are underrepresented by about 51% and Hispanic students by about 42% in gifted programs, relative to their proportion in the nation's schools. However, most of these researchers fail to connect the underrepresentation in gifted and talented programs to the larger issue of the achievement gap. African Americans, Latinos, and Native Americans are severely underrepresented among the top 1, 5, and 10% on almost every achievement measure, including grades, GPA, class rank, and standardization test scores, and every level of education from kindergarten through professional school. Using data from the National Assessment of Educational Progress and State Achievement Tests, Plucker, Burroughs, and Songs documented the underrepresentation of lower-income students, English language learners, and historically underrepresented minorities at the highest level of achievement, what the author refers to as passive, pervasive excellence gaps without intervention. The achievement gap between high-ability European American and ethnic minority students increases between grades 5 and 8. Indeed, any analysis of academic performance on students by ethnic and racial group provides a cogent explanation for the discrepancy between the proportions of groups of students in gifted programs and the general school population. The reasons and causes for the achievement gap are many and varied. They include a host of factors that could be labeled as educational malnourishment. Among them are lack of access to supplemental educational programs and other educational tools, including technology, poor quality schools with underprepared teachers, lower teacher expectations, lower levels of parental education and parental involvement, cultural and language differences, negative peer influences, geographic mobility, academic declines over the summer months, and lack of tacit knowledge about higher education. The most potent of these is poverty, which is related to many of the other variables listed. Several psychosocial factors have also been posited, with many of these focusing on the intersection of students' personal and social identities. Cultural ecological theory suggests that African American students may actively resist doing well because of achieving academically is perceived as giving up on one's Black identity and acting white. This hypothesis has been supported by several studies. For example, Ford, Grantham, and Whiting found that high-achieving African Americans reported that doing well in school and taking honors and advanced classes were associated with acting white, whereas underachieving and pretending not to be smart were associated with acting Black. On the other hand, Steele and colleagues suggest that stereotype threat undermines the performance of African Americans, with particularly potent effects on the performance of those who care the most about doing well. According to Aronson, Fried, and Good, stereotype threat derives much of its power to create anxiety from a fixed mindset, as it feeds the individual's apprehension that he is unalterably limited. A number of social psychologists are now arguing that unidentified or unremediated psychological threats consistently undermine the academic performance of minority students. These theoretical formulations suggest that high ability or high achieving students from low income or ethnically and racially marginalized backgrounds may experience psychosocial stress, reconciling their social identity with their academic or achievement identities. This may have the effect of decreasing their sense of belonging in and willingness to participate in gifted programs or advanced classes. However, there is a debate about how well these effects generalize to different school settings with different school populations or beyond the laboratory to the real world. In summary, although there are several theories explaining the disparities in achievement in our society that contribute to the underrepresentation of low-income and minority students in gifted education, these issues are manifested in unique and different ways that have been understudied and need further attention by scholars. Expected outcomes of gifted education. If one accepts the view that giftedness is a hereditary characteristic, it follows that the field simply needs to learn how to reliably identify it. A contrasting view associates giftedness with accomplishment. From this perspective, what determines whether individuals are gifted or not is not who they are, but what they do. From this point of view, it really does not matter how high an individual's IQ is if that person never makes a substantive or substantial contribution to some field or endeavor. Given that most contributions are made by adults and there is growing literature on the importance of talent development, one can argue that giftedness in children is probably best described as potential. This suggests that to maintain the label of gifted in adolescence and adulthood requires turning potential into outstanding accomplishments. The debate can be formulated in terms of at least two rival views of what gifted education should lead to: self-actualization versus eminence. Self-actualization. The Roper School is an example of gifted education with self-actualizing as a goal. Designated as a school for the gifted in 1956, the Roper School is concerned with creating a safe, joyful community of learning where each child can become their best self. Anne-Marie Roper argued that gifted education is focused on developing the cognitive abilities of children. From her point of view, gifted education should be concerned with the growth of the individual as well as responsible membership in the world community. These ideas are reflected in the mission and philosophy of the school. Anne-Marie Roper and her husband founded the Roper School. The Roper School's primary concern about talent development was not about contributions to science, philosophy, or art. As Anne-Marie Roper put it, is my belief that the gifted child is emotionally different from others. The self of the gifted child is structured differently. The depth of their awareness is different. The center of their inner life is different. Their view of the world is more complex in a fundamental way. That is why one cannot say that a child is partially gifted in certain areas only and not in others. Success from this perspective is based on gifted children maximizing the development of this emotional different psyche. Although this view of giftedness is still prevalent in many quarters, there's little empirical support for viewing gifted people as qualitatively different. Development of eminence. In 2003, Subotnick commented on the surprise she had felt a decade before at realizing that graduates of an elite program for high IQ children had not made unique contributions to society beyond what might be expected from their family social economic status and the high quality education they received, and posed the following question to readers. Can gifted children grown up claim to be gifted adults without displaying markers of distinction associated with their ability? Several years later, Subotnick and Rykov contended that the answer is no. Gifted children need to become eminent producers to be labeled gifted as adults, and society has the right to expect outcomes from its investment in developing children's gift. To accomplish the goals of producing eminent adults, society will actually have to invest in developing children's gift by studying talent in various domains, assessing the benefits and cost of early specialization, ensuring apprenticeship and mentorship, and supporting psychosocial skill development. The premise here is that gifted education should have a specific goal. In this case, the goal is to develop the talents of children and youth at the upper ends of the distribution in all fields of endeavor to maximize those individuals' lifetime contributions to society. The talent development goal does not mean that self-actualization is not important. Rather, the suggestion is that self-actualization should not be the explicit goal of gifted education programs. In any case, longitudinal studies make it clear that outstanding accomplishment in the domain of their talent is an important part of the self-actualization of gifted adults. Educating gifted students. Given aspirations for preparing young people to be outstanding contributors, are there pedagogical practices that are appropriate only for gifted children? This question has generated some debate in gifted educational circles. Is gifted education just effective teaching, or does it involve strategies that work only for gifted learners? Several researchers have concluded that some strategies employed in gifted education are useful with all children, while others are not. Such strategies include inquiry, interdisciplinary explorations, and problem-based learning. If true, this strand of evidence reinforces our policy perspective decrying the zero-sum game approach to investments in gifted and general education. Two approaches, enrichment and acceleration, are the most frequent strategies employed in gifted education, and we discuss these in a bit more detail. We also discuss psychosocial coaching and selective institutions for elite performance, less common educational offspring for gifted students that have elicited interest and research as well. Enrichment. Enrichment is a term used to describe a set of programming options that extend and supplement the regular curriculum and often include topics that are not typically covered in the curriculum. Visits to websites of well-known summer programs for the gifted yield a range of topics for children and youth that are not typically available in the regular education classroom. These classes are not accelerated in that they are not being taught at the level of sophistication at which they would be offered in a high school or college, although enrichment can lead to accelerated placement. The distinction between enrichment and acceleration can be fuzzy because enrichment offers access to topics that these students would typically not study in their regular school offerings. The goal of enrichment classes is to allow students to engage with a subject in more depth than they would in a traditional classroom. Although enrichment is perhaps the most frequent programming option for gifted students, especially in regular education settings, with rare exceptions, the literature reports almost no formal evaluations of the effects of these programs Moreover, it's probable that enrichment strategies are useful for all students. Acceleration. Acceleration is based on at least two premises. The first is that academically gifted students can acquire and process information more rapidly than their peers. Second, by virtue of their speed and depth of knowledge acquisition, gifted students often have mastered advanced levels of content in subject areas, thereby necessitating above grade level placements. Acceleration encompasses a variety of strategies, including those that allow students earlier access to courses and content than their same age peers. Examples include early entrance to any level of schooling, grade skipping, placement in higher grade level for instruction in a single subject, subject area acceleration, and advanced placement courses, early access to college courses. These options can also include accelerating the pace of instruction within a course, self-paced classes, fast-paced classes, telescoped or compressed classes, so that 2 years of material are covered in one academic year. There is general consensus in the field, supported by the extant literature, that acceleration is uniquely appropriate instructional strategy for gifted learners. Research evidence about the efficacy of acceleration is overwhelmingly positive. Kulik conducted several meta-analyses of research studies on acceleration with elementary and secondary students. When compared to students of the same age and ability who are not accelerated, accelerated students demonstrate superior levels of achievement with a large medium effect size, and their achievement was comparable to older non-accelerated students. Kulik also found that acceleration has a positive influence on educational aspirations, particularly plans to pursue higher education beyond the bachelor's degree. Kulik's findings replicated results from previous meta-analysis. Rogers computed the amount of additional growth for accelerated students placed in various types of programs and found that growth ranged from 1.9 months in multi-grade classrooms to 3/5 a year for students in telescope programs designated so that students cover several years of content within a given academic year. Support for acceleration also comes from recent work indicating that accomplishments in STEM fields are related to the amount of advanced pre-collegiate educational opportunities in STEM that are taken. In a study of 60 gifted individuals in Australia, Gross reported similar findings about the benefits of acceleration. Participants in the study were chosen on the basis of IQ scores greater than 160 when they were between 5 and 13 years old. 17 of the participants were radically accelerated, allowing them to graduate from high school 3 years early. In a 20-year follow-up study, Gross reported that 17 students who were radically accelerated were characterized by passionate love of learning. They all graduated with extremely high grades and, in most cases, university prizes for exemplary achievement, and almost all have gone on to attain their PhD. Gross also pointed out that participants who were accelerated 2 years also generally did well, but not as well as the radically accelerated group. She also found that participants who were accelerated only 1 year or not accelerated were less satisfied with their education, and the latter group had students who dropped out and experienced problems with psychological well-being. This study is unique in finding that students who were not accelerated experienced adjustment difficulties. These results suggest that acceleration may be especially important and effective for the exceptionally gifted, as other studies have not always found adjustment differences between students who were accelerated and those who were not. It is also possible that students who appeared poorly adjusted were less likely to be recommended for acceleration. Few studies find negative social or affirmative consequences associated with acceleration for groups of students, although negative effects have been observed for individuals. There is empirical evidence of decreases in academic self-concept or academic self-esteem on the part of students in accelerated or otherwise selected programs. Marsh and colleagues called this phenomenon the big fish, little pond effect, and have found compelling cross-cultural evidence that students who attend selective schools, including accelerated programs, may develop less positive perceptions about their academic abilities once they have left behind being a top student in a less competitive environment. We think these findings support the argument we make later for the importance of psychosocial coaching for academically gifted students. Although Marsh sees this decline as a concern, researchers in the gifted field question whether an unrealistically high self-concept or even one that is lowered upon entrance into selective school or program is detrimental to long-term achievement or to social or psychological adjustment. It is unknown whether the big fish, little pond occurs for other forms of acceleration, such as grade skipping or subject acceleration, as these have not been specifically studied, although there is some evidence for the big fish, little pond does not occur in supplemental outside of school gifted programs. Also, it is not clear how other characteristics such as resilience or coping skills moderate potential negative impacts of a selective academic environment on self-esteem, and whether interventions employing skills training might neutralize the big fish, little pond effects. Acceleration strategies for gifted students are not used frequently in schools, in part due to the difficulties of scheduling, especially across levels of schooling, requiring students to leave the building to acquire needed services. Elementary school age students attending a middle school for mathematics instruction, so on. Many outside of school summer programs for the gifted provide the opportunity for students to accelerate their learning by offering semester or year-long courses compressed into a few weeks of intensive instruction. With some important exceptions, research studies have generally reported few negative effects on the adjustment of children who enter school early. Problems are more likely to occur when very young children in the early primary years, and there is some evidence that grade skipping during the K-12 grades or early entrance into college can result in adjustment difficulties, particularly if students are not appropriately assessed for readiness or placed with teachers who have negative attitudes towards acceleration or unrealistic expectations for performance and maturity. Just pour myself a drink, 1 second. Okay, Duvid's hyper-focused to read for hours and hours. Motivation, okay. Oswald, thanks for sticking around. Glad to see people in the chat. Hope people are gaining from this. Psychosocial coaching. As noted previously in this monograph, the process of achieving eminence requires psychosocial strength. In a study of successful elite coaches from 13 different sports, Martindale found key aspects of talent development, including preparing athletes for and supporting them through key transitions. Sports psychology has developed a number of techniques for coaching that are ripe for further empirical study, such as goal setting, imagery, relaxation, concentration, and self-talk in sports and other domains. Taking a developmental perspective, Jarvin and Subotnick suggested that the type and relative importance of various psychosocial skills required for transformation of abilities into competencies, competencies into expertise, and expertise into eminence differ, and that one of the functions of a good teacher is to offer appropriate psychological strength training in addition to information specific to the talent domain. Academically talented students who also live and work in competitive and occasionally stressful environments only rarely have access to psychological coaching. This omission is especially glaring before graduate school, as academic talent during the school year and even in college is pursued mostly in the classroom setting, as opposed to working with an individual teacher, mentor, or coach. It is also the case that schools and college teachers receive no systematic training in the dimension of differentiated instruction. Selective institutions. The most intensive educational option for developing talent is found in elite training centers, conservatories, and special schools. These institutions offer psychological scientists opportunities to study optimal performance in the psychosocial dimensions of talent development. The results of studies regarding the most powerful components of these environments might be generalizable to schools and out-of-school environments serving gifted young people without access to elite institutions. Academic institutions. Some special schools target a limited number of academic domains, and some focus on more general academic talent development. The most intensive special schools existed in the Soviet bloc countries, according to Donahue, Karp, and Vogeli, attributed in part, and Grigorenko and Klinkerbeard. The impetus for specialized science schools came in the late 1950s from distinguished scientists advocating for educational opportunities to develop future generations of scientists. In order to increase the geographic reach of the schools, several including boarding facilities, admissions to the schools were based on stringent criteria, including having already competed well in the regional competition. The faculty of these schools included pedagogically talented educators, and students had the opportunity to work with renowned professors as well. An example of one of these specialized institutions is the residential Kolmogorov School, which enrolls 200 students per year from Russia, Belarus, and beyond. Selection was and continues to be based on a record of success in regional Olympiads. Professors from the prestigious Moscow State University serve as the faculty. The coursework is heavy and intense, and the students are expected to conduct independent projects on topics of interest to them. Grigorenko and Klinkerbeard reported that students attending Soviet special schools were uncharacteristically for the Soviet Union encouraged to be intellectually aggressive and competitive. They added that the curriculum in these schools shortchanged the humanities and social sciences, focusing overwhelmingly on excellence in mathematics and science, although the schools were often denigrated by Soviet educators and psychologists who argued that outstanding achievement was achieved exclusively from hard work and commitment. These arguments were countered by famous scientific advocates. The schools, which continue to exist in some form today, have graduates on the faculties of most prestigious institutions in Russia. However, many graduates of these schools also found in the academic ranks of Western universities, leading Russian policymakers to question the value of further investment. The United States created its first specialized technical high school, Stuyvesant High School in New York City in 1904, and this was followed by Brooklyn Technical High School in 1922. Although both originated as boys' vocational schools, they transformed into powerhouses in science and engineering and were joined by the Bronx High School of Science in 1938, the first state residential high school in the United States. The North Carolina School of Science and Mathematics was established in 1980, in the mid-1980s, most likely in response to a nation at risk. National Commission on Excellence in Education. Public support led to the establishment of a number of other selective schools around the country designed to serve students talented and interested in STEM. Among them were residential schools like the Illinois Mathematics and Science Academy and the Arkansas School for Mathematics, Science, and the Art, part-time programs like the Central Virginia Governor's School and the Kalamazoo Area Mathematics and Sciences Center, schools within schools like the Montgomery Blair Science, Mathematics, and Computer Science Magnet, and other technical schools based on the New York City model. The White House, the U.S. Department of Education, National Research Center on Gifted and Talented, and the National Science Foundation have recently promoted studies looking at the impact and effectiveness of these programs. One large-scale study currently underway will compare graduates of such schools with a group of equally able and interested peers who did not enroll in specialized schools. A focus of the study is relative rates of completion of STEM majors. This and other outcomes will be analyzed with the aim of teasing out the variables most associated with maintaining and enhancing the U.S. pipeline of scientific innovators. Other U.S. schools have been created to serve the needs of academically able students without a special focus on any particular domain. Examples of such institutions include Hunter College campus schools and University of Illinois Laboratory High School. These highly competitive environments were designed to prepare future leaders, scholars, and creative thinkers. Early promoters of programs for intellectually gifted children identified the importance of appropriate psychosocial skills preparation, but those proposals were not institutionalized in the schools, at least after the early years. The small number of such schools makes it difficult to conduct large-scale investigations of their effectiveness and impact, although some promising qualitative studies are underway. Athletic training. In the performance arenas of athletics and the arts, training institutions are closely tied to the gatekeepers and agents associated with attaining success in a field. Sports selection and training are based on what is considered best practice as well as scientific studies of mental and physical skill enhancements. According to the International Olympic Committee, elite child athletes have distinct physical, social, and emotional needs that vary with developmental level. Explicit attention is focused on creating a healthy motivational climate through mental skills training and goal setting and behavioral, cognitive, and emotional control. Training centers for sports are urged to create an atmosphere for young athletes that is free of harassment and inappropriate pressure from adults so they can focus on meeting and exceeding performance goals. The U.S. Olympic Committee sponsored a study to investigate the development of psychological strength in U.S. Olympic champions. According to Gould, in order to become a champion, individuals need to master both physical and mental skills and training. The study delineated the following characteristics of successful Olympic athletes: ability to focus, mental toughness, goal-setting ability, coping ability, competitiveness, confidence, coachability, drive, intrinsic motivation, optimism, adaptive perfectionism, automaticity, and emotional control. Coaches who work with young Olympic athletes promote hard work and discipline, teach mental skills, provide encouragement, and elicit trust. Musical training. Music conservatories for Western classical music are interesting environments in which to study talent. They are rich in traditions that span decades, if not centuries, and share common programs around the globe. One of the first studies conducted in a musical conservatory was by Kingsbury in 1988. Kingsbury's goal was to describe the cultural system that supported the development of musical talent and performance. He argued that cultural mores of the conservatory were similar to those of a seminary, with music as the source of devotion for the students. Another distinguishing feature of the conservatory is the studio teacher, who provides individualized and highly focused lessons to their talented charges. A majority of the studio teachers also have their own performance careers. Subotnick described the implicit and explicit curriculum of the Juilliard School's pre-college and conservatory programs. More implicit components include inculcating beliefs and values such as deep devotion to one's arts and to one's teachers that are associated with successful negotiation of the conservatory years. Specific courses that focus explicitly on some of the same mental skills training used in sports institutes have been added in recent years to directly address variations in outcomes from star to underachiever. These skills are taught by music coaches and agents and are offered in each instrument department at elite institutions like Juilliard and the Royal College of Music. Subotnick recommended that the following components of the conservatory be considered for appropriate adaptation in academic domains far before the dissertation stage. Employee audition, paper presentation for purposes of admission, view each student as unique challenge with their own profile of skills, talents, personality, and interests, provide regular opportunities for public demonstration of skills and creative work, encourage students to apply to advanced programs based on their talents and creative productivity of the faculty, as is currently the case in the pursuit of the PhD rather than on the general reputation of the institution, provide psychosocial skills training designed to enhance opportunities for success in a highly competitive environment. Throughout their history, institutions for the development of elite talent have struggled with diversity and inclusion. In athletics, the degree of diversity by race and ethnicity varies by sport, and financial resources for female athletes remains a point of contention. These highly focused organizations serve a special role in preparing the most competitive candidates, and the zero-sum game of admission looms heavily on both the candidates and the admissions director each year. God forbid. Talent development models. Talent development models have emerged from scholars' desire to organize empirical literature and retrospective studies of highly accomplished learners, creators, and performers in ways that might be useful for research and practice. The models aim to delineate the pathways from childhood precocity to adult accomplishment in specific domains while seeking to be economical, understandable, and generative of further empirical work. Although families set the stage for development of elite talent, most of the models focus on variables associated with expert teachers or mentors, individual abilities, and psychosocial factors. Two models feature the role of chance. All of the models recognize general and specific ability as factors, as well as the role of expert instruction and mentoring in developing optimal performance and producers. All of them acknowledge the central role of personal commitment to hard work and a drive to excel, whether derived from intrinsic or extrinsic sources. We present here a sampling of models that represent this body of literature. 4 models have served as the foundation for programs used in schools in the United States and other countries. These include the developmental model of gifted and talent, the enrichment triad model, talent search, and the wisdom, intelligence, creativity synthesized model. The talent search model, perhaps the best known, has been the basis for numerous outside of school programs as well as some in-school programming. Most of the work associated with these models focuses on the school and early university years. Other talent developmental models we will describe are designed to explain the evolution of talent over time, going beyond the school years into adult eminence, but do not have networks of school programs associated with them. 2 of these models are derived from interviews and observations of talented people in various domains. Models based on variables associated with talent development from childhood to adulthood. 3 of the models represent efforts to identify variables associated with transforming potential into notable accomplishments. These models do not place the components into a trajectory, but provide a framework for indicating how each variable on its own is necessary but not sufficient to maximize potential. Tannenbaum's talent development model. One of the first scholars to present a theory of explicating the talent development process from childhood to adulthood was Tannenbaum, 1983. He defined giftedness in the following way: keeping in mind that developing talent exists only in adults. Developed talent exists only in adults. A proposed definition of giftedness in children is that it denotes their potential for becoming critically acclaimed performers or exemplary producers of ideas and spheres of activities that enhance the moral, physical, emotional, social, intellectual, and aesthetic life of humanity. The Tannenbaum model consists of 5 components, all of which must be in place to transform early potential into exceptional contributions in adulthood. The components include general ability, special or domain-specific ability, psychosocial abilities, external support, and chance. Tannenbaum argued that the amount of G needed varies by domain. If sufficient G exists for succeeding in a domain, it must be accompanied by foundational abilities or propensities associated with that domain, such as musicality or mathematical cast of mind. In addition to G and specific abilities, a person needs interpersonal skills, motivation, and perseverance to overcome impediments to their talent development trajectory. The more revolutionary the idea or performance, the more psychological strength is needed. Furthermore, at least one person in the individual's life must also provide encouragement to appreciate the joys and persist through the challenges of the talent development process. Finally, Tannenbaum reminds us that it is impossible to remove the role of chance in the fulfillment of potential. Chance factors can be as basic as the genes one inherits, the circumstances of the family that one was born into, or the geographic setting into which one grows up in. A city with many nearby opportunities to pursue activities of interest, a rural area with fewer such opportunities but more community ties and individual attention. More important, chance factors offer random matches or mismatches between gifts and the values of society at a given moment in time with an individual's proximal environments. Wisdom, intelligence, creativity synthesized. According to Sternberg and his colleagues, giftedness is the development of expertise. Giftedness is the development of expertise, is associated with excellence relative to peers, and is rare within a given context. For example, among academically talented young adults, becoming a graduate student is not a sufficiently rare phenomenon to warrant the label gifted, unless this person emerges from extremely difficult circumstances. Giftedness also requires demonstration of productivity in valued domains. Sternberg joined Tannenbaum in stressing that outcomes of talent development should serve the common good. In his Wisdom, Intelligence, Creativity Synthesized model, Sternberg explicated how determining the common good involves balancing interpersonal, intrapersonal, and extrapersonal needs and interests. In order to meet the challenges successfully, one needs extrinsic motivations and courage. Sternberg's model and all of his work supporting the talent development model highlight the role of intelligence, creativity, and practical knowledge. Practical or implicit knowledge helps to ensure that the investments made in developing talent connects with an audience and are therefore fully realized. According to Sternberg, practical intelligence promotes capitalizing on one's developed strength to achieve desired culturally relevant goals while shoring up weaknesses. Practical intelligence also allows talented individuals to gain access to gatekeepers and domain-specific insider knowledge. Coincidence model. Feldman's 1986 coincidence model is designed to explain why prodigies emerge in some domains and not others. Prodigies are individuals who perform at extremely high levels within a specific field at a young age. The model does not address adult eminence. Components of the coincidence model include biological proclivity towards a domain, access to master teachers, family recognition and support, and deep passion for the domain. Although not mentioned explicitly in the model, the role played by chance is reflected in another dimension exploited by Feldman, the fact that only some domains are within the physical and conceptual reach of children. These are domains in which prodigies excel, such as chess, music, performance, or some subsets of mathematics. Chance also plays a role in the convergence of all the supporting factors that lead to prodigious outcomes. Models featuring talent trajectories. A second set of models takes components of talent development and places them in a sequence, although the sequence is not framed specifically as a developmental process. Enrichment triad model. Like Feldman's coincidence model, Renzulli's enrichment triad model focuses mostly on developing talent in childhood and youth. In the enrichment triad model, the variables that provide the basis for developing giftedness are above average cognitive ability, creative ability, and task commitment. Renzulli argued that the talent pool for developing giftedness consists of individuals in the top 15 to 20% of these three constructs, and he suggested that the development of talent is related to an appropriate sequence of educational experiences conducted in schools. He divided the educational experiences into three stages: enriched activities in a number of domains, specific and advanced instructions in domains of interest, and experiences that foster creative productivity that may lead to adult career contributions to benefit society. Pyramid model. Puerto's pyramid model also begins with a foundation of abilities that comes from genetic contributions and developed through training of psychological and cognitive skills. The direction of development is influenced by the values held by families, schools, communities, and cultures. These influences can afford or disallow opportunities to pursue talents and interests. According to Puerto, psychological attributes such as insights, passion, persistence, and creativity outweigh intelligence in determining the likelihood that one will gain recognition by one's peers for making something valuable and new. DMGT. Gagné employed a similar set of variables as Tannenbaum, but he replaced them in a sequence framed in the transformation of natural gifts into high-level mastery or expertise, although not necessarily eminence in a domain. In the Gagné model, intellectual, creative, social, affective, and sensomotor abilities serve as a foundation for the talent development process when these gifts are displayed at a very high level. Gagné also incorporates learning and practice into the mechanisms that drive talent development, with environmental and interpersonal catalysts such as temperament serving as facilitators or inhibitors of the process. Gagné gives chance a prominent role in this model as it affects the availability of learning opportunities and environmental supports, as well as whether one exhibits psychological traits conducive to motivational and persistence. The successful transformation of potential gifts to actualized talent is indicated for Gagné by the level of accomplishment above the 90th percentile of same-age peers with similar levels of investment in the field. Talent search. The talent search model was developed by Julian Stanley, 1976, based on his interest in extreme precocity in mathematical reasoning ability. An important component of the model is domain-specific testing in key cognitive areas such as verbal, mathematical, and spatial reasoning using above-grade level instruments that have sufficient ceiling to accurately measure the abilities of gifted children. Another component of the model is achieving an optimal match between tested ability and the level of educational program provided, which include in-school and out-of-school programs. This optimal match is obtained by accelerating students as necessary and by adjusting the pacing of materials to the abilities of the student. The talent search model hypothesizes that motivation, task commitment, and perseverance are facilitated and engendered by the appropriate levels of challenge achieved through this optimal match. An appropriate match also involves student interest, passions, and values. Because these factors change and since abilities develop over time, the nature of optimal programming and career paths for individual students can also change over time. As we cite in other parts of this monograph, there is a great deal of empirical support for the predictive validity of domain-specific identification systems involved in talent search and for the efficacy of educational programs built on domain-specific talent identification for developing high levels of talent in mathematics and science domains. Models that feature developmental changes over time. The second group of models we describe suggest a trajectory for talent development variables. The variables in the next set of models we present change in importance according to developmental stages. Bloom's model. The model developed by Bloom and his colleagues addresses the contributions made by teachers to the evolution of outstanding talent. At each stage of the model, teachers play a central, unique role to that stage. The first stage is exemplified by playful engagement with a topic or domain of interest that elicits rapid progress on the part of the child and is reinforced by parents and teachers. Over time, playful interaction is insufficient for the child whose interests are deep and who seeks other peers exploring similar pursuits. Parents search for the best possible teachers and coaches to provide instruction in technique, content, and rules associated with the domain in stage 2. Should talented young people persist in their interest and commitment to the extent that they wish to make their domain a life choice? Stage 3, then a third type of teacher guides them to develop a personal niche for their creative work. The scholarly productive artistry model. The scholarly productive artistry model builds directly on Bloom's work as well as Sternberg's conception of transforming abilities into competencies and competencies into expertise. Inspired by Bloom's and Sternberg's approaches, Subotnick and Jarvin reformulated Bloom's three stages to apply to the musical and mathematical domains. In the scholarly productive artistry model, psychosocial skills serve as a catalyst of movement from one stage to another. Some psychosocial variables remain constant and others change. The age at which the first stage begins depends on the instrument and domain of talent. As development progresses, three variables remain constant: musicality, or in the case of mathematics, mathematical cast of mind, intrinsic motivation, and persistence. The first stage of the scholarly productive artistry is the transformation of abilities into competencies, a process mediated by parental support or pressure, the young person's willingness to learn, sufficient extrinsic rewards. The second stage involves the transformation of competencies into expertise with the following variables as mediators: parental support, not pressure, differentiation from one teacher's recognition and opportunities to perform, and social skills such as collegiality. The two psychosocial variables are particularly important in stage two: self promotion and learning how to play the game. Additionally, many young people experience a loss of self confidence at this stage when encountering other highly talented individuals for the first time and need assistance in restoring their self confidence in order to proceed. The third stage of the model involves the transition from expertise to scholarly productivity and artistry. At this point, the talented individual focuses more exclusively on his or her strength, is promoted through an agent or mentor, takes strategic professional risk, and according to gatekeepers interviewed by Slobodnik and Jarvin, relies increasingly on psychosocial, political skills, and charisma over technical skills. Summary: Sternberg and Davidson's edited volume contains descriptions of many of the talent development models. Davidson and Mayer provide analysis of several of them. These resources show that the current models share common variables and attempt to explain the movement from potential to accomplishment. Although several of the models describe systems that are in use, only a few, talent search and enrichment triad model, have been translated into systematic educational program. To date, however, there have been no comparisons of models using experimental studies that would enable researchers to determine their relative effectiveness for developing talent in specific domains. Nevertheless, the models establish frameworks that can guide future research. Section 5. A proposed talent development mega model. In this section, we propose a mega model of talent development that is a model integrating the most compelling components of already established models, intending to apply all the domains of endeavor. A comprehensive model of talent development should take into account when a domain can first be expressively meaningful, whether in childhood, adolescence, or adulthood. The point of departure could be based on physical factors in sports, music, or dance, depth of experience in areas such as diplomacy or public policy, or exposure to anthropology or sociology, as courses in these fields are not typically offered until college. The trajectory of elite talent evokes images of beginning with a relatively small base of talented individuals and ending with a tiny cadre of eminent adults. However, the disconnect between childhood giftedness and adult eminence, as well as the outcomes of individuals who receive unexpected opportunities, suggest that there is a much larger base of talent than is currently being tapped. Additionally, previous non-existing fields like newly recognized Olympic sports or applications for phones or other electronic devices are coming into being, with opportunities for different groups of individuals to achieve recognition for innovation in yet to be conceptualized arenas. If more systematic translations of research on talent domains were available, we could develop the talents of a wider range of young people and be better prepared to promote talents in a newly developed field of endeavor. A comprehensive model should also take into account the acuities or propensities that can serve as signs for potential talent. These include, for example, deep interest, musicality, or mathematical cast of mind. Some of these propensities or interests are developed exclusively outside of school, and some can be accelerated and enriched in school, but none is developed exclusively in school to a level sufficient for elite talent development. Budding talents are usually recognized, developed, and supported by parents, teachers, and mentors. The same individuals may or may not offer guidance for the talented individual in the psychological strengths and social skills needed to move from one stage of development to the next. We develop the model with the following principles in mind. Abilities, both general and special, matters and can be developed. Domains of talent have varying developmental trajectories. Opportunities need to be provided to young people and taken by them. Psychosocial variables are determining factors in the successful development of talent, and eminence is the intended outcome of gifted education. In introducing the model, we first distinguish between the development of performers and producers. Then we use these two categories to illustrate within domain differences and trajectories. We close the section with a figure and description of our model. Performers and producers. Exemplars in the performer category include singers, instrumentalists, dancers, actors, and athletes. The producer category includes composers, choreographers, writers, and scholars, scientists, academics. As indicated in Figure 1, the two groups are similar in some ways and different in others. Empirical research and expert opinion indicate that both outstanding performers and outstanding producers have a high level of knowledge in the content of their domain and the content of domains related to the projects they're working on. A playwright or choreographer's study of a historical period, a vocalist study of a dramatic arts, an economist or a psychologist's knowledge of research design or statistical methods. Both have also developed expertise in the skill sets required to perform or produce their domain. This expertise is developed by way of mentored guidance through a challenging regimen of practice or intensive study, and with a commitment to excellence as budding stars are being inculcated into the value of the domain. Psychosocial skills are important for success in all domains. In the performance domain, and perhaps most explicitly in sports, instruction and coaching in the mental skills are as integral part of the training and talent development. These skills include handling setbacks, adjustment, anxiety levels for optimal performance, and imagining success, among others. Although their importance has always been recognized, music conservatories have given more systematic attention to these skills in recent years. Academic domains have been the least likely to explicitly convey the importance of this type of psychological strength training, even though there is a tacit understanding that handling adversity and success productively and with grace and demonstrating good social skills are helpful to engaging others with one's ideas. An example, learning how to recover productively from a reference journal rejection has an impact on career development and optimal productivity in an academic domain. Our point is that this highly relevant skill for success and eminence is not taught explicitly in academic domains, whereas parallel skills are routinely part of the coaching in the arts and the athletics. There are also differences between how elite performers are produced and producers are evaluated as they develop. Substantial investments have been made into developing practice benchmarks for outstanding performance related to the incremental skill development, improvement of techniques, and expressive communications. Although there are individual differences in how skills are developed in performers, there is consensus on what the appropriate skills are. Producers' learning tasks are not so clearly defined and are more likely to be determined by the individual mentor in the area of specialization. Widely accepted benchmarks do not yet exist in the academic domains. Concurrently, standards for excellence are more explicit in performance domains, and the paths to achieving excellence in these domains are clear. Physical skills play a central role in the development of performers. This reliance on the physical also sets some limits on the length of a performer's careers, that is, when they begin, peak, and end. These physical limitations result in fewer opportunities for late bloomers to enter a performance field, so the talent development trajectory increasingly winnows out participants over time. Consider the relatively small number of openings in the NBA or the NFL every year. By contrast, there's often room in a field for producers who are late bloomers and have high levels of talent, motivation, perseverance, and other traits required of elite performance, especially in domains that are of substantial importance to society. Elite performers are also appreciated by the general public, whereas elite producers, especially in specialized academic domains like mathematics, theoretical physics, tend to be most appreciated by individuals who are also members of that field. Judgments made by gatekeepers in performance domains and artistic and athletic production domains, such as choreography of musical composition, tend to be made on the demonstration of specific talents in ways that closely mirror actual demands made in those fields, auditions, or portfolios of work. In many academic production domains, however, we rely first on indicators of potential because production is often years away and involves a more varied set of skills and competencies. For example, admission to a special program for academically talented children is very rarely based exclusively on demonstrated achievement. It relies heavily on standardized testing to provide what are expected to be objective measures of potential. Without such measures, programs can face claims of bias with litigation or investigations into the process of selection. K-12 teachers' judgments regarding potential talent tend not to be trusted due to the legitimate inability to distinguish talent, lack of understanding of what children are capable of doing, or unfair assessment of teachers' judgment on the part of the public and policymakers. Thus, we find different levels of trust put in educators of talent across different domains, as well as imbalance between public appreciation for giftedness expressed in the performance domain and the production domains. So figure 1, similarities and differences between performers and producers. Similarities between performers and producers. Both must master the content within the domain, need guided and deliberate practice and or study, must have commitment and motivation. Domain values are inculcated by mentors. Psychosocial variables limit or enhance success. Performers on the left, producers on the right, performers blue, producers in yellow, green. So the differences. Performers, what you need to practice is more clearly defined. Results of practice seem more easy. Producers, tasks are more diffuse, long-term, and multi-component. Performers, judgments of experts are trusted throughout the process. Producers, judgments for selection, academic disciplines, at least at the pre-collegiate level, are not trusted, and objective tests serve as a stand-in. So judgments of experts are trusted in fields such as composition, playwrights, and visual arts. Performers' physical abilities are important. You do not have them forever, which constrains the arc of talent development. Producers' physical abilities do not serve as central constraints to the arc of talent development. Performers, greater winnowing and fewer opportunities over time. Producers, room for greater number of producers, particularly in domains designated to target societal needs. Performers, more current focus on psychosocial skills training. Producers, little current focus on psychosocial skills training. Performers, the outcome of excellence and creativity is clear, better sense of knowing the path and where you are going. Producers, outcome of excellence is clear only in some areas. Academic publications, grants, awards. Performers, domain is appreciated more widely by the public. Producers, domain is mainly appreciated by insiders. Developmental trajectories in 3 domains. Figure 2 highlights differences in performance trajectories among and within domains in terms of beginnings, peaks, and endings across lifespan. Although there are often expectations to general principles, especially in psychology, the purpose of this figure is to depict how the process of talent development varies by the type of field, whether a trajectory begins in early childhood or adolescence, for example, depends on when the skills and abilities in the talent area emerge and coalesce. This is affected by physical maturation in fields such as music and sports, and it also depends on when talent can be recognized by systematic identification procedures or by knowledgeable adults. For example, boy sopranos can begin to perform in the early elementary grades, but adult singing voices do not develop until after puberty. Similarly, precocity in mathematics can be recognized as early as the preschool years and certainly elementary grades, whereas outstanding contributions in psychology do not typically occur until several years after completing an advanced degree. In the athletic domain, outstanding performance in some sports begins in childhood. For other sports, adult size and speed are important contributions. These are not attained until late adolescence, even if one has been training for a younger age. Endpoints of developmental trajectories are also vary widely. Some trajectories are short. Puberty will truncate further development for boy sopranos. For most academic fields and some musical fields, these developmental arcs are virtually lifelong. Fields in which outstanding performance peaks in late adolescence or early adulthood, such as gymnastics, diving, and figure skating, are typically those involving particular physical skills or body type. They are affected substantially by physical changes that occur with aging. These fields also typically have short peak to end intervals. For many other fields, especially academic ones, individuals can remain involved and active well into late adulthood with almost no limits on productivity. Intervals between starts and peaks are also vary greatly, with some fields requiring long periods of preparation. a substantial contributor to the researcher on trajectories. The developmental course of domain trajectories is affected by training and education, which is tied to our schooling system in many academic areas. For example, the serious study of some academic subjects, such as the social sciences, is not introduced until high school or college. Therefore, specialization can typically get underway only in college. Peaks are also affected by the amount of training and education needed to reach high levels of expertise, the 10,000-hour rule. Some domains, such as psychology, religion, or literature, require the accumulation of maturity and experience to generate important contributions. So figure 2, early and late trajectories in music, athletics, and academics within and across domains. And you have childhood, early, middle, and late adolescence, and early, middle, and late adulthood with the different start, peak, and end periods for music, athletics, and academic. From ability to eminence. In the first 6 rows of figure 3, we combine several of the threads previously discussed with regards to giftedness. First, domains have developmental trajectories with different start, peak, and end times for outstanding performance. Second, giftedness is evaluated in relationship to others. At the earliest stages, it is determined and largely defined by potential, whereas in the middle stages, it is determined and demonstrated by achievement. By full adulthood, eminent levels of achievement define giftedness. Third, the talent development process involves several transitions whereby abilities are developed into competencies, competencies into expertise, and expertise into eminence. The type of creativity an individual manifests is one of the features that distinguishes ability from competence, competence from expertise, and expertise from eminence. Precursors of adult creativity may present initially in independent thinking, a willingness to entertain different perspectives and views, and the creation of projects and products that are novel when compared to those of same-age peers. Creative thinking and skills such as metaphorical thinking, divergent thinking, and creative problem solving can be deliberately and systematically developed during middle childhood and adolescence. Transitioning to eminent levels of achievement requires a substantial shift. Creative products are judged not just in relation to others at similar levels in the field, but also by how they move the field forward. Although we recognize that the generation of creative performance or ideas requires person, process, and product, it is also the case that relative emphasis of these factors shift over time. For example, it is important that young children develop a creative approach and attitude, that older children acquire skills, and that the acquisition of these mindsets and process skills are then coupled with deep multidisciplinary content knowledge and are applied to the creation of intellectual, aesthetic, and practical products of performance. As with creativity, there may be different levels and kinds of motivation associated with eminent levels of achievement. What we call little m motivation refers to the motivation involved in smaller achievement-related tasks and decisions, such as which course to take, what to major in, whether to attend a summer program, and whether to try to get an A in a course, decisions that accumulate over time and thereby make eminent levels of achievement possible. What we might call the big M motivation, analogous to the big C creativity, refers to compelling drives rooted in early experiences and underlying overarching goals such as desire for fame, fortune, power, notoriety, or the desire to change the world that is associated with achieving eminence. Finally, the talent development process is driven by expert teachers, mentors, and coaches. In early stage, the strategies and goals of instruction change. In the earliest stage, it is the job of the teacher to engage the explicit or undeveloped interest of young people in a topic or domain and to engender and capitalize on motivation. In the next stage of development, it's critical that teachers help the individual to develop the needed skills, knowledge, and values associated with acquisition of expertise in that domain. The third stage teacher helps the talented individual develop a niche in the field, the personal style, method, or approach, or unique area of application. Of course, movement from ability to eminence can, on the one hand, be impeded by factors such as low motivation, mindsets that prevent coping with setbacks, or thought resiliency, less than optimal learning opportunities, or chance events. On the other hand, progress can be enhanced, maintained, or accelerated by the availability of educational opportunities, including out-of-school enrichment and mentoring, psychological and social support from significant individuals, and social capital. Enhancers and delimiters are included at the bottom of the figure. Okay, Oswald Tinkle, have a great night. Thanks for being there for a while. So, wrapping up here, although still another 8 pages. Central methodological challenges. As can be seen from this review of the literature presented thus far, the study of giftedness and talent has engendered a substantial amount of scholarship. This is particularly true when investigations from a number of domains outside of academics are incorporated and integrated into the analysis. Nevertheless, several challenges make study of the population difficult, particularly of kinds of investigations that are most likely to hold policy implications. Thus, before proposing a research agenda for the field, we review central methodological challenges faced by scholars studying gifted population. These scholars seek to identify variables that predict potential high performance, determine how to operationalize those variables for use in intervention and programming, and then evaluate program effectiveness. Since its inception over 100 years ago, the field has to negotiate problems inherent in non-standardized definitions, incomparable comparison groups, and ceiling effects. Many instruments to directly measure cognitive function of gifted students now exist, including tools employed by neuroscientists or single subject methods employed by special education researchers. More recently, however, cohorts of investigators are ushering in a new era of scholarship using advanced statistical techniques and more rigorous research design, as well as creative techniques and insights from neuroscience. Advances in methodology and more focused attention to compelling research questions create possibilities for moving the field forward and will offer a stronger knowledge base for effective and efficient public policy decisions about how and where to invest scarce resources for talent development, and above all, results in enhanced research agenda will improve the life chances of individual human beings, assembling them to reach their full potential while benefiting society as a whole. So figure 3, from ability to eminence in a domain. Domains have development trajectories with different start, peak, and end times. In A, giftedness in a domain is evaluated in its relationship to others. B, initially in terms of potential, later by demonstrated achievement, and finally in adulthood by eminence. The talent development process involves several transitions whereby abilities are developed into competencies, competency into expertise, and expertise into eminence. C, these transitions are distinguished by levels of creativity. D, beginning initially with little c creativity, independent thinking, entertaining different perspectives, creations of projects and products that are novel when compared to those of peers, and ultimately the big C creativity required for eminence. These transitions involve shifting emphasis, E, from persons, creative approaches, and attitudes to processes, acquiring process skills and mindsets, to product creation of intellect, aesthetics, or practical products or performances. Each stage in the talent development process is also characterized by different strategies and goals of instruction. F, initially to engage young people in a topic domain, then helping the individual develop the needed skill, knowledge, and values, and finally helping the talented individual develop their own niche, style, method, or area of application. Movement from ability to eminence can be delimited by factors such as low motivation, mindsets that prevent coping with setbacks, or thought resiliency, less than optimal learning opportunities, or chance events. Progress can be enhanced, maintained, or accelerated by the availability of educational opportunities, including out-of-school enrichment and mentoring, psychological or social support from significant individuals or social capital. So the delimited psychosocial factors: low motivation, unproductive mindsets, low levels of psychological strength, poor social skills. Enhancers: psychosocial factors, optimal motivation, both little m and big M, opportunities taken, productive mindset, developmental, develop psychological strength, develop social skills. Delimiters: external and chance factors, late entry into the domain, poor match between interest and opportunities. Enhancers: external and chance factors, opportunities offered inside and outside of the school, financial resources, and social and cultural capital. Definitional issues. As mentioned in section 2 of this monograph, a major obstacle to establishing baseline knowledge for the field results from definitional issues. Without common definitions of giftedness for characteristics, behaviors, or outcomes, it's difficult to generate hypotheses for testing the theory building. Before the 1980s, IQ reigned supreme as the measure of giftedness. Yet even within this narrow conception, some studies operationalize giftedness as the 99th percentile, whereas others labeled as gifted all those who scored at least one standard deviation above the mean. There are also differences in the type of IQ test used for classifying students as gifted. Scores on group-administered IQ tests are not as accurate as scores on individually administered tests in high-stakes decision-making. In recent years, multivariable approaches have replaced or complemented IQ scores as criteria for selection or identification. Unlike more universally accepted definitions of intellectual disabilities, combining intellectual functioning and adaptive behavior, districts and even schools have established their own sets of standards. Finally, there is greater acknowledgement of domain-specific abilities, but only a few validated instruments are available for measuring potential in some specific domains. As a result, many fields rely on expert opinion instead of recognized giftedness and assess performance. Lack of agreement on desired outcomes. Desired outcome articulated for participants of gifted programs vary widely to include eminence, admission to Ivy League universities, high score on the SAT and other standardized measures, or nothing at all. Without a consensus on the desired outcome for gifted programs, it will be difficult to generate policy recommendations based on program results. Ceiling effects. Academically gifted students tend to score at the highest levels on standardized instruments. This being the case, it is difficult to show that programs are effective using traditional mechanisms for measuring growth. One solution is to use off-level testing, which allows for top students to take tests designed for and typically used with older students, thereby providing a better opportunity to measure advanced abilities. This technique is widely used in talent search programs, although the norming group for these tests does not include same-age, high-ability learners. Off-level testing has been a practical solution for the identification and evaluation of programs in non-school settings. It may also be a viable method for school-based programs. Other promising approaches include adaptive testing, a method whereby more or less difficult items are presented to a student depending on response to a previous item, and establishing standards of excellence for advanced learners in a specific domain. Appropriate comparison groups. Another common problem for researchers studying giftedness is finding appropriate comparison groups, particularly when it comes to measuring program effectiveness and efficiency. Whether warranted or not, participation in gifted programs is coveted. Those who qualify are unlikely to be willing to participate in a control group. Applicants who are not accepted are not usually agreeable to being studied and may not, in fact, be comparable. Fortunately, some promising statistical techniques, such as propensity score analysis, a statistical technique used to analyze data from two non-randomly assigned groups of study participants, as in the case of quasi-experiments, that allows for estimating the effects of the same treatment on both groups, may assist in addressing this problem in a meaningful way. Employing inappropriate tests of significance and generalizing from convenience or extreme samples. Too many studies conducted in education that cannot be generalized to other samples or populations, notably because of reliance on convenient samples, recruiting students participating in a local program for study rather than seeking to engage in existing program that is characteristics more widely shared by other such programs. Most studies continue to employ null hypothesis significance testing. Null hypothesis testing is based on obtaining statistically significant differences, which are often found in the sample if the sample is large enough. However, statistically significant differences are not always meaningful or of practical significance, nor are they as precise as an estimate of true differences as effect sizes and confidence intervals. Although these problems are not unique to research on giftedness, they do affect the quality of the inferences that can be made regarding this interesting and important population. Outcome derived from studying extremely high-functioning subjects are not directly generalizable to other populations. However, outliers can indeed provide insights into mechanisms we need to study further to understand exceptional functioning in order to make the research conducted on elite talent most applicable to other populations, something we strongly support. Scholars will need to be more creative in their research design and analysis. With these caveats in mind, and with the aspiration to influence policy as a goal for the research, we present a proposed agenda for the field. Research agenda for the field. In addition to conducting research on the variables we identified in our proposed mega model of talent development and improving the rigor of the scholarship in the field, we propose a research agenda that focuses on two central variables associated with the development of talent: opportunity and motivation. Figure 4 has 4 quadrants based on high or low access to talent development opportunities and high or low motivation on the part of the individual. The figure presents the likelihood that the individual in each group will attain eminence based on the relative amount of opportunity available and the motivation to achieve on the part of a potentially talented individual. In this section, we provide a brief description of the 4 quadrants in the figure and suggest some research questions that emerge from our review of the literature. High opportunity, high motivation. Students in the high opportunity, high motivation category have a number of personal and environmental advantages. These include knowledgeable and supportive families, mentors, and access to outside of school talent development programs, as they themselves are also motivated to take advantage of those opportunities. They are the most likely group to achieve high levels and attain eminence. University-based academic talent development programs and summer programs in museums, art institutes, programs for the gifted, selective universities, and other venues are filled with these students. However, it is vitally important to recognize that eminent levels of achievement are rare even among adults who emerge from this group. Further research is needed to understand why. Can we propel more of the students towards eminence if we have a better understanding of the talent development process within given domains? A research agenda to inform this effort would include the following questions. What are the person-environment interactions that are significant in developing psychological traits conducive to high levels of talent development? Can these be deliberately crafted for students for whom they do not occur in their natural environments of home or school? How do students maintain commitment and motivation during the difficult times that inevitably arise during the talent development process? What is the development of intrinsic and extrinsic motivation in individuals who demonstrate high levels of commitment to talent development? Do these patterns vary by domain of talent and stage of development? What is the role of competition in positively or negatively affecting motivation for talented students? What is the role of long-term extrinsic incentives in the development of talent? Are these identifiable, common, or typical critical experiences within various talent development trajectories? What is the nature of these experiences? Opportunities to do significant investigative work on a problem, mentoring by an adult professional. What are their common and or essential features or elements? Contact with caring adult who pushes a student forward, deep intellectual engagement, experiences with content that are personally meaningful. At what point in development do they need to occur? Are they primarily in-school experiences or outside of school experiences? How much variety can there be in these experiences? Can one kind of experience substitute for another? What is the mix and pattern of participation in outside of school and in-school experience by individuals who reach high levels of talent development within various domains? Are there different patterns for those who reach levels of expertise versus those who reach levels of eminence? Do differences in dosage predict expertise versus eminence, or is this distinction related to psychosocial factors and chance? So figure 4, achievement is a function of high versus low motivation or high versus low opportunity. So on the top, you have high opportunity, low opportunity. In the side, high motivation or low undetermined motivation. So we just read the best scenario, high motivation, high opportunity, greatest likelihood of eminent outcome with appropriate educational dosage, psychosocial support, and environmental supports, best bang for the buck. High motivation, low opportunity, enhanced likelihood of eminent outcome with teaching resources and insider knowledge plus appropriate educational dosage, psychosocial supports, and environmental supports, most importantly, societal responsibility. High opportunity in low undetermined motivation, eminence not likely, and less motivation enhanced by programs that assist with changing mindsets and matching to appropriate domains and mentors, limited investment to generate motivation, and low opportunity, low undetermined motivation. Outcome depends on provisions of opportunities to reveal interest and abilities that enhance motivation. Greatest challenge to society worthy of investment and opportunity. With opportunity, motivation may or may not develop. Low opportunity but high motivation. Students who possess interest and motivation to learn and achieve but who lack opportunities, challenging in-school programs, enriching outside of school programs, are at risk for not fully fully developing their talents. These students may or may not have supportive families or teachers. Either way, not being involved in appropriate educational opportunities from early on can result in domain-specific deficits that are not easily overcome. Without appropriately challenging curricula to reveal their abilities, many of these students may go unnoticed by teachers in school. Their talents hidden by ease and work, motivation will dissipate if not fueled and encouraged with appropriate opportunity. Yet nurturing these students is a vital societal responsibility. Many programs have been crafted through federal Javits funding to assist students like these, and there are examples of scholarship programs that specifically target low-income gifted children. However, these efforts are sporadic and subject to the whims of the state and federal legislators that are most often focused on helping children reach minimum standards. Additionally, funding from the government or from private corporations and foundations is often for short-term interventions. These programs may give students a taste of what is possible, but they do not provide the consistent long-term support required for developing their talents. Although considerable resources are needed to provide these students with the supports they need throughout their early education and career paths, the benefits to society of that investment cannot be overestimated. A research agenda that would inform work with these students includes the following questions. How can highly motivated students without talent development opportunities be identified within schools and communities? How can high motivation be discerned in the absence of appropriate educational experiences and opportunities? What are the indicators of high motivation and interest that might be missed by classroom teachers and not readily apparent within unchallenging learning situations and or could be discerned in other settings? What are the coping strategies used by students who maintain motivation and interest despite limited opportunities for advanced study and challenging academic opportunities? Are there intervention programs or efforts that have been successful in moving students with high motivation and talent but few opportunities into elite talent development tracks? If so, how successful are they? What is their cost-benefit ratio? Can these interventions be scaled up? What are the most important components of successful interventions with low-income, low-opportunity students who possess talent and motivation? Peer support, academic challenge, parental involvement, teacher expectations, additional formal and informal learning experiences. How does a developmental perspective on talent affect the nature of interventions that can be successful with students who have limited opportunities? How should interventions targeted towards adolescents be crafted and designed, and how should they differ from those targeted towards elementary age students? High opportunity, low motivation. One of the more frustrating challenges for parents and teachers involves potentially talented children who underachieve in school, shy away from demanding educational opportunities, or choose not to partake in the supplemental enriching activities available through school or their communities. The cause of underachievement are multiple and complex and include students' self-perceptions and mindsets formed through experiences at home and school. Reversing underachievement is difficult and becomes more so as children age and beliefs and patterns of behavior become entrenched. There are a few examples of programs focused on underachieving high IQ students that have used a variety of strategies, counseling, high interest, project-based educational interventions to renew interest and motivation, but these are rare. Additionally, there are anecdotal reports from eminent individuals who are late bloomers documenting their individual and unique turnarounds. Several fundamental questions can be asked about this group of students. To what extent should society devote additional resources to unmotivated students who are already advantaged in terms of opportunities and access? What is society's responsibility to motivate students or merely provide opportunity to and ensure access? What is the likelihood that motivational problems can be addressed successfully, and how should society invest in programs that attempt to do so? A research agenda that would inform work with these students could include the following questions. What are the early psychological roots and underpinnings of low motivation and interest in the face of opportunities? What are the most significant factors? At what point in development is underachievement or disengagement most likely to occur for talented students? Are there identifiable critical points during which students are most vulnerable to opting out of achievement, and similarly critical periods when interventions are more likely to be successful? Are these common factors that can account for these patterns? What interventions have been successful in generating or regenerating motivation among underachieving and disengaged talented students? Why are these successful? What are the cost-benefit ratios for these interventions? Can they be scaled up? How might existing psychological constructs such as stereotype threat, intrinsic and extrinsic motivation, attributions, mindsets, achievement goal orientations, and academic self-concept and related theoretical models be useful in providing explanations for failure of talented students to engage in talent development activities? Do findings with heterogeneous populations of students generalize to gifted students? To what extent are low motivation and involvement in talent development opportunities for gifted students contextually based, a function of a particular school environment versus a result of a durable acquired self-beliefs and attributions? Low opportunity and undetermined motivation. The students who pose the greatest challenge to educators are those with both limited opportunities for talent development within their home schools or communities, and low or undetermined motivation to achieve. Poor early home environments, under-resourced schools with ineffective teachers, and lack of access to community-based programs may prevent interest and motivation from developing and becoming apparent to parents, teachers, and coaches. Increasing students' opportunities is vital and is the key to uncovering hidden abilities and talent. Helping these students requires a considerable investment of resources and sustained interventions from early childhood to early adulthood. A research agenda that could inform work with these students might include the following questions. What kind of programming would best cultivate talent and reveal interest and motivation in early and middle childhood? How can these be infused into preschool and early elementary school education? Can programs be crafted that develop skills and competencies, but simultaneously also boost the psychological characteristics needed to sustain commitment and persistence in challenging learning environments? What are the essential components of such programs? What additional social and psychological supports are most critical for students who have had little opportunity to develop or demonstrate interest in abilities? Does the emergence of talent for students who have not had opportunities look the same as that for students who have had early opportunities and substantial supports? Is it effective to provide intense dosages of interventions for students who have not yet had or unlikely to get early opportunities to prepare for rigorous programs? If so, in which domains? What options is most effective in terms of putting more children onto talent development trajectories? Programming that directly focuses on developing psychological characteristics such as coping skills, resilience, academic self-concept, and effort-based achievement orientations. Programming that focuses on enhancing domain-relevant skills and content knowledge and indirectly provides psychological and social support, or both types of programming combined. Conclusions. In this monograph, we have provided a definition of giftedness that is intended to apply across domains, reviewed the concerns and misunderstanding that gifted education raises in the minds of the public and policymakers, synthesized the literature on the variables related to giftedness, and outlined some of the methodological challenges that the field faces. We have also shared research and theory aimed at crafting a new framework to guide future research and practice in the field of gifted education. Our proposed framework builds upon and extends existing conceptions of talent development. In this final section, we recap the main points that we have covered. Abilities matter. General intellectual abilities and specific abilities such as mathematical, cast of mind, spatial ability, physical memory, or musicality predict the fundamental prerequisites for high achievement and eminence in their respective fields. The amount of source ability and balance of general and specific abilities and the exact nature of specific abilities vary by talent domain and, as of yet, are not completely understood. Although further research is needed, high ability may be most important in maximizing the effects of opportunity, practice, and efforts. Because ability is important, research to identify the general and specific abilities that matter in particular domains and fields should be a priority. Teachers should be trained to look for indicators of these abilities in multiple domain-relevant ways of determining and assessing them should be developed by researchers. Assessment should start with young children and be continuous, systematic, and ongoing throughout early and middle childhood and adolescence. Although general ability and potential may be the hallmark of academic giftedness in children, domain-specific ability and achievement become increasingly important as individuals develop and increase their knowledge base in a field. This implies that domain-specific achievement should be emphasized and cultivated and increasingly expected as children age. Schools should enable children to advance in academic domains where they show interest and develop talent, expecting that children will show advanced development and achievement in some areas of the age-appropriate development and achievement in others. Therefore, teachers with high levels of content knowledge and technical expertise are needed even at the earliest levels of education or training to meet the needs of young, very advanced children. Older students should be allowed to specialize early if they demonstrate high levels of interest, commitment, and achievement for a domain with early trajectory. Subjects typically not studied until high school or college should be introduced earlier to enable individuals with interest and talents in those areas to be identified and begin the process of talent development within those domains. Similar opportunities for appropriate development supports should be provided to children and adolescents whose talents are in non-academic areas. Domains of talents have unique and developmental trajectories across the lifespan. Because the physical and intellectual demands, the cultural traditions, domains have different entry points, peaks, and endings. Some require early exposure and early identification and have short windows for performance and productivity. Others begin late and have no fixed endpoint. Understanding trajectories in different fields is critical so that windows of opportunity for talent development are not missed. Depending on the domain, much of the talent development process may take place outside of school through coaches, teachers, mentors, and community programs. Our focus is on understanding the nature of these domain-specific developmental trajectories from early childhood into adulthood so that appropriate talent development opportunities can be provided to students with potential and demonstrate interest in talent. Elucidating the nature of these trajectories in many domains will require further research to understand the variables that are most important in each stage of development. At this point, however, we know that most trajectories will require different kinds of teachers and coaches as talented young people acquire knowledge and technical expertise and move on to creative productivity and creative performance in the talent area. Benchmarks of excellence for the abilities, knowledge, and psychosocial skills needed for different levels and stages of development must be developed and understood by teachers for all talent domains so that the progression across different stages can be optimally promoted. Critical experiences such as mentoring, opportunities for competition, performance, and work that closely resemble real-life activity in the domain and research training need to be thought of as essential components of the talent development process and incorporated into the curricula of schools at key points. Community-based institutions such as museums and other outreach programs will need to provide some of these critical experiences and work collaboratively with schools to make them accessible to greater number of children. Effort and opportunity are important at every stage of the talent development process. Opportunity rests in the availability of both in-school and outside-school programs tailored to the talent area. Continuous effort is critical, as research has shown it takes 10,000 hours of continual study or practice to reach levels of expertise in most domains. Many more programs are needed than currently exist, especially in low-income and rural communities. From our perspective, talent development activities, primarily in the form of enrichment, should be provided to all children as early as possible. Students who demonstrate sufficient effort and task commitment should be supported to move forward towards increasingly challenging and rewarding talent development opportunities, regardless of their age. Students who stall at particular points along the path should be encouraged and assisted to reinvest at a later time when they have renewed interest and motivation. Psychosocial variables are important contributors to outstanding performance at every stage of development. Qualities such as willingness to take strategic risks, the ability to cope with challenges and handle criticism, competitiveness, motivation, and task commitment will differentiate those students who move to increasingly higher levels of talent development from those who do not. However, from our perspective, it is critical that research determine which of these are most important to successful transitions at various points in the talent development process, particularly the transition from expertise to eminence, where psychosocial skills may play the greatest role. The psychological sciences have tended to focus on addressing issues that impede performance. This research continues to be very important, particularly in helping talented individuals transfer compelling negative drives for achievement, such as wanting to show up others who doubted their capabilities into positive ones. Even so, more psychological research is needed to elucidate these factors that go beyond neutralizing the effects of the impotence to support the development of optimal levels of across the lifespan. It is also our view that psychosocial awareness and skills should be taught in all domains by parents, teachers, coaches, and mentors explicitly and deliberately, not left to chance. We suggest that the psychological strength training is as important as content and skill instruction and practice in the talent areas. It should not be assumed that students who possess developed ability also have these psychosocial skills, nor that such skills can be generated without direct guidance and teaching. Students should be helped to prepare for coping with the stresses, strain, and rewards of each stage in talent development from potential to eminence. Eminence should be the goal of gifted education. Throughout its history, the field of gifted education has been troubled by a lack of agreement on a definition of giftedness. Outstanding performance is almost always judged relative to others in one's peers group. Increasing the number of individuals who make path-breaking, field-altered discoveries and creative contributions by their products, innovations, and performances is the aim of a proposed framework for gifted education. The world needs more of these individuals, and gifted education can be organized to provide the supports for optimal performance and productivity. We value and recognize the importance of high level of expertise and well-rounded individuals, and we are not implying that we will limit services only to those who are on the path to eminence. However, keeping our focus on eminence sustains a continued focus on excellence. We reject the idea that aspiring to eminence needs to be deleterious to the personal well-being or mental health of individuals, particularly if its promotion is guided by knowledge about the appropriate kinds of levels of support needed from teachers, family, communities, and national and state policy. The confluence of eminence and poor mental health is not substantiated by large-scale empirical studies and should not be used as the basis for policy and practice in gifted education. We assert, in fact, that aspiring to fulfillment of one's talents and abilities in the form of transcendent creative contributions will lead to high levels of personal satisfaction and self-actualization, as well as unimaginable benefits to society. Okay, so that one of the longest ones I've ever read. Glad I did it. Let me just see. Okay. I'm going to this one, the contemporary models of giftedness. I'm going to look for this one. Maybe next week I'll read this one. This one looks interesting. Okay, so there you have it. Just a few people still watching. Appreciate the people in the chat earlier. Hopefully that was useful. The Judeopessimism, that was also very insightful to what's going on. The regular coverage of the war, the Wayne State, Gaza solidarity encampment. We'll see what happens with that. AFPAC, we'll see what happens with that. If I meet up with anybody, maybe a stream. A lot of big streamers coming to Detroit in 2 weeks, and my stream on American pragmatism probably is going to be next week. I've already done the highlighting and research for Charles Sanders Peirce, William James, and John Dewey, and I plan to do George Herbert Mead and Richard Rorty. And actually, John Dewey and George Herbert Mead were at University of Michigan, but I'm not sure I'll have that ready by Wednesday, so it might come out the week after. So back to longer week in review. So back to the weekly week in review. Almost got, did I get over 6 hours today? So almost got 6 hours, but not quite. So I'm going to wrap up. God bless. Hope any people enjoy the content. Comment, reach out on any form of social media, and have a great week.